That's Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah. There's not even a competition between those two, right? Babies or breasts?
Well,
I mean, he says there's an argument to be made about, adults that would prefer one over the other.
So you're
No.
basically
He's saying that more adults like boobs than babies like boobs.
Oh no, I was thinking the other. I was thinking like
John.
John.
You got to choose
John,
between babies and boobs. I'm going boobs.
Oh, that's not how I took it.
Oh, I took it the same way John did, but I'm taking babies.
What?
Wait.
You're saying you're going to lose your kids?
Oh, am I going to lose them?
Well,
I just would prefer.
Well, I'd rather not.
You're going to lose your boobs.
I'd rather not have boobs or touch boobs than lose my babies.
He said that they would prefer, not you. It's either or.
Okay,
but I swear, you guys. I swear, he's saying that there's adults who would prefer it, who like breasts more than babies like breasts. Isn't that what he said? Or did I hear that wrong?
No.
You're saying that more adults would...
You can interpret it either way. I was interpreting it. He said most people, guys like boobs more than babies like John. But if you think about it...
No,
yes,
you're wrong.
In the
it doesn't make any sense.
You're right. It doesn't make sense.
You're going to choose the boobs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not even a competition. That's why every time I hear it, I'm like, that's not even a debate.
Well, it depends... See, I was looking at
I love my kids.
Okay, so you'd rather have babies than boobs. That's my point.
No, Heather's pointing out there's ambiguity to what you're being compared to.
Exactly.
That's like saying, I like the TV show Bluey more than my kids.
Right. You would never say that.
Do I like the TV show more than my kids like the show? Or do I like the show more than I like my kids?
Oh, okay.
See, I took it the first way.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you guys are taking it the second way.
So Josh Hart,
every dude would take.
Josh Hart's original tweet was, have y'all ever tasted y'all significant other's breast milk? Asking for a friend. And some of his NBA brethren tweeted out, replying to Josh Hart, De'Aaron Fox of Sacramento, I'm actually not surprised you asked the question less than a month in. And Jalen Brunson, like Stephen A. Smith said, everyone, it's time to unfollow this man immediately. He is sick. The new number is one Josh Hart. All right, let's go to the phones. Damon, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
So I just wanted to comment. So, yes, I have tasted my wife's breast milk. It wasn't it wasn't something like, ooh, let me try it. But I'm going to give you guys something and really think about it for a second. If you've been intimate with your significant other while they were pregnant and you like boobs as much as you say you do, I got some bad news to break to you. You've tasted breast milk.
Probably. You're right.
Okay.
That's my situation, and I can guarantee that most men have been in that situation. And when you think about it, go, all right, I guess I have tasted breast milk before.
Now, did you like it, Damon? I mean, the actual milk, not.
Like the previous caller said.
What did you say?
Like the previous caller said, it's nothing I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, now I'm gonna go get a giant mug of this and have some cookies with it. But it is a sweet kind of thing. So when CJ McCullum said it goes down like almond milk, yeah, it kind of reminds you of a vanilla almond milk. So
I'm not a fan of almond milk. So now if I take a little Oreo and put it around. Okay.
Oh my God.
Adam, you're on your 97 on the ticket.
We're talking about what to eat with it.
What's up, Adam? Adam.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh, it's going.
Good. We lost it.
You guys there?
Yeah. Go ahead. We're waiting for you to speak.
All right. So, hey, I not only have tried my wife's, but I have also tried two different friends of ours.
No!
All right, speak, Adam.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So it was just a little shot glass worth, and each time it tastes different. So it's really kind of what's in your diet at that time.
I believe it.
So you sat around and did shots of each. Wow.
See, wow. I'm surprised by it too.
Pretty much.
And I'm not grossed out by it, but I don't think I would try my friend's breast milk. Like, trying my own was fine. That's cool. but I don't know if I would go and try somebody else's.
By the way, Heather, you're getting tons of support here.
Okay.
Heather's the smartest person on the morning show. Heather's right.
I'm not
Heather's the
gonna
only
argue
sane
that.
person in the room right now. Heather's the smartest person on this morning show. Heather's 1,000% correct. Heather's correct, you old guys. Heather is right, guys. Heather is right. These are two goons heard boobs and stopped listening.
Right. They were just trying to debate over boobs and babies. That was not the point.
Heather's right. Guys are wrong. Heather's the only one right now. The rest of you are all weird. Heather's right about Stephen A. He was saying some adults like boobs more than babies like boobs. You guys are idiots. She is right. Heather's the only one of you who understand Stephen A. Okay.
Okay. That's settled.
Okay, here's some other text. You guys are missing out. Try the breast milk. That's from James. Bodybuilders shop it online because of the fat content, calories, etc. It can be sold for good money. It's normal for babies to drink it for their development. It's not normal for adults to drink it. Come on, people. Breast milk topic. I was dating a new mother. We were having some, quote, adult time, and I accidentally squeezed too hard and was squirted in the face with her breast milk. It tasted very sweet. It was an experience I will not forget. That's from Matt in Lincoln Park.
Goes around.
A conversation I really never thought it was going to have today.
So John,
Goodness.
So John, who will eat every type of meat on earth,
Yes.
what draws the line at breast milk?
yeah.
Let's go to Chris Villar.
Good question. Adults drinking breast milk is age appropriation. That's Jeff from Oxford. Yes to the Josh Hart question. Also, there's a thing with helping when the child is struggling to start breastfeeding, where the husband helps bring the milk to the surface. Don't you? Okay.
Okay, that seems
Sure.
more of a
You could do that on your own.
manipulation
Yes.
issue,
Yes.
not a
Yeah.
taste issue.
Don't you dare ruin Cinnamon Toast Crunch for me. Breast milk tastes like Superman ice cream from Milwaukee. That's from Darren from St. Clair Shores. And finally, when my wife was breastfeeding, she produced so much that she was donating and was going to give it to other mothers who needed it. She was contacted by a few men who wanted to drink it. Someone said it helps with a medical issue. We thought about it was odd, so we didn't do it. And I'm sure there's a little fetish
I'm
in there, too.
sure there is.
Yes, there's a fetish for everything. There is. All right, 248-539-9797. I think a lot of people think Josh Hart has lost his mind. Coming up, we'll see if Jeff Van Gundy has lost his. 97 won the ticket. The telephone number here is 248-539-9797. If you're just joining us, and hello to all the people watching us on Twitch and YouTube.
Happy Thursday.
It's been great. All this great discussion on the new Pistons coach, but most of it has been on breast milk. Because Josh Hart, he said he wanted to ask, the New York Knicks want to know if it's natural to taste your significant other's breast milk. And we've gotten a lot of people who believe it is okay. And I'm not saying it's not okay. It's just something I never even thought of before. Robert in Royal Oak here, 97 on the ticket.
Good morning. How is everybody?
Good,
Wonderful.
Robert. How are you?
Sound like Ernie.
I'm good. I'm a breast milk enthusiast. I don't think I'm lapping it up from the teat like Damon, but I think it's we're the only mammals that drink other animals' milk. If you think about it,
We are.
right? Which is it's odd. Breast milk. I mean, the taste. I think the other dude was right. I mean, it does kind of depend on the diet, but the amount of protein that's in there, the health benefits of it for allergies and anything else. I mean, there's a black market for this stuff where you get a bunch of juicers that are going to the gym and trying to bulk up on muscle that are buying this stuff on the black market. I think the health benefits, are pretty significant for drinking it. I have it with like my morning elixir, as much as I can.
And where do you get it? I mean, are you getting it from your wife or are you buying it online?
So my wife, I'm not buying it online.
Okay.
No. My wife, she stopped producing breast milk for this pregnancy. But we got a couple freezer bags left that I can defrost and kind of add in the morning. Having like shots of it. I mean, I've tried to make a White Russian with it, and it's not that good. I think
Wow.
you need something a little bit more consistent, with the cream. But yeah. I've gone so far as to talk to some friends, and we're going to invent breast milk cheese.
Oh,
we're
so
going to call
you're
it cheese.
Curdle it? You're going to call it
Man,
what?
I'm kidding. I don't think cheese.
Cheese?
She's.
Yeah.
That's from her. She's.
Yes.
Just want to make sure you understood it.
So, Stoney.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
Stoney, yesterday you were complaining that we didn't have any more creamer in the office.
Oh, don't
No.
ask.
No.
I mean, because what the description we've been getting, it sounds a lot like. I mean, I just wonder if it's like French vanilla or hazelnut.
Yeah. Let's go to Eric in Detroit. You're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, fellas. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what I call it did a lot more than what I did with it. But, I got two boys, but no, I don't see a problem with it. And I'll tell you this, actually, I don't have, they're a lot bigger when, that she's breastfeeding. So that works for me. It's like vitamin double D. So, yeah, you pull them out, you don't do whatever. I've been squirted in the face. But one time, she had some knots because sometimes women, they have blockage.
Yes.
So I became a little, hero. It was a little, breast milk vampire and had to unclog the knot.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm not putting my milk or nothing like that. But you try it, make sure it's not too hot for the baby. And it's just you're curious, and you could actually put it in the water and it gets rid of like diaper rash.
Yeah, we did that a lot. We did like breast milk baths. Not me, for the baby. Not you looked at me like I'm crazy.
Cow God breast milk.
That's how you
take me
calm them
away.
down after all those public
We did
displays
it
of
for
anger.
Emily a lot. Yeah.
I never thought I'd hear the term breast milk vampire on our show today.
Vitamin double D.
Vitamin double D. Well, a former New York Knicks coach, Jeff Van Gundy, will be doing the color analysis tonight and the rest of the series. The NBA begins tonight on ABC, and it'll be the Miami Heat going up against the Denver Nuggets. The first time the Nuggets have been in a championship series since the last year of the ABA, which was 1976. And I tweeted out a picture that
Your shorty shorts.
yes, that we took of my Denver Nuggets game-worn jerseys from that season. Former Piston Gus Gerard. That's
Yes.
whose shorts they were.
Yes. Unfortunately, they do cover enough so we don't have to see your nuggets.
That's true. But they are short,
Yeah, they are short.
and they're tight.
But Jeff Van Gundy was asked the question what he thought could be done to continue evolving the modern basketball coverage and keeping consumers engaged with the broadcast. And he took this into the length of time. Stoney, do you think NBA games are too long? Do you think they take too long?
No, they can become laborious at the end with extra timeouts and reviews and things like that.
And fouls and all
Yes.
that. And so,
But no, but because they don't, unless it goes in overtime, they are done within 2.5 hours.
Right, but then if it goes into overtime, it's exciting.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
so you sometimes you don't want it to
no,
end.
they're not too long.
This was his answer. He said, "Well, the thing I would do is I would try to get it to a 2-hour window, and my biggest rule change would be to eliminate free throws until the final 4 minutes of the game." So he wants to get rid of free throws. He continues, so if you're fouled in the penalty, you just get 2 points. Instead of shooting the free throws, you just get 2 points. If you're fouled in an active shooting, you'd get the 2 points or 3 points until the final 4 minutes of the game. Now, his second suggestion was to shorten halftime. I don't think any of these things are good ideas.
No, they're not. I mean,
This to me is Jeff Van Gundy is throwing darts against the wall just to see what sticks, and this is a terrible dart.
yes,
It missed the mark.
it makes no sense. And I hope it gets brought up during the broadcast so Mark Jackson and even to a lesser extent Mike Breen, who's usually pretty neutral, can give Van Gundy some crap about it. It makes no sense. Yes, watching a free throw is not exactly exciting. I get that.
No, but it is a monster part of the game.
Right, and it's pressurized. It's,
We talk about
important.
all the time about teams that if they could just hit free throws, they would have
Yes.
won the game.
Right.
And it's not just about the final 4 minutes. It's
No.
about the entirety of the game.
I mean, you're right. How many times do we say, the Pistons went 16 of 26 from the line tonight? They make 5 more, they win the game.
Yeah. Can you imagine watching a game in the first 30 seconds? Oh, there's a foul while somebody was shooting. I'd just give him 2 points. That's ludicrous.
It is crazy. I mean, I'm trying to figure out.
And I don't need it. I
What
don't
he's
think it
thinking,
needs to
why?
fit into a 2-hour window.
No.
Like, we know that the NFL games, they try and fit into that 3.5-hour window.
Right.
But and whether it's, and maybe it's on Christmas Day where you're trying to fit more games in and you want to have a noon start, a 2 o'clock start, a 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock. You want to be able to maximize the TV windows.
Yeah.
I understand that, but
I mean, they already got 5 games on Christmas Day, though. That's enough.
It's
This is
plenty.
absurd.
Yeah.
I think the NBA has time down better than virtually any sport. It is.
Hockey
hours.
has really moved lately.
Yeah, but they took a while to get there.
Yes, exactly.
Okay? And college basketball too. I think 2 hours is good for college hoops,
Right.
and 2.5 is good for NBA. You get your once in a while long games, but for the most part, why fix something that's not broken? Free throws,
right.
You gotta make free throws.
Yes.
I mean, it's part of the game. Hello.
If it were up to me, I'd get rid of all replays, regardless of the sport. Whether it's basketball, football, baseball, I would get rid of replays. I think that's what ruins the momentum of games. I understand you want to get the calls right, all of that stuff, but for me, it ruins the flow of the game. It ruins the flow of me watching the game because, and here's the thing, we only get a chance to see the TV coverage. Now, I know, was it the XFL or the USFL has allowed the officials to be mic'd up while they're watching it, or it was the first iteration of
I think that was the
AAF
I think that was
or
the
whatever.
XFL. I think it was the XFL, but whatever. Yeah.
Now, that makes it a little bit more interesting. It's a little more viewer-friendly.
Correct.
But it still slows down the game, especially if you're talking about college basketball and you get to the end of the game and is this a, what was a level 1 or level 2 foul,
right.
and all of the replays. That is what bogs it down, not shooting free throws.
I mean, can you imagine if you took away free throws, all those guys who get high fives after missing a free throw, that would disappear. When did that start, by the way?
Yeah, everybody has to come in and touch the shooter.
Yeah.
Make him feel bad.
After he misses.
But miss or make.
I know.
They do it either one.
I know.
Yeah.
Look, I mean,
just try not to suck this time.
I actually think you're right.
You got this.
You got this. Don't miss it again.
I think
Game's
it's
on the
pretty
line.
good.
Do you think? What age do you drop? Do you got this?
I don't know.
Like the encouraging thing, as a coach.
At any level.
No, I mean, like you're missing what I'm saying. Like, isn't there a point in time like?
I'm not going to walk up to a guy
you
and
just took a flag for a false start, and your teammate comes up to you in the NFL and says, "You got this." Isn't that weird?
No, I'm probably not listening to him at that point.
Right.
I mean, yeah,
You're either pissed at yourself or you're pissed at the referee.
Yeah.
Or you're pissed at your
quarterback
or your running
something,
back
yeah.
because he was probably drunk before the game.
He could have been drunk or high.
Yeah. Exactly. 248-539-9797. Las Vegas, not only hosting the Stanley Cup Finals, but it's also the home of the D. So when you go downtown Vegas, where the odds are always better, you want to stay at an awesome, fun place, and that is the D. Now, when you stay at the D, you also get 2 free stadium swim passes located at the Circa. I was at the Circa a few weeks ago, and it's awesome. Stadium swim is a great experience. Remember, great food at the D as well, with a touch of home with Joe Vicari's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse right there. Or if you want something a little more casual, it's American Coney Island. We'll be back in Vegas coming up in September. Can't wait. The Long Bar is loads of fun. So get a group together. Go online, book your room, best bang for your buck. That's thed.com. The D Las Vegas, always fun place. It's your home for Detroit sports in Las Vegas. 248-539-9797. I got to ask you this, John. We have, we talked a lot about Monty Williams earlier, so I do want to just bring it up again. For those of you who don't know, the Pistons do have a new coach. Nothing official yet, but it's Monty Williams, and he'll be the highest paid coach in NBA history. 6 years, $78.5 million. And James Edwards, who writes for The Athletic, I just read briefly, skimmed it as quickly as possible, the story of what happened. And originally, Monty Williams told not just the Pistons, but told the Bucks he was leaning towards basically chilling out for a year because the Suns still owed him like over $20 million from being fired. And the Pistons were at a point in their coaching search where they really didn't know what to do, or, you know, they didn't like enough all the candidates right now. So Tom Gores allegedly, in this article by James Edwards in the Athletic, said, what if we go back to Monty? So they met, Williams and Gores met at Gores' home on Memorial Day, and then the day after, which would have been Tuesday, they presented him with an offer.
Yeah.
And he wanted a few days to ponder. He pondered, and here we are. So I think it's a good move. Does it guarantee anything? No. Are we sure that he's going to be a great coach for the Pistons? No. But we don't know about a lot of the coaches. I do know that he has a pretty good track record. You know, he was a coach of the year. Now, I know Dwayne Casey was too, but he did go to the NBA Finals. He's coached in two locations. You know, the end in New Orleans didn't go well, but he did a nice job getting them something at the time when he took over. Did a really good job at Phoenix. Now, they kind of did not have a great ending the last two seasons, especially in elimination games. They were kind of embarrassing. But everybody you talk to, from people that I know in the Phoenix organization to others, think that he is a really good fit for this team, really good at developing young players, an even temperament, really good person, good human being, not the most, vivacious person out there as far as, interviews and things like that. They keep things close to the vest. I don't care.
As long as you win games.
As long as you win games. And, I hear people are saying, well, they overpaid. Who are they competing with? It doesn't make a difference. There's no coach's cap, all right? If this doesn't work, Tom Gores loses some money. BFD. I like the fact that he is willing to take a financial risk of hiring Monty Williams.
Yeah.
And it shows that there's commitment there. That's what you want as a fan, for your owner to write the check.
Okay, who are you competing with? It doesn't matter who you're competing with. You're competing with yourself, because if reports are true, you went to him the first time and he said no. And you up your offer, you make it a little bit sweeter. You're competing against yourself. You're competing against getting the guy that you want. And what's that cost? If it's a player, the cost is, well, maybe we can't sign another player,
right,
or maybe we have to pay a luxury tax, all of those different things. For a coach, that's not in place. There's no salary cap. It is simply, now the expectations are set. Mm-hmm. You're the highest paid coach in the NBA.
Right.
We don't expect this year that you're going to go to the NBA Finals. We don't even expect that you're going to be a playoff team, but that you're going to be much improved. And that if that's going from 17 wins to 34 wins, you're going to get Cade Cunningham back. Yeah. All of these other guys are going to have a year of experience. Yeah, I expect there to be major improvement.
Double your wins. That would be baseline for me.
Right. Then your expectations change for year 2 of Monty Williams, year 3 of Monty Williams. And eventually it does become, yes, playoffs and a run in the playoffs and NBA Finals.
248-539-9797. Good morning. Let's go to Kenny in Rochester.
Hi, it's Tony and Jensen. Yeah, I just wanted to make a...
That would be Jansen, by the way. I made that mistake a few years ago, but that's okay.
He's recovered.
Yeah, okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment. I had Jensen say something about shortening the NBA game by eliminating the boot review.
Yeah.
Which I think would be a huge mistake, especially right now that the way the sport is trending. towards all this betting and all that. There's so much investment in this. You want to make sure if people are going to spend millions in betting, it has to be close to accurate, whereby it's beyond reasonable doubt. So my suggestion would be hiring people like the way they usually do them in maybe of a booth in New York or something, people who do the job at the minimum, whereby it takes them maybe less than 30 seconds, review a play, the referees have the play, and the game the game is made even faster. So that's what I was thinking about, that instead of just having it on referees. I don't know what side of the bed the referee is waking up on, or maybe that in some days you have always a few referees who are maybe betting on the game and stuff like that. So that's what I was thinking about that.
Well, Kenny, I hopefully they're not betting on the game, but
That's a good point.
I do understand that, hey, replays are not going away.
No.
That's a me problem. And if there is a way to speed up the process,
Yes.
if there's a way to speed it up and make it more accurate, then, yeah, let's explore those ideas.
Let's go to Livonia. Craig, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Morning, guys. This Monty Williams hire is nothing but a home run. Like you guys mentioned, Gores instantly leaps up the owner rankings of Detroit sports. I mean, I guess Illich is in the high bar to clear, but he went out, got his guy, and for a franchise that a couple weeks ago looked pretty dead after having a 17-win season, second worst season in franchise history, missed out on a top 3 pick. You went out and you got arguably the best guy out there. I mean, yeah, there was Ime Udoka, but he comes with questions with the internal stuff, and it gives me a little bit of hope. It's like, hey, a top NBA guy who was contemplating taking a year off said, you know what, there's enough in this roster that within this 6-year time frame, so you're thinking within 2-3 years, we're going to be, hopefully we're a pretty good team. It's nothing but a great thing. Thanks, guys. Shout out UAW Chapter 183 for giving us the weekend.
All right.
All right, there you go. Yeah.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. It's news time. Here's Heather.
Well, Detroit's monthly unemployment rate has dropped for the third time this year, marking the lowest percentage of jobless Detroiters on record. On Wednesday, Mayor Mike Duggan's office said that the city's unemployment rate for April was 4.2%, which is a decrease from the 5.8% in March. And the previously recorded lowest unemployment rate was 5.4%, and that was in April of 2000. And his office is basically attributing the low unemployment rate in part to the arrival of some new major employers. The Stellantis Jeep plant we've got, GM's retooled Factory Zero, that Amazon distribution center, Ford Motor Company's Mobility Tech Hub that are providing a lot of jobs to a lot of people. So that's great news.
That's great news, yeah.
A man looking to remove an old drunk driving conviction decided to show up to a Michigan State police post in Traverse City completely drunk.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Way to set, you've made changes.
Yeah, exactly. He couldn't wait to celebrate, apparently. Police said that the 54-year-old man went to the post on Tuesday to request fingerprinting for an expungement because he was convicted of operating while impaired about 14 years ago. Well, as he was there and he was talking to this trooper, the trooper could smell alcohol and noticed that there were some other signs of intoxication. So, of course, right then and there, the man was arrested again for operating while intoxicated, and his blood was drawn.
Jeez. So close.
So right, exactly. He
So
was so
close.
close, and yet
Right at the finish line.
So far.
Yeah.
Former PGA Tour winner J.B. Holmes, he tried to fly under the radar recently when he basically illegally entered this high-stakes scramble using a very discreet name, but he was busted when somebody recognized his golf swing.
Whoa.
So apparently he has a very distinctive swing. And he got through day one of this scramble, and his team was in first place, and they were looking to win $21,000. But during day two, he was caught, busted on hole number 3 by the club owner, recognized this backswing, found out who he was, and his whole team was disqualified from winning
No
the money.
pros were allowed?
Well, it wasn't. This is what one of the club members that was also playing said. They didn't technically break any rules for having a pro play. It's the fact that they tried to do it without letting anybody know, I guess, was more of
And he used he goes by J.B. Holmes,
he
but
used his full name.
Jonathan Bradley. But he didn't say Holmes. He just went as Jonathan Bradley.
So he wasn't like identifying himself as himself,
He tried
right?
to scam.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that was more the issue than actually having a pro play, was more of the way he went about doing it. So there's a 25-year-old guy in North Carolina that decided to rob a store this week with one of those plastic duck hunt guns. Except he painted it black so that it looked a little bit more realistic.
Yes.
You know, it wasn't orange and gray.
Right.
And it actually worked. His robbery was successful. He got away with $300, but the clerk, of course, called the cops, and as he was walking away down the street, they did arrest him. Now, he is 25 years old, so maybe he's never actually played duck hunt, and he might not realize that somewhere far away there's a little cartoon dog giggling at him. You know, he might not have.
Yes, there you go. Yes.
May never have played before. Just found this gun lying around in his parents' basement and thought,
let's paint
cool.
it. Let's go.
Let's paint it. Over the weekend, there was this big cheese rolling race.
Oh, I saw the highlights
in England.
of this.
Yeah, okay. And this woman won, except that she was completely knocked unconscious. And basically, as her cheese is rolling across the finish line, she was doing the exact same.
Yeah.
And she had no idea that she won until she woke up in this medical tent. And they told her, you just won. And she had no idea. All she remembers is that she was running and then she hit her head. She doesn't remember anything else. And these cheese races are down like a very
it's a vertical
steep
drop. Yeah.
mountain. It's not like down a little hill. It is down this.
And it's with so many other people doing it.
There
They
was like
lose control of
300 people. She could have been trampled.
Yeah. There's a lot of
Steamrolled by
possibilities.
cheese?
Yeah.
Wow.
She's lucky she survived.
I know.
Summertime is here, obviously, and we got to stay hydrated. And this maybe correlates with our last topic we were talking about. But water technically isn't the best drink for you to have to stay hydrated. Want to guess what is the best drink?
Well, I
Better
know.
not be breast milk.
It's cow's milk.
It's actually milk. Now, they don't specify cow's milk, boys. So perhaps it could be breast milk. But anyway, they say both skim and whole milk can be more hydrating than water. And it's basically because of how our bodies retain the milk compared to water. When you drink a lot of water, what are we doing? We're peeing a lot, right? But when we drink more milk, we're holding on to these nutrients like the fat, the lactose, the sodium, and we're retaining it in our bodies longer.
Yeah, some people retain it different places.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather.
Yep.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. By the way, Heather mentioned in her news about this J.B. Holmes story.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Rocket Mortgage Classic just announced 3 more competitors for the tournament. No, it's not J.B. Holmes. But Max Homa, who's currently the 6th ranked player in the world. Tom Kim, who is ranked number 21. He was at the Rocket Mortgage last year. And Kevin Kistner, who people know as well. So they added that to, Tony Finau, who's the defending champ. Colin Morikawa is going to be there, Ricky Fowler, and they'll get a few more. So hopefully the field will just get better and better. It'll be a lot of fun at the Rocket Mortgage Classic. I believe it starts July the 1st. It's actually, June 26th through July 2nd.
Yeah.
It starts. Mm-hmm. Anyway. All right. John, we have college football. We're about, 95 days away from the first game.
Yes.
And we got our schedules out for some of the games, and if you're a Michigan State fan, you already knew that you were opening up the season on a Friday night against Central Michigan. You knew you were closing the season on a Friday evening at Ford Field against Penn State. But you found out, if you're a Michigan State fan, that your big non-conference game is a 5 o'clock game against Washington on Peacock.
Exclusively on Peacock.
Right.
And if you're like the 5 o'clock start in and of itself, I'm not a big fan of, because if you want to have maximum exposure. Mm-hmm. And most college football fans are pre-programmed noon, 3:30, and 7:30 or 8 o'clock. 5 o'clock is a very odd time to start a game. If you also want to have maximum exposure and you have put yourself out there to play against a legitimate Power 5 opponent, you would like more eyeballs on that game, a chance to show off your program. And this is both for the Huskies and for the Spartans. You're going up against a preseason Heisman contender in Michael Penix Jr. Now, you've seen him before in the Big Ten. He was at Indiana, but this is his second year.
And unfortunately, Spartans got to watch him on television destroy them last year.
Right. But now it's going to be exclusively on Peacock, and there will be some, Spartan fans. And Michigan's first game against East Carolina. Now, it's not that big of a deal because the game it doesn't have the same weight as Michigan State Washington.
No.
But if you're a fan of either program, you're going to have to subscribe to the streaming service, the streaming service, Peacock, if you want to see that game, unless you're going to the stadium or you're going to listen on the radio. Now, I would be a big proponent of listening on the radio. But if you're not, and you want to watch it in the comfort of your own home, you're going to have to subscribe. And I think that is the NFL. We said when it happened about the NFL playoffs, a wild card game that will be streamed on Peacock, not huge fans of it, but it wasn't that concerning because the two markets of the franchises will also be showing it on the local NBC affiliates.
Correct.
This is not going to be shown on a local NBC affiliate.
I mean, this isn't the same, but you remember, and unfortunately it ended up being a historic game, when the Big Ten Network started. A lot of people didn't get it. It wasn't on a lot of people's basic cable from the beginning, and the first game on there was the App State game.
Yeah.
So, people got to understand and to live with that. I think eventually people will live with this. It's going to take a few years before people figure it out and decide whether they're going to pay for it or not.
Well, and here's the thing is, okay, so for college football, it's Peacock. For the NFL playoffs, it's Peacock. But Thursday Night Football, it's Amazon. For others, for CBS, it's going to be Paramount Plus. Like, at what point does it become too much, or does it not? Are you okay with this? Because a lot of people can stream their home service on their phones, but this does kind of streamline the process if you're going to be away, if you're traveling, if you're in an airport, if you're in a car and you're a passenger and you want to stream on the Peacock app or the Paramount Plus app or Amazon, you've got easy access to it.
Yeah, but you have to pay for it.
But you're going to have to pay for it.
Right.
And I think this is just the tip of the iceberg.
And the other thing that came out yesterday in some of the schedules is that Michigan will be having a night game, their third game of the season, against the Bowling Green Falcons.
Yes. At 7:30 at night.
Yeah, well, that's why I said a night game. Right?
Prime time.
Yes. Now, you don't like night
Nothing
games to begin
screams
with.
prime time like a matchup with Bowling Green.
Well, look, there's precedent set there. I mean, I remember they played
Hawaii
there.
There was who was the
blew out Washington
Mountain
one
State a couple years ago. Shea Patterson was the quarterback.
Was that Middle Tennessee State game? Yeah, they opened with that was a night game. So it's nothing unusual.
No,
and I
it's just if you're going to wait around all day, you would like to be waiting around for something that's a little more compelling than Bowling Green, Michigan.
Well, you know what? If you're going to be a great program, an historic program, a program that has aspirations for national championship this year, and part of the Big Ten, well, the Big Ten Network, wants to expose you every once in a while. And
yeah, they want the exposure. They want people tuning into their network. I get that.
Yes, so they get Bowling Green. To me, it's not that big of a deal.
I would much rather have a non-conference game that's a little more compelling.
Well, that's a whole different argument.
Right, I agree.
But I'm talking about the teams that they're playing. Like next year when they play Texas. I assume that'll be a night game.
It would be nice to see that one as a night game, sure.
Yeah.
But this is just one of those where I understand they're going to have, Big Ten Network does want to, have viewers. They want to have Michigan on. They want to have Ohio State on. They want to have Penn State on, Michigan State. Everybody's going to, play their turn. It's just.
It's Bowling Green.
It's Bowling Green.
You'd rather it be the following week when it's against Rutgers, right? Or no?
No. I would rather, if I'm going to wait around all day, I'd rather it be, even Nebraska. At least there's some interest. Oh, okay, a home game?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Who do we play at home this year?
Purdue?
It's
Indiana?
Indiana would be better than Bowling Green.
I understand that, but
we could watch Tom Allen.
Primetime Allen.
Primetime Allen. He would love that. Boy, he'd be all for it. Gosh, I don't have the home schedule in front of me to remember exactly who else is at home this year. Because I know Michigan State's on the road.
Right. Well, they have Ohio State at home, and we know that's not.
That's a noon. That one's already been talked about as a noon one.
I believe
Penn State on the road is noon, which is nice.
Yeah. So you got Rutgers, what we talked about. That's a noon game.
Yeah.
And you got Purdue. We mentioned Indiana. There's your four. That's it.
Yeah.
You got four Big Ten games at home, right?
Yeah.
And you got the 3 non-conference. You got 7 home games out of the 12.
Yeah. So I guess I get out of the rest of the home games, it would be Indiana
or Purdue.
And obviously the looking at Purdue and they're going to have a new coach. Yeah. It's the same thing with Nebraska. I know Nebraska's on the road, but with Matt Rule, like what are they going to be? And I'd rather have just a more compelling game at night.
All right. Our telephone number 248-539-9797. We'll get you set for Carson Anderson coming up next. Gator tries to do the 2 Grand Slam.
Oh, it was a tough one.
Yes.
Hey, Ideal U helps you lose weight, and it helps you lose weight fast. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days using real whole foods. That means 40 pounds lighter by the 4th of July. And before, I know you're going to be in your bathing suit before that, but if you want to look better throughout the summer, you got to give Ideal U a call. Sign up now. You're going to get $200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card. It's your choice. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal U is different than other weight loss programs. It works and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days, and I lost 60 pounds overall. And the best part about it is I've been able to keep that weight off. And here's why it works. You're not going to have shakes, bars, prepackaged foods. You're going to eat real whole food. They're going to teach you what to eat and drink. And when you go to the grocery store, where to keep your grocery cart pointed so that you get the food that's going to help you lose weight. You're in constant contact with a weight loss coach on a daily basis. And once you've reached your goal, they're going to teach you how to keep it off. That's probably the biggest challenge. Ideal U is going to help you lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. Sign up now and get $200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us.
All right, we have some ticket text discussion on the Big Ten Network and the streaming Peacock, the exclusive broadcast of Michigan State, Washington on Peacock, and Michigan against East Carolina. Now they are going to charge you to watch from home. I will listen on the radio until they start charging for that. The value equation is just not worth it to me. Exclusive streaming of a college football game is the beginning of the end. Sports in general have gotten so expensive, families can no longer go to games. Peacock Network is only for a game. Is BS already paying for Big Ten Network? Love all the BS with these streaming platform deals. More radio, more ticket. Mainstream broadcasters are awful, unlike our locals. Support radio. That's Noah on a landfill.
Thanks, Noah. We support that feeling as well.
Yes. As far as the Pistons coaching deal, I love the fact that we have another credible coach with a good track record. I'm curious to see what impact that has beyond coaching, if any. Will this entice veteran free agents to come to Detroit? And thank you for actually bringing up the Athletic article. People are acting like we begged him to coach us. Monty actually had interest in the Pistons, but wasn't sure he was even going to coach. Gores and company did what winning franchises do. Go get the best at any cost. Literally. This is the first time I thought Gores made a big boy move and put his money where his mouth is. That's from Ryan and Waterford. Well, he hasn't. He's done that before. I mean, the whole Stan Van Gundy thing, obviously it didn't work, but he was a pretty big name. It was stupid to give the one guy control of everything.
Right.
And Dwayne Casey was a big name, too, to a certain extent. I mean, he did,
He was coming off a Coach of the Year, yeah.
Yes, so he's done that before. Now, for those watching on YouTube Live or on Twitch, I am wearing shorts to commemorate the beginning of the NBA Finals. Mm-hmm. The Denver Nuggets making their first ever NBA Finals appearance. The last time they were in a championship situation was the last year of the old ABA, which was the 1975-76 season. Larry Brown coached that team, and the Nuggets lost to Dr. J and the New York Nets in 6 games. Now, I once went to a memorabilia show when I was in college, and I couldn't afford a lot of the really cool stuff they had, like warm-ups and things like that. But me and a friend bought each a pair of game-used shorts by teams that were from the defunct ABA that both went to the NBA. I had these that I put on Twitter. We'll get some responses. They were worn by a guy who used to play for the Pistons, actually, Gus Gerard. Mm-hmm. These are for the last year, and it has the 76 Centennial Colorado patch on it because it's the 100th year anniversary.
So you got a dude shorts.
Yes, I'm wearing a dude shorts, exactly. I don't wear them very often, like maybe once a year, if that. But I thought
you do pull them out and wear them, though. I mean, obviously you're today because of the Nuggets being
right.
in the
That's
in
like
the
they're
finals.
like once I'm like if I have friends come in from visit from college, I'll
you
on
put your shorty shorts on
to rewrite. Yes, because I used to wear them in the quad and things like that when I was. So anyway, and a friend of mine got a San Antonio Spurs shorts that were worn by the great Louis Dampier, I believe. Anyway, so we put the picture on Twitter of me wearing these shorts, and there's some very interesting responses.
Yes.
Weezy says we'll be coming off the bench for tonight's game. Jeff says those are true Nugget shorts. Topple29 says, I'll take things I did not need to see for 1,000, Alex. Nice nut huggers, Stoney. Let's see. Stoney wearing someone else's used shorts shouldn't surprise anyone.
Used shorts.
Yes. And Gordon says, love the short shorts. Followed the ABA St. Louis Spirits, and Gus Gerard was part of an all-rookie front line with Marvin Barnes and Maurice Lucas. They upset the Nets in 5 games in the playoff after losing all 10 of them in the regular season the year before that. So kind of interesting. They're actually pretty nice, actually. They're kind of cool.
They are cool. Yeah. I mean, I like their colors a little bit more at that point than they are now. But it's a little slice of history that you're wearing, and those shorts are the exact same age as me.
Wow.
76.
I want to see you, you need to wear those on vacation, on the beach. Why not?
Yeah.
So this is Mr.
A picture
He'll do things, and then he
of
won't.
you and Cindy standing next to each other.
these belong in my drawer only for special reasons.
They are your drawers.
Yes, my drawers, yes.
To quote Indiana Jones, this belongs in a museum.
Yes. Now, I do also have from the 1977 finals my vending shirt when I vended at the Spectrum during the 77 finals and a few performances of the Ringling Brothers Circus.
Does that fit as well as the shorts?
I don't know. I have to put that on. I think that's a little tighter.
Okay.
The little zip, and it's got the little pouches for the change. It's the red, white, and blue, red and white stripes. It says the company was Ariserve back in the day.
So do you have 75 Flyer hockey pants, hockey shorts?
No. I've
50-50 that you did own them. That's
no.
my word.
I actually have nothing, clothing-wise from those days, really, from the Flyers. I had a Bobby Clark jersey I wore for street hockey, but I don't have that anymore, unfortunately. But other than that, no.
How'd you lose that?
Oh, I think it got ripped and finally
just said, no,
I threw it away.
I'm not going to repair this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there was no need.
It's a classic.
Yeah.
Like your shorts.
Yeah, but the shorts at least have remained somewhat whole. I think there's a cigarette hole somewhere on these shorts, if I remember correctly.
So you were clubbing with them at one point.
No.
Studio 54 in those?
No.
Where's that white stuff?
Exactly. Have they been laundered?
Yeah, David Thompson had those. He took the white stuff. Yeah. Now,
does your partner, your friend that had the other pair, the San Antonio Spurs, does he still have them?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think they were traded somehow, some kind of
some weird swap.
Yeah. I always wanted to do, and I think I've even mentioned this.
Has Cindy ever worn those?
No. I did have an old girlfriend I slept with when wearing a Washington Federals jersey from the USFL days.
Do you still have the jersey?
I don't have that jersey, though. I wish I did. I love the Federals.
Just
the
memories.
Worst football teams.
Just the memories.
Yes, absolutely. Gator, how are you?
Uncomfortable now.
Well, you like these shorts?
Oh, you should have been here
I don't
an hour ago.
Tony.
They're Nuggets.
I'm afraid there might be a jailbreak soon, and I'm just
Denver Nuggets. See, these are actual game-worn shorts.
Yeah, those are
former
Nuggets.
Piston Gus Gerard.
Those are actually really cool. I don't think I'd ever wear them.
Yeah, well,
but they're cool.
Yeah. I
feel weird. Just like I was supposed to look at them.
Would you like to look at my shorts?
Not helping, man.
Look at my tight shorts.
All right,
shirt
How
tucked
wear
into
those back
it.
I know. You look at the old John Stockton shorts.
Bob Lanier wore those shorts.
It's incredible.
How is it possible?
Darryl Dawkins, all these big guys wore these little.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
I just don't get it.
I know.
Today's been a classic.
I know. From breast milk to Nugget shorts.
What's happened there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
just
you need to download the Odyssey app if you haven't already, and listen to our segment. Josh Hart of the New York Knicks tweeted out, asked if anybody's ever tasted their significant other's breast milk, and Stephen A. Smith went off on it, and it was pretty funny. And a lot of most of our listeners have.
I was going to say, if you have kids, I would imagine you. Except
I have
these
5
two guys
kids
sitting right
and no.
here
No.
that are no.
We
I
said
mean,
no,
yours
well,
would probably
we
be no
hadn't.
because you don't have kids.
Yeah,
Right.
we haven't. I didn't have the opportunity. We had the
You
opportunity.
did. You said she was pumping.
Yes.
You could have easily tried it.
Yeah, you
And
could
then
have taken
of
a full
all the
glass.
people here, I'm surprised you haven't.
Whatever. Okay. All right. Let's time for the 2 Grand Slam, Gator. The contestant today got 3 right, so I'm
great.
confident you'll do better. Here we go.
Now that you're in the right mindset.
The NBA Finals begin in this city tonight.
Denver?
The Stanley Cup Finals begin in this city on Saturday night.
Ooh, Vegas.
What is the state capital of Nevada?
Carson City?
This team is currently in first place in the American League East.
Tampa Bay?
This band had the 1990 hit "Ben Caught Stealing."
Jane's Addiction?
Who is the defensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions?
Aaron Glenn?
What is the first name of Heather Park's husband?
Colin?
This Lizzo song has the lyrics, "Turn up the music, let's celebrate."
Baby, I'm all right.
The Stanley Cup Finals will air on this cable television network.
Is it TNT?
Matthew Tkachuk played for this team in the 2021-22 season last year.
Florida. I think I
Nope.
Yeah. Did you mean
You're right. It wasn't last year. 2021-22 season.
Calgary?
Yes, Calgary is
Yes,
correct.
yes,
You got
take two.
8. You got 8 correct. The Lizzo song is "About Damn Time."
You were close.
You kind of said it in like the right sing-song way.
As soon as he said Lizzo, I'm like, I got no clue.
No.
Did you see Lizzo wearing these shorts?
Oh, Stoney. What was the other one I missed?
You missed.
Stoney.
You missed the
Same
flame.
thing. Doug always says.
Well, you eventually
Stoney,
got the flames.
Don't ever change.
It's a 9 out of 10.
Doug has
we may have
kids.
to replace some of their show on our show.
Doug has kids.
Ask Doug the question.
Yeah, Doug has kids.
This is a great question.
Yeah.
Have you ever tasted your wife's breast milk? That's what we said. Josh Hart
Wow.
tweeted out
I'm kind of surprised.
I would figure
asking
maybe,
the same question. Josh Hart of the New York Knicks.
maybe by
He is a health
accident.
nut.
And we got tons of calls and listeners. One guy
Yeah,
even
I'm
called himself.
Doug, I'm with you.
Even one guy called himself the what do you call it? The
breast milk
milk
vampire.
milk vampire.
Uh-huh.
And some guys they said they tasted their
Different shot. Friends.
friends. that
Friends'
did
wives'
What?
breast milk.
Yeah,
No.
'cause you're definitely going to have to replace
Look, I
some of
understand right
this.
from the tap, but I'm not. I mean, we're talking about like freshly,
From like a
like
little
freshly pumped,
cup.
and like, oh,
Yeah.
here's a little for your coffee. I mean,
No, just to try it, just to see what it tastes like.
I probably would.
Most people said it tasted like almond milk.
It's very sweet.
Yeah.
Doug, almond milk?
Almond milk's fine, but I'm not drinking somebody else's breast milk.
I mean,
I'm not drinking my wife's breast milk.
Are you gonna wear Stoney's shorts?
Go Nuggets. All right. I'm sure you guys are going to
Just
go
don't show
full
yours.
Monty today. 97 won the ticket.
That morning show got off the rails there a little bit, didn't it?
A little bit.
Yeah. How are you today? Anything exciting going on? The Gator Casa last night?
Not really last night. No, not too much last night. I was leaving the house today, and there was a horrible accident just outside of my subdivision. So I was a little tardy in getting to the building today, which I apologize for. But it looked like a horrific accident involving a couple of cars, and one was flipped over and in the ditch of my subdivision. And I hope everybody's okay.
That's not good.
No, it's not okay. But Stony shorts.
Yeah, the ABA Denver Nuggets shorts. You and I have discussed that really one of the most underrated names in sports is Nuggets.
It's the Nuggets.
It's just such a great word. It's an underrated word, the word nugget. And they are the Nuggets. They are the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
I'm guessing there's a generation of people that believe that they're named after a McDonald's order.
I hope not. Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you don't see a lot of people mining for gold.
Well, you do every Friday night on Discovery. Gold Rush.
You do.
Oh, I'm not the only one. This show's
probably
been around
not.
for
It's
about
been
10
around
years,
for a minute, hasn't it?
Yeah. But no, I understand what you're saying. It's not like you typically see people get a pickaxe and
Yep, I'm out there mining for gold.
and panning for fine gold or nuggets.
Isn't that the next step, guys? We talk about advertisement on jerseys. I mean, just straight up name them the McNuggets.
There you go.
McDonald's
Just put an MC in front of it?
McDonald's just steps up and goes, you know what? We'll pay.
That'd be smart.
Yep. It would make some sense.
Yeah, or sweet and sour sauce.
Oh yeah,
That's sweet and sour sauce.
Barbecue sauce.
Barbecue sauce.
Well, my wife loves the hot mustard.
Hot mustard's the
Yeah.
best.
Yeah,
I mean, hot mustard is just the best. But
They got their sauces down, man. McDonald's has good sauces.
so anyway.
I guess we're done with it.
Oh, do you want to keep going?
No,
go for it.
No.
McDonald's sauce draft.
I'm tapped out. You go for it.
Sauce draft.
They've added more recently. Now you can get the Big Mac sauce on the app.
You know what else is good? The ketchup packets. It's good ketchup.
Oh, they got good ketchup.
Yeah, and it stays in with the fries, and it gets kind of warm too.
I made a chicken breakfast wrap. I'm sorry, it wasn't a chicken breakfast. It was turkey bacon breakfast wrap the other day. Let me tell you. Yeah, so I had tortillas, one piece of turkey bacon, eggs. I had an egg per wrap. I had a little bit of shredded cheese.
There you go.
Shredded cheddar.
Yep.
And avocado. I sliced up some avocado.
You don't need too much more.
And the last thing,
A little salsa.
Chick-fil-A sauce.
Oh, Chick-fil-A sauce.
I had some leftover Chick-fil-A packets in the fridge, and I'm like, ooh. And so I used the Chick-fil-A packets, and I'm like, yes.
Okay.
And the
All right.
kids were way into it.
I could see that.
Yep. So
That sounds good, Dad.
Yep. It was pretty good. Pretty darn good.
Yeah, but the news when I didn't hear the news of the Pistons until last night watching Sports with Dan Miller. It's not because I didn't pay attention to Twitter or anything like that last night. So as soon as I saw that, I was like, "What? How much?" And there were varying reports on what the money total was, and I'm going to guess that some fans are going to be upset about how much money they spent, and that you're only going to get the only reason they got him is because they overpaid for Monty Williams. Is the average response, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, there's no salary cap for coaches. The way you can care is if it means ticket prices go up.
Right.
They have the highest paid coach in the NBA now. More than Pop, more than Spo, more than Kerr. Pop, Spo, Kerr, and Mont. If you're going to go single syllable.
Just go Mont. Well,
yeah. Look, Monty Williams is the number one guy that they, when he got fired, we were on the air the next day saying it was 2.5 weeks ago he got fired. We were on the air to call him, get him.
And they did right away.
And when they were planning the whole thing around come coach Victor Wembanyama. They were planning that whole thing. And then when they lost out, they went back anyway, and he said no. And they circled back. And they got their guy, and I love it. I love it for a variety of reasons. I think, first of all, I think it's an A hire.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go a little bit of A minus for if I go an overall grade, I'll probably go A minus because of what they had to pay, but I don't really care that much about that. The knock on Monty Williams is that he doesn't necessarily prepare his team for the playoffs. I mean, there's a few things, but that was one of them is, the regular season can be used to get a team ready for the playoffs, and that maybe he doesn't do that enough, and that led to the downfall in Phoenix. But there's a lot to love about this order.
Well, I understand your hesitancy to give the full A there because of the amount that they paid him, but to me that doesn't even come into factor. It should, and it shouldn't. It's can he coach? Yeah, he can coach. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's the best coach. I don't know if he's the best coach. He seems like he may have been the best coach available. I'm still surprised that Budenholzer didn't get really a look from the Pistons.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a 2-time NBA Coach of the Year. It's a guy who took over a team that won 19 games, took him to win 34 games, and then took him to great heights, right? And had to work with a young star in Devin Booker. I don't know if you know this. He was drafted after the Pistons pick one year. So
they should have taken him.
Yeah, so it's not like this was
Let's
a
do a whole
no-brainer.
topic.
He wasn't a no-brainer, gotta have him guy. I mean, he wasn't drafted at the top of the draft. So he got somebody who was taken a little bit later in the draft. Turns out he's a superstar and really turned Phoenix into something. Pistons have a lot of young talent here to work with, whether it's Jalen Duren, Jaden Ivey, or, of course, Cade Cunningham. That's got to be a lot to entice him. And in reading the article in The Athletic, they basically said that there were sources that told him that the Pistons were one team and plus another team that he was interested in coaching, but he was more ready to sit out the whole year than to get back right into the coaching. But of course, they made the offer too sweet to turn down. I guess on Sunday they flew him out on Monday and had a deal done. Basically, they sent they sent numbers back and forth and agreed on it yesterday. So I love how it turned out. It was kind of quick, and I was wondering why it was taking so long here. Well, they waited for the right guy because the 3 guys they were interviewing.
Wait. It was kind of quick, and you wondered why it was taking so long.
We were wondering why. Well, because it took forever. They had these 3 names, and nothing was going on, right?
Yeah.
For weeks, they had these 3 names. Like, okay, nothing's going on. And then, boom, boom, a couple guys get fired, and everybody's like, well, go interview them. And they did. And it wasn't long that we found out that there was an offer made. Like a week later, there was an offer made, but they didn't accept the offer. And then a week after that, oh, wait a minute, they went back and got him. And I was worried that this thing was going to drag out some more, and it did not drag out. It was actually from the time that they, met with him, it was done. I like it.
Well,
I think it seems like it's a really good hire.
There's a lot to love about it. If you don't love the Monty Williams hire, okay, I think we can come up with some reasons why you should, and we will get to that today at 10:18. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. What do you think? Evan thinks I'm growing my hair back, and I'm not.
Oh, you growing the bangs out, Doug?
That's what Evan said. I think he got a new
I got a new
bang.
bang. I'm like, I don't have any new bangs. First of all, it's been about a week since I buzzed it, and there's nothing new coming in.
You have like at the top front there. It seems like there's just a little bit of growth that's there.
Yeah, there's a splotch. I've got a mid forehead splotch.
I think you should just
It's
grow
a
that
good
out.
look, man. It's a really good. The women,
just grow that out like a unicorn.
So I will
Spike it up.
say it's funny because I don't know. I don't even remember when I first did this. Buzzed it down. Took the guard off. Just took the guard off and buzzed it. And since I've done that, it feels great. It feels great, and it looks better than any sort of hanging on thing that guys try and pull off.
Do you do that with a face too? Shave with the guard off or no?
No, I don't. I have a regular.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
you use
I
that. You
use
don't
a-
use an electric razor
use
for
a
the face.
manual,
Not for the face.
old school. Actually, I use an axe, and I just sharpen it.
Yeah, sure. I understand.
Right after you kill your food, right, Doug?
Yeah,
You're that-
sometimes there's blood on the axe.
Yeah, Doug's got-
I got bits of game on the axe.
He's got to out wrestle that bear for the salmon.
Yeah. If you see Doug and a bear in a fight, pray for the bear.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is. It is. Yeah.
You know what's
Hey.
great watching that is that Doug gives the bear a chance by not using his hands. It's just Doug's all teeth.
If necessary. So, yeah, if you want to see it, go to twitch.tv. The hair looks the same, doesn't it?
I think it looks the same. But I wouldn't mind if you changed it up and let it grow out for, a couple months and then shave it back, but keep the spike.
Keep the spike?
Yeah, right in the middle.
I don't know that the spike would really grow. And you can't, I'm looking on Twitch. I can feel it, but you can't really see it. But anyway, you check it out. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Also streaming on YouTube, search up 971 The Ticket. And you can listen with the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today and stream to our website, 971 The Ticket. All right, so Monty Williams has been the number one coveted guy since he got fired. What are they getting? Well, first, they had to make a lucrative offer. Here's the crazy thing about Monty Williams. He agreed to a contract extension with Phoenix after they went to the NBA Finals because he took them to the NBA Finals in year 2 when he was there. He's there for 4 seasons. The second year, he took him to the NBA Finals. So he agreed. He was the owner out there in Phoenix, and he was behaving like a monster, really. I mean, it was just a total jackwagon. And this incarnation of the Suns started when they drafted Devin Booker in 2015, but they stunk with Devin Booker. They won 23 games his rookie year, 24, 21, and 19 games. Those are the 4 seasons preceding Monty Williams. They went through 4 coaches in that time. They had an owner dropping N-bombs and making inappropriate comments to women. And in comes Monty Williams to this environment. A team that had won 19 games. Devin Booker was getting disgruntled. The owner had morale at an all-time low. The building was in need of upgrades, and it was just a mess. And in year 1, he wins 34 games. And in year 2, they get Chris Paul. They get 51 wins. Well, they also got DeAndre Ayton and Mikal Bridges, which were key parts. Then they get Chris Paul in year 2. They win 51 games. They make it to the NBA Finals and lose to Milwaukee. Year 3, they win 64 games with Monty Williams in charge. He wins Coach of the Year. But they get bounced in the playoffs. And then this past season, they had Kevin Durant. They only win 43 games. And they get bounced in the second round of the playoffs. So the good things that happened under Monty Williams, Booker developed into a first-team All-Star in year 1, although he made it as an alternate, but he did make it. Made a first-team All-Star in year 1, then was selected to the All-Star team and wasn't an alternate in year 2. Year 3 he was an All-Star and an All-NBA performer. So Booker's best years have come under Monty Williams. Mikal Bridges turned into a great perimeter defender under Monty Williams. Do they need some people to defend better, Gator?
Yes.
And we mentioned DeAndre Ayton, who's got some flaws in his game for sure, but he clearly helps. The symmetry is kind of second-tier symmetry. Monty Williams spent a year in Oklahoma City when Troy Weaver, the Piston GM, was there. When he left, he took 2 assistant coaches with him to Phoenix, and they joined the Oklahoma City staff. He hired Willie Green, who is now the head coach at New Orleans, but that was a guy that Monty Williams brought in, and now he's got one of his a guy he hired as an assistant. I think he's done a good job of putting a staff together. His right-hand man the whole time in Phoenix is a familiar name, Randy Ayers, who's he was a college coach at Ohio State, but a long-time NBA guy, and I wonder if Randy Ayers is going to come with him. So it's not all great, right? What went wrong? I mentioned earlier that the criticism on Monty Williams is he didn't get his team prepared enough for the playoffs in the regular season. His sub patterns were brought into question, and it was one of those, his message was falling on deaf ears. Like, he'd been around, it didn't feel like he was resonating in that locker room. But here is why I think you should love this hire. Is Cade Cunningham his Devin Booker? Is Jaden Ivey his Mikal Bridges? And is Jalen Duren his DeAndre Ayton?
I mean, it could very well be.
That's what I think really meshes well, where he took that base and turned them into a great team. Now, the players are a big part of it. Obviously, players are a bigger part of it. How good can these guys be? But the formula looks really similar for a guy that 2 years later, after a 19-win season, took a team to the NBA Finals.
I'm excited about, and I have been excited for over a year now, about how much young talent the Pistons have accrued in the past couple of drafts, past 3 drafts or so. And they need somebody that has the voice that people listen to. I don't know if they listened to Dwayne Casey, but they sure didn't play defense last year. They also dealt with a bunch of injuries that kept this team from winning, and then load management certainly kept the team from winning more games. None of it mattered because they end up with the 5th pick overall instead of something in the top 3. That's no crying over spilt milk. Let's move forward and see what they have here. What they still have is a bunch of young talent, the number 5 pick in the draft, and Bojan Bogdanovic. So what do they do? That, to me, it's about what's next. I'm excited because I think they have the right coach here. But what's next from an organization standpoint? Well, he's going to get together with Troy Weaver. They're going to discuss what's going on with this Piston team. And do you package together 5 and Bojan and find a good young player? Or do you hang on to both and try to build around it? What's going to happen with Wiseman? What's going to happen all over the place with this team? I'm excited to see what the next steps are because I think they've got credible people in charge here.
Well, I like the hire a lot. I do think that this team has similar pieces to what he had to work with in Phoenix, and I think he'll own the room. I think he'll command respect in the room, and I give this an A-. The only minus part is, like I said, some of the criticisms. I'll worry about the fact that he can't get his team, that he spends too much time in the regular season getting ready for the play. I'll worry about that when that becomes an issue. But even when he was like at the end of his time in Phoenix, after his closing press conference, talked a little bit about making changes in that regard. This is before he got fired. Changes in that regard. So we'll see what he's learned and see if he's a better coach for it.
I wonder what Devin Booker will have to say about his coach on the way out and starting with the Pistons. And is it going to be nothing but positive, like, oh, those guys are going to love him, he's a great coach, he took me to different levels, or is it going to be, I don't know, I'm not going to say anything. We're ready to move on and find our next guy.
Right. Well, I tell you, probably through this entire thing, one of the funniest rumors I heard that Dwayne Casey may be a candidate in Phoenix. He's not, but wouldn't.
Not.
Weird trade.
That would be strange.
All right, let's get to the people's reaction. Monty Williams is going to be the Pistons' next head coach. 248-539-9797. Kang, I want your 2 cents. And if you don't love it now, we did our best. You can tell us why. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Hire, Scott Anderson, 97-1 a ticket. I give the hire an A-. Gator, you give the hire of Monty Williams.
I give it an A. I don't know what could have been better.
Reason, right? I mean, it's not. He got fired for a reason. That's the only. Only knock.
And it was one of the reasons just simply, hey, new ownership, and Matt Ishbia wants to hire his own guy.
At first I thought so, but after doing a little bit more, I don't think that's completely it. But it could be. I mean, it could be.
I mean, it's not like they had the whole season with Kevin Durant. No. They had some injuries to deal with, and obviously things didn't work out for them in the playoffs. But to me, that's a quick trigger to have to get rid of the coach who took you to the NBA Finals just a few years ago, and had this. He's only spent 4 years there. In year 2, he was in the finals.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's a quick trigger to pull. So maybe you pull it because there are other things that went on behind the scenes. It wasn't a good fit. I don't know. Right now, I don't care. What I saw were the results. To go from 19 to 34 to NBA Finals is it's a pretty good thing, and he wasn't there for the 19. He took over the 19-win team.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Julian in St. Clair Shores, you're on 97-1 a ticket. Hi, Julian.
Hey, boys. Good morning.
What's up?
What's going on? So, first off, I want to say I give the trade to the coach about an A. I love the hire. What I'll say is my head goes straight to Devin Booker. Now, I've been a Devin Booker fan ever since he went into the league, and he reps Detroit everywhere. I want to know what your thoughts are within the next 2 years. I don't know what it would take. My thoughts are instantly to possibly getting rid of a trade for Ivy and Bogdanovich and maybe a first, and making our team Cade, Devin Booker, and Duren as our big three for years to come. I love it.
So, look, I love that you have a player that you love and you're trying to figure out how to get him. He's a free agent after next season. Now, does he ever get to that? Do you want to give something up, or do you want to just ride it out and hope to sign him in a couple of years? I mean, it might be redundancy in terms of position, and
the only reason I bring it up is because of obviously the connection with Monty Williams, and then the fact that Devin Booker, obviously from the state of Michigan, reps Detroit everywhere. Mm-hmm. It just seems like a perfect fit for him now, even though he's already shown that he has a possibility of maybe wanting to play here. I see a path of Duren, Cade, and Booker being absolutely disgusting for years to come. So it's just been in the back of my head for the last day or two now. So
he'll be a good age. He'll be 27, and it's a good time to get on board with a guy. I'm open to it. I'm not quite as committed to acquiring Devin Booker as you, but if Monty Williams has an in and Devin Booker wants to play for him, maybe Detroit has an in. Look, within the next year or two, we'll find out if Cade truly is a player that others want to play with. It felt like that early. Then he completely fell off the map with the injury, and now he has a chance to maybe reprove himself.
Well, that's kind of the wild card in this whole thing is we don't know what the Piston team looks like with a healthy Cade Cunningham. I mean, it could look light years different. To have a true floor general out there, he's absolutely the leader of the team, and to have him directing traffic and all that, maybe it's a monster difference, and we just couldn't realize it last year because of the injury.
248-539-9797. Eddie, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Eddie.
Hey, what's happening, fellas? Good morning. What's going on?
Hey, Eddie.
A lot.
So, listen, I love the hire. I agree with Gator. I think it's an A hire. Love it. I love that they're spending the money. It looks like the owner is committed to winning. You're opening up the checkbook. It's great. All of that stuff, outstanding. There's one thing, though, that I'm a little worried about, and I might be nitpicking here, but just check this out. I know that Williams butted heads with Ayton.
With Ayton.
The center.
Right, okay. You were breaking up. You said he knew he butted heads with DeAndre Ayton.
And, I don't know if you guys think it's a big deal or not. Again, maybe I'm nitpicking, but to me, it's kind of like, you know what, Holmes? You need to shut your pie hole. You need to know your role. I'm the alpha here. You know what I mean? Am I nitpicking, or you guys
I don't
agree?
know who you're talking. Are you talking as DeAndre Ayton, or are you talking as Monty Williams?
Monty Williams.
Okay, gotcha. So I don't know as much about that. I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel, but you've got to win the room. You've got to get guys to buy into your message, and it's a tough thing to do with a locker room full of NBA stars.
Well, wasn't that one of the knocks on Ayton when there was all the talk that should the Pistons sign DeAndre Ayton? Wasn't one of the knocks on him that it was difficult?
Yeah.
So
248-539-9797. D in Detroit. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, D.
Woo, DK Gator, what's good, homie? Listen here, bro. You talk about excited. This organization was on the brink of death. And I mean that, bro. These last 10 years has been hell for me and all them real Piston fans out there. All this morning, I've been hearing people call in, loving this signing, not this signing, loving this hiring. It's a breath of fresh air, fellas. Not only do we got an established coach, a young established coach that's going to come in, going to demand defense, going to demand ball movement, going to demand just making the right plays, something Dwayne Casey didn't do, bro. So anybody call in with anything negative to say about this hiring, tell them to blow it out their ass.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Hey, fellas,
hello.
I am frustrated. You guys, I've been calling. You guys have been hearing my frustration.
Oh, yeah.
And the day is today. I can put on a Piston jersey again today, bro, and feel damn good about it. Because I'm telling you, he going to bring some free agents up in here, bro. And hopefully we can turn this thing around and feel LCA up again like we did at Palace, man. I'm feeling damn good.
You know, it's funny. I saw some highlights from the Palace last night. I'm like, God, those were such good times. And LCA has, buildings become special when teams start winning in them. A building starts to get a soul.
Right.
The Palace
happened right away.
Had a soul from day one. The Joe wasn't a great building,
no, but
it had a soul.
Yeah.
And LCA right now is just a building. And so we really would be great to get that place a soul.
It would be awesome. And I think they've got talent to certainly build around and to start putting the foundation in for that soul. That would be nice, but ultimately it doesn't happen until you make playoff runs. But it is exciting what they've done. And I mean, you heard it in Dee's voice. I think you'll hear it in a lot of people's voices today. And I think Tom Gores has won over some people. And at the very least, I think he has made people stop and pivot and look over and go, what just happened? I'm sorry, you paid what?
That's a whole nother topic, too, that I want to, as we peel the onion here, is Gore's commitment to get the guy. Here's some feedback. Love the hire. Should have never been fired in Phoenix, but that MSU bum came in wielding a big stick. That's from Ryan in Arizona. Well, we'll see. It's his team, and he's got his plan. He can do what he wants.
He's hardly a bum.
Yeah.
A champion and a billionaire, so you got that going for it.
JB says Monty Williams is a great hire, but as long as Killian Hayes is your point guard, Phil Jackson couldn't win here. Killian Hayes is.
He's not the point guard. He's the he's on the bench.
Yep.
Maybe.
Yep. I just hope Monty was Weaver's choice and not a Tom Gores move. If you believe in the direction your GM is heading it in, let him do his job. If you don't, then he shouldn't be here anyway. Hopefully Weaver was behind this.
That's a great point.
It is. Weaver was in Oklahoma City as Sam Presti, is that the guy? It's his right-hand man when Monty Williams was on the staff. When Monty Williams left and went to Phoenix, he took 2 Oklahoma City assistants with him. Troy Weaver, now does that mean they like each other? No. But it means they have a history. I think if Troy Weaver was against this, I can't believe it happens.
Well, there were the rumors last week or 10 days ago that when they talked about the 3 guys that had been, interviewed at that time, there were rumors that circulated that Troy Weaver was a big Kevin Ollie guy and could have signed Kevin Ollie anytime and they didn't. Well, because the owner had to sign off on it, right? Was this a slow play all along to wait and see? Hey, I want Kevin Ollie. I got Kevin Ollie in my back pocket. But what I want to see is let the playoffs shake out, see what happens if any other coaches are flushed out. And sure enough, you got, Doc Rivers and Budenholzer and then eventually Monty Williams also were all fired and became available. And did that, kind of add more candidates to the list, or did Troy Weaver already have his mind made up and didn't want him? But hey, Monty Williams is here. Owner wants him. I got to at least do my due diligence. I think it's an interesting question to ask, and I think it's a fair question to ask. My guess is that when Monty Williams became available, that maybe an eyebrow was raised by Troy Weaver and goes, oh, okay.
Kang sometimes goes to the deep and unexplored corners of the NBA. I want to get his 2 cents on this hire. We'll get to that at 10:50, plus more your phone calls and feedback. Monty Williams, Piston coach. Lots to get to today here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Wow. Monty Williams, Pistons get their guy to be their head coach. I told you why I really, 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 really like the hire. Gator likes it even a little bit more. Kang is probably the most hardcore NBA guy in the 10-2 space. And so I'm intrigued in your opinion on this one, our producer, Kang.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really good coach. I really like the hire as well. For all the reasons you mentioned, his resume in Phoenix speaks for itself. Took a young team to the 1 seed to the NBA Finals. Couldn't quite get over the hump, in the finals, and obviously this past season too, but Kevin Durant came on late. And I think as soon as Matt Ishbia took over ownership, that's why there was a quick, trigger on the Monty Williams. The rumor is that once Ishbia took over, he kind of took over even the GM's job as far as what he wants, what he's looking for, and player acquisition. He was, Ishbia really wanted Kevin Durant. They got Kevin Durant. They traded a lot of young players that, Monty Williams helped develop. And then when they didn't win it this year, I think, Ishbia wanted to go his own direction, which made Monty Williams available. With all that being said, they did overpay for Monty Williams. That's just, maybe that's the market now. With every players and coaches, eventually someone's going to break your mark, right? I mean, that's just the way the world works.
Mm-hmm.
He's getting paid higher than Greg Popovich. He's getting paid higher than Steve Kerr and Eric Spoelstra. 3 guys that have NBA championships, and we all know are very, very good coaches, the top tier coaches of the NBA. So I'm expecting a lot out of Monty Williams. I think he's a really good coach, but I expect really good results. And I think in the end, this is still a very much player-driven league. So he needs to develop the players we have, and Troy Weaver needs to get a free agent in here, a veteran free agent, whether that involves trading the number 1 5 pick or trading one of those young assets to get a player to help this team now. I think Monty Williams is the right guy to help move this franchise forward. So I like the hire. But they went after this guy like he's like the number 1 NBA player free agent. I mean, he said no for whatever reason. Maybe he wanted to just take the year off. Maybe he didn't like the roster that much. But they went back. And they, like I said, probably overpaid for him, which I don't care because that doesn't affect the cap at all. But now the next step is I need to see results.
Right. So the idea that 19 to 34 to NBA Finals, which is what Monty Williams' first year was 34 wins, second year was NBA Finals. But there was a development of Booker, Mikal Bridges, Ayton that came along, and they
and the addition of Chris Paul.
That's huge. That's pretty big.
Yeah. So that's your veteran that you want to get. Now, at the end of the day, I think we got a huge topic with Gores here. Like, is Tom Gores going to basically? I mean, he's not. This isn't the owner of the Tigers and Red Wings gets some criticism. This is an aggressive, open your pocketbook kind of move. Now, you can make the case that he's maybe always done that. Like Blake Griffin wasn't a cheap move.
No. Stan Van Gundy was, I don't think that was cheap.
No.
I think when he hired Dwayne Casey, I think that was widely regarded as a pretty good hire. I agree with Kang. He definitely overpaid. There's no question he overpaid. But does it matter?
I don't know that it does.
I mean,
it doesn't matter. It just matters with my expectations of who you're getting. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like the money, I don't pay him $50 million a year, but that means I kind of want a $50 million a year coach. Is it right? Like,
does that extra money, does that give the added pressure and incentive for Monty Williams to deliver? I mean, which maybe that's why another reason why you do it. Like, hey, I'm gonna pay you this much to do it, but as you said, the expectations are sky high. We need to get this franchise going again. It's been a minute since they were a really good basketball team. It's been almost 20 years here. Let's go.
Well, the way I see it is, unless it takes away from the pool of money that they can use on players, which I don't think you'd do this if it would.
I don't think. Well, we obviously know with the cap side, it doesn't, right?
Yeah.
It just affects whether if Gores wants to spend more money or not with the player side because he's already spending a lot on a coach. And I don't think it does. I think we all kind of poke fun at Tom Gores, and him not being at LCA a lot and shooting off the T-shirt cannons, but when he first got here and all that stuff. But I don't think he's ever really gotten in the way. He's kind of let the guys, the GMs do what they want to do, what they think is right. Now, you can question the Blake Griffin thing. Maybe that was a Gores, hey, get me a star.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because he
playoffs.
wanted to win though, right? So you can want to win and make the wrong decisions. I think he wants to win, which is important.
Well, you could say that the commitment's there.
Yes.
We can I mean, it seems like the commitment financially and perhaps a sense of urgency is there. Going back, like that's a big part of this. Gores went back. He was told no, And he went back to the drawing board, looked at the field of candidates again and said, you know what? Let's go get our guy. And I'm saying our guy because we're talking about Tom Gores. Troy Weaver isn't a out in front kind of executive, and he's not he's a guy that's pretty quiet and reserved, relatively speaking. Weaver had to sign off on this too. I hope.
I would hope so as well. And it sounds like the first contact with Monty Williams, there was no offer made. They were gauging interest, and he basically let them know that he was probably going to sit out the year. But at some point, they found out that he was interested, but was still leaning strongly to sitting out the year. If you're just leaning, if you're not flat out sitting out, and you know that there is interest, that's where the money comes in, and that's where you give him the bag, and he's going to be here. And it's exciting. I think what it says about Gores is that he is willing to do what it takes. He's not afraid to spend money. And he also, to me, it sounds like the way it looks is that he's a giant fan too. I think he's a huge basketball fan. I don't think there's any question about that. Now, is he here in Detroit at LCA at the games? No. But will that change? I imagine it changes when you win. Everything changes when you win. Mm-hmm. If you want this place to be a destination point for free agents, win. That's what'll do it ultimately. It's not the head coach that's going to get it done, not solely. I think the number one factor is this team heading in the right direction? And not the free agents don't want to get on the ground level of something that has potential to be good down the road. They want to get in when it's ready to take off. And it's probably not going to happen this offseason with a free agent, but maybe they'll make some trades to make this team good enough where next offseason, that's where it pays off for a free agent coming in.
Yeah, I think Gores definitely wants to win. And I think what this hire does that the Kevin Ali hire or a Chris Lee hire wouldn't have done is we got some energy back into the Pistons fan base with Monty Williams, right? I mean, this guy is a coach of the year, NBA Finals, young, not even up and comer, just a younger coach that has done it and not maybe won the whole thing. But this is probably put some energy back into the fan base. And like I said, I really like the hire. I'm expecting the next move from Weaver to be acquire a veteran type player to help this team move forward because I expect Cade to be good. I expect Duren to be good. And now it's time to see some results on the court with wins. Yeah. Well, I think on the court, seeing a team that's better defensively is going to be a priority, is get these guys, the most out of them. And, I mean, you can always make the case that this constellation of players is just never going to be a great defensive team, or they need to be really, really coached up on it. And I tend to think it's with that end of the floor, I usually think it's the latter. I mean, there's some guys that just are never going to be good defensive players. I would hate to think that they drafted a bunch of them. But no, defense is usually an effort thing. And, of course, scheme comes into account, but yeah, you got to want to play defense. Mm-hmm. And I think they have these guys are still young, so this is not, hopefully not what they are. They're not finished products, right?
No. Nope.
So Jalen Duren could be one of the best defensive rim protectors in this league if coached correctly, put in the right positions. All that stuff's still available. Isaiah Stewart's Beef Stew is a completely effort guy, right?
Yeah.
And he works hard. You saw he tried to shoot threes this past year, so those guys are always working.
He wanted to kill LeBron.
Yeah.
This guy's all right in my book.
So, Monty Williams, good hire. He needs to get the best out of these guys like he did with Devin Booker and Mikal Bridges. And, yeah, I guess the one caller brought up Ayton. Still a good player mentally. Maybe just not where you wanted him to be. But, hey, he's not a Piston, so I don't care.
248-539-9797. Get your phone calls and feedback in. As you can send us ticket text at the same number, and we'll read some of your comments on the streaming chat on the Twitch feed. Go check it out, twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Gator, we were talking earlier about, the Nuggets is such a great name for a team. And,
yes.
We brought up the sponsorship opportunity by McDonald's.
Yeah.
They could just call them the McNuggets.
Yeah.
Somebody sent in the Heat and Nuggets as an NBA final. Sounds like an incredible opportunity to promote spicy nuggets.
Oh.
Heat and Nuggets?
Yeah, I like that. If Miami were involved in some sort of scandal, you could put the letter C in front of Heat. cheat.
What sponsorship opportunity is that?
I don't know. Just thought it would be funny if they got caught in a scandal. Just seeing it. Brought to you by Cliff Notes.
He'll see himself out. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
The Pistons front office reportedly did not like the idea of a first-year head coach, so last night they came to terms with the winningest coach since 2021, Monty Williams, who will likely be the highest-paid coach in league history. The numbers reported are for a 6-year deal in the $72 to $78 million range, depending on the report, with options to boost the years in dollars up to $100 million. Tom Brady making something abundantly clear, speaking with Sports Illustrated in a video interview this morning. Yeah, Brady says he's also excited for the ownership opportunity with the Raiders that's still in the works. The Nuggets and Heat are the last team standing for the Larry O'Brien Trophy. Denver gets home court advantage for their first finals appearance in franchise history. Miami is playing for the second time in 4 years, but are vast underdogs at plus 340 as a play-in team. The spread for Game 1 tonight is about 9 points. And the final Tigers record for the month of May ended up being 16-11, their first winning month in a very long time. Manager A.J. Hinch spoke about all of the injuries popping up, including Erod and Riley Green. He says his philosophy is to not worry about them because it won't change anything. Detroit has an off day today and then will hit the road to Chicago and Philly for their next 6. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so Monty Williams, Piston head coach. Gator's been a change in the world of college football, significant change. I'm being sarcastic. It's not significant. I don't want to get you all worked up. We'll get usually I do like getting you worked up. But
I'm worked up about college football today.
Yes. Well, there's a bunch to talk about.
The same thing that you're teasing here, but I'm not happy about something.
Well, we've got a lot to get to today, but the big news is Monty Williams hired as Piston head coach. 248-539-9797. Phil is next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Good morning. Good morning.
Phil!
Good morning. How are we doing today?
All right, Phil. How are you?
You've changed, Phil.
Good. I just need to know, when you pay a guy like that, we have to set some specific bars and goals. So what is to be expected? You need to win the championship. You trying to get to the playoffs. You want to develop players. We can't just throw all this stuff in the mix and say you need to do all that. Realistically, what are we doing? What are we doing in 2 years? What are we doing in 3 years? Because I think ultimately you just set up to be. I don't think it's unless you win the championship, it's a failed, and you just threw money away. A lot of money. I don't think you pay a guy.
Do you think every team feels that way when they don't win the championship?
Say that again.
I said, do you think every team feels that way when they don't win the championship?
I don't think every team pays a guy upwards of $100 million. And when
he's the highest paid coach in the league, there's no question about it. But I mean, there are other high paid coaches that don't win.
Well, but the goal is to win.
Of course it is.
But you don't pay if it's just you don't win. Okay, you can go get anybody.
I agree. I would say you asked the question what I think the expectation is to win a championship at some point in time while he is here as head coach. It's a failure if they don't. But I think every team, when they make a hire, when they're not making lateral hires, when they're hiring a guy they think is going to give them a better chance to win, the expectations are to win.
Right, but I'm saying when you have a team without playoff experience, when you got a bunch of young players, certainly you can't think this guy is going to come in and win a championship in the next 2 years.
Well, Phoenix did the same thing 4 or 5 years ago when they hired him after a 19-win season. They hired him, and he took him from 19 to 34 to the NBA Finals.
They made a huge acquisition in Chris Paul. Like, they got to get – I don't think this core in 2 years is getting to the NBA Finals. But they got money. They'll have a chance to add a player like a Chris Paul if they can convince him to come here. The first step, Phil, is to turn this thing around, get some momentum going, make Cade a marketable star that people want to play with. And by that, I don't mean, with a bunch of commercials. I mean, have him play the kind of game the players want to play with and then go out and either trade for or sign a free agent that serves as the purpose of Chris Paul did in Phoenix.
Yeah, the roster isn't complete.
No.
Correct, but I don't think you pay a guy $100 million for that.
So you don't like the hire?
No, not at that price. No, I don't think.
How does it? Just out of curiosity, I'm not mad at you, but if he's the right guy for the job, why do you care what he gets paid?
Because the expectations is based on how much I'm gonna pay you.
But if they paid him, let's say,
but you're not paying him, Phil. You're not paying him.
You're not the one who's paying.
No, I'm not paying him. I'm saying when I pay Jim, not me, whoever. When you play Jim Harbaugh $10 million, you expect him to win champions. You ain't coming him. You don't expect him to be a middle team or a bottom feeder. You expect we paying you this much. You're this prestigious coach, so we expect you to win or compete for championships. That's what we expect.
Thank you for the phone call, and that's fine. I mean, I never really looked at if you pay the market price to get the guy you want, and then you hope to get the results. I want every coach to win a championship, to be honest with you. I don't care what I'm paying you. I am hiring you to win a championship.
Yes.
Regardless of what I pay. Some guys can't command the salary that others can, and those that can command a higher salary have a greater chance at success.
What's the expectation down in Houston after they hired Udoka?
It's the same thing.
Win a championship.
I don't know why. I don't really care. It doesn't change the pressure to me personally.
No, I agree.
If I were the owner and I was writing the check, that might be different.
Now, to his point, though, had they hired, one of the other guys, Lee or Collins or Ollie, right? If they had hired one of those guys, do you think the expectation outwardly to fans is to win a championship if they hired one of those completely unproven guys?
Probably not.
Probably not.
But if I were the owner, I'm hiring you to win a championship.
Yes.
I don't care if I'm paying you $1 million a year or $13 million a year. The goal remains the same. The degree of certainty that comes with a proven commodity is why you pay more.
Yes.
But I understand exactly what you're saying, Gator. If they hired one of the other three guys that seems like nobody here wanted, the expectations would be slightly different. I mean, let's publicly, acknowledge that, right? Like, I'm not expecting that Monty Williams is going to bring them a championship next year. Of course, I want them to ultimately bring them a championship, but it's not going to happen next year. What I do expect is substantial difference on the court and improvement. Yes, like maybe more so than if they hired Lee, Collins, or Ollie.
I would definitely expect that. And I do think that when you hire the best coach available in the market, and he's a 2-time coach of the year and has been to the NBA Finals, yeah, I think on a 6-year deal, I'm expecting within 6 years you're competing for the NBA championship. That's my expectation.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Juan in Detroit. What's up, Juan? Oh, we lost
what's
you.
up, fellas?
There you go. Hey, Juan.
Yeah, I was listening to the last guy kind of complaining about the coaching. This is something I want to bring up. A lot of people probably don't remember. I'm only 47, but I do my research. Back when the Pistons hired Chuck Daly, they had a young core: Isaiah, Kelly Tripucka, John Long. As soon as they hired Chuck Daly, they took off. They didn't, of course, didn't go to the finals or anything, but look at their record from 83, 84 on up. I think we talk about the Pistons with the Vinnie Johnson and the Joe Dumars, Chuck Edwards, but people forget about how good the Pistons turned in the early 80s. But as soon as they hired Chuck Daly, they soared. So I want people to look at that situation. They had a young core with Isaiah Thomas, Kelly Tripucka, and John Long, and their record went from like 33 wins to like 47 or 49 the next year.
Yeah, there's no question. Chuck brought something different, but they also added guys like Bill Laimbeer, then Rick Mahorn, and
but that's what this team's going to do.
Yeah, well, no, I agree. I think his point is valid that when you go from whatever it was, Scotty Robertson or whoever it was to Chuck Daly, Chuck brought about a whole different kind of toughness and different expectations, and the Pistons played a different brand of basketball. They had these high flying guys who could score 30 points on a given night, like Tripucka and Isaiah. But once they were getting into the meat of it, they moved away from Tripucka, brought in other guys, and Chuck's whole philosophy on how to play basketball took over, and it was awesome to watch for a while.
Let's go to Larry next on 97.1. Hi, Larry.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Okay.
I totally agree. You gotta have a veteran coach that knows how to win. You look at the Tigers; they didn't win until they got Sparky, and then they won again when they had Leland. The Wings got Bowman; they won championships with Bowman. The Pistons had, like your previous caller said, they had Chuck Daly, and then they got Larry Brown. This was money well spent. You get a veteran coach in that knows how to win, and maybe maybe he can turn things around for the Pistons.
Well, hopefully the Lions buck that trend, but I understand what you're saying.
You're right.
I mean, in some respects, yes, the veteran coach has helped out. In other respects, it didn't. And the veteran coach doesn't always work out. Did Bobby Ross work out?
He did not.
No, he did not work out. You just don't know sometimes.
I'll say this.
Gardenhire didn't work out.
Just because I'm saying I think they overpaid for Monty Williams doesn't mean I care. There's no cap. It doesn't affect the cap, so pay him whatever you want to pay him. This is where, so I think about how would this affect us then, right? If they're paying Monty Williams the most out of any NBA coach. Do you think ticket prices will go up to
I don't think right away.
I can't imagine that they do.
Okay, that's the only reason why we would care otherwise, right?
Yep.
Well, yes, but here's the thing. if they start to win,
I get that.
Okay, if they start to win, I think we as fans, regardless of what they're paying the head coach, we would expect ticket prices to go up if they're winning.
But to
they're
start
not.
next season
If they start this upcoming season,
Yes.
like they say, hey, ticket prices on sale, tickets on sale now. Get them while they're hot. And you find out that, oh, wait a minute, each ticket is, instead of paying $29 a piece for a season ticket, for a 40-game package, now it's $50. Well, hold on. That's not. You haven't done anything yet. Slow down there, champ. Wait until you start winning games before you start gouging the fan base. And I really hope that's the route that they take is we'll wait till we win before we can raise the prices, because right now it's just not right.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback on that coming up. Gator?
Doug?
This could be fun news from college football. Did you see that the Cheez-It Bowl is changing its name?
I did not.
It will no longer be known as the Cheez-It Bowl. They are changing it to another off-the-shelf snack food that you put in your pantry.
Okay.
I want you to come up with some names, and we'll take 10 texts right now. What would you like to see it be? The Cheez-It Bowl is changing its name to another off-the-shelf snack food that you put in your pantry. 10 texts right now, 248-539-9797. Gator, I want yours. There's some college football stuff to bitch about. We'll get to that a little bit later on. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Well, it is hot out. It feels like summer because let's face it, it's after Memorial Day. It's summer, man. Come on. You don't want to get caught with a flooded basement and a scorching hot house this year. If your air conditioning isn't working, you got to do something about it now because the weather's it's not like it's going to get cooler anytime soon unless you think 80 degrees is cooler. It's really not. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today if you have a problem because they dropped a special offer just in time to beat the heat. Birmingham Plumbing is now including a free ultraviolet light air purifier or a high-efficiency air filter when you have both your furnace and air conditioning systems replaced. Now, in addition, they'll include up to a full 5-year parts and labor warranty with annual maintenance. That's key. And don't be worried about that cost up front because Birmingham has got you covered there too. They offer financing options for your new furnace or AC system for as low as $70 a month. So it doesn't matter what your problem is with the heating and cooling system, right? If it's your air conditioning, it's a furnace problem with your pool heater, a boiler, or water filtration. Maybe you've got water or a flood in your basement, a clogged drain problem with your sump pump, whatever it is. If you got a cold pool, you don't want that. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today at 248-282-3971. They're going to get the job done right. You can schedule an appointment as well online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so you got some ideas?
Yeah, I got some ideas.
All right. So the Cheez-It Bowl is no longer known as the Cheez-It Bowl, but it's changing its name to another off-the-shelf snack food that you put in the pantry as its title sponsor. Do you want me to read the ones that have come in, or do you want to go with yours first?
I could throw down a quick list of them.
Okay, a list. I knew you'd do. I knew this would be something. All right, what do you got?
Are they switching to the Fruit Roll-Ups Bowl?
It's not the Fruit Roll-Ups Bowl.
The pizza-flavored Goldfish Bowl.
It is not the pizza-flavored Goldfish Bowl.
The Bale of Kale Bowl.
It is not the Bale of Kale Bowl, although I would approve.
The Mr. Salty Pretzel Sticks Bowl. The Chicken in a Can Bowl. The Red Vines Licorice Bowl. The Pizza Pretzel Combos Bowl. The Red Hot Crispy Onions Bowl. Or the Bagel Dog Bowl.
It is none of those.
Well, you're welcome, college football, for providing other sponsorship opportunities.
Jay in Farmington suggests the Bugle Bowl.
Oh, yeah, Bugles.
Tackman says the Jalapeno Cheeto Bowl.
Sure.
Ryan in Auburn Hills says, obviously, the Goldfish Bowl.
Yeah. See where
Yep. Trevor in Detroit, the Flamin' Hot Cheeto Bowl.
I can see that.
Nick and Davidson, the Pop-Tart Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Jared in a truck, the Oreo Bowl. Jeremy in a truck, the Bowl of Ramen Bowl.
A lot of bowl.
The Green Giant Creamed Corn Bowl. That's from an unnamed texter. The Funyuns Bowl. That's from Art and Commerce. The Little Debbie Oatmeal Cream Pie Bowl.
I love this.
What if a person or player could sponsor bowl?
Well, there's
Welcome to Orlando, Florida, presenting the Bowl.
That's better than King.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
One
last
better.
year there was the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl, but yes, you could. I would love to see Bowl
The Bowl
sponsor a bowl game. All right, do you have any more? Do you want to throw any more out
I
there?
kind of,
You tapped out?
I threw it out there.
Well, somebody got it. Nick and Davidson. It will now be known as the Pop-Tart Bowl.
Pop-Tart Bowl, really?
Yeah. The Pop-Tart Bowl.
Huh.
Yep.
Gator, do you like to toast your Pop-Tart or eat it room temp?
It really depends on the Pop-Tart. If it's one of those that has like a frosted exterior.
Don't they all?
I don't think they all do. Most of them do. If they have the frosted exterior, I don't need to warm them up. I'm not a big Pop-Tart guy. I was a toaster strudel guy. If you had your choice, it'd be toaster strudel all day long, right? I mean, that's a real pastry that you're popping a toaster. The problem with a toaster strudel is that then once they were heated, then you had to go and cut the corner off that frosting, and you never felt like you got enough frosting, and you're trying to put it on there, and you can never do it the way that it looks like on the package because, we're not artists here. But toaster strudel blows away Pop-Tarts.
248-539-9797.
Am I wrong?
I've never had toaster strudel.
Okay, you had toaster strudel?
Yeah. I don't eat those too much though. The Pop-Tart
Yeah, I don't
or the
eat
toaster
either.
strudel, really, but either one's fine for me. I mean, I prefer it toasted, but I think most of the time people just rip it open right away and just want to get to it.
Wait.
Yeah.
There was a flavor back when I remember this distinctly. I was covering Michigan State sports in the early 2000s, and I had to go up to East Lansing for a press conference, I think during the John L. Smith days. And at the time, this press conference was held in one of the halls that they had, like Wonders or something like that. And they had a kind of like a 7-Eleven, if you will, as part of, or a little convenience store in the building. So I went there beforehand because I had like 20 minutes to kill and grabbed the, pop and saw they had Pop-Tarts. And it was like a French toast flavored Pop-Tart. I'm like, well, I can't resist that. That sounds amazing. And that was the greatest flavor I ever had. And I haven't seen it since.
So the only kind of Pop-Tart, and it's a rare occasion, and I seriously, I mean, it's in a pinch, want a quick bite in the morning. Generally, I won't do this. But if I go, all right, I'll grab a Pop-Tart. It's the brown sugar and cinnamon.
Sure, solid.
And nothing else. That is it. That is the only Pop-Tart I will eat. Is the brown
Why is
sugar
that the only one? You're not a cherry? No cherry for you?
Nope. It's the only one.
Would you eat a vegetable
Oh.
filled Pop-Tart, Doug?
What kind of vegetable?
Carrot.
That's a sweeter, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
You know what they need to do, honestly?
What?
As we're talking this through? If they had a sweet potato flavored Pop-Tart.
Doug would eat that.
Could you make them like refrigerate them and put like bits of turkey sausage in there?
Well, now you ruined it.
No,
Why
I
you
made
gotta
it
do
better.
that?
I've just made it better.
No, you don't add meat
Yeah.
to a Pop-Tart. Then it becomes a Hot Pocket. That's not what we're talking about.
That's exactly.
I tried to cross in your side there. I'm offering up sweet potatoes. And you
I
can we
take-
add some turkey sausage?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Sweet potato, just a lone sweet potato.
All right, so the Pop-Tart Bowl. That's a new bowl game. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some more college football. The Big Ten TV schedule came out, and there's some stuff to digest for sure. We'll get to that today. Not all of it, but a good portion of the Big Ten TV schedule came out. We'll get to that in this ever-changing world of college football at 11:32. Julian is next here on 97.1. Hi, Julian.
Hey, good to talk to you guys. It's been a while.
Well, thank you for calling.
Just chiming in on the Monty Williams talk. That earlier phone caller really got me chapped in terms of I don't see how any Pistons fan can complain about this hire. We're going to have to overpay. You have to be realistic about this team. This past decade has been a dead zone, and he does know the three candidates that we were about to hire compared to Monty Williams, all first-time hires. So to complain that we may not get a championship in 6 years is absurd. You have to be realistic what the team is now, what they could possibly be, and then shoot for the highest goal. So high playoffs down the road, possible championship, but it's called building a team and going for something, in terms of high level. The other three hires, no disrespect to any of them, but Monty Williams compared to those three, I don't understand how anyone could care about what Gores or whatever is paying.
I think where he was really flawed in his criticism is when you pay that coach kind of that, you need to expect a championship. And I'm thinking there's not one coach I would ever hire that I would ever think, I don't really care if he wins a championship or not. Now, I get that some teams business-oriented and all that, and that drives the – but seriously, every coach I'd hire, I'd expect to win a championship. It's just that you're paying for the degree of certainty that they can get it done.
But I think some hires you make because you know it's going to be a bridge hire. You're like, I think this guy can get us to the next level. Hey, if we go farther than that, that's awesome. But that's not my expectation. My expectation is to be much better, and then maybe I can make this team more attractive and hire somebody who can take us over the top.
I don't know that I would ever do that. But you're right. Those things do exist. 248-539-9797.
Sometimes it's just the pool of coaches you have to work with, right? I mean, hey, I've got a vacancy. This is who I have available to me. None of them are really high-end guys.
I would hire the one that I believe gave me the best chance to win a championship.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Dave in Hudsonville. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Couple different things. First of all, the John L. Smith reference, hey, if Brandon Graham from Michigan doesn't frickin' throttle Drew Stanton's shoulder, John L. Smith might have revolutionized with that offense because they were dominating at that point for a while. In that game, they were up like 3 touchdowns. Remember, then all of a sudden, that was it, man. Stanton got blown up by Graham.
Yeah, it was Lamar Woodley, and actually they expanded the lead when.
I'm sorry, Lamar Woodley. Exactly.
And
But remember the fact that John L. Smith was a visionary offensively. Couldn't figure it out after that, but boy, we had it going on for a while with that spread.
Well, they didn't have the personnel. They really didn't have the personnel then, but it was fun to watch for a little bit. And unfortunately, Lamar Woodley exemplified everything that went wrong with John L. Smith because John L. Smith was recruiting him. Lamar Woodley was choosing between Michigan and Michigan State, and it didn't slap heard around the world there. It didn't work out.
That was like the 180 on the season in about 5 seconds, man.
Yeah, but they actually in that game they actually extended the lead when Damon Dowdell came in the game.
Yeah,
was that DeAndre Cobb?
DeAndre Cobb had 2 long touchdown runs. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
Denver
that's pretty
Cup is
crazy. But hey, my other point with the Pistons now, and I love the hire, but at the end of the day, if you look at what they need, I just would love if they could bring in one more perimeter shooter, because in the NBA now, rim twos and threes, and now with Cade hopefully coming back, with Ivy, another year under his belt, being able to attack. But give me, I don't know whether like it's a Chris Middleton. I would even look. I don't think the Heat can hang on to Hero, Robinson, and Max Strus. Bring Duncan Robinson back to shoot it. But find me another shooter besides Bojan to spread that floor, and then let our young guys go, don't you think?
Well, I'm not against that, but maybe that guy is Cade Cunningham.
Yeah,
maybe that's the part of his game he can work on while he been out.
The first order of business is they got to draft in 3 weeks and find out what you got. There's a lot of discussion about the Pistons trading out of the 5 spot, and I'd love all these options where they move back and add future first-round picks. Falls right into the wheelhouse, because to me there's Victor Wembanyama and then there's everybody else, and obviously we're going after everybody else, and my favorites of the everybody else is Taylor Hendricks, who could be had anywhere in the back half of the top 10, 6'11", 3-and-D guy out of Central Florida. I think he'd be perfect for today's NBA. But 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, let's get to the announcement of TV and the new Big Ten TV universe and how it starts coming up this fall. We'll get to that at 11:34. 97.1 The Ticket. Pop-Tarts Bowl. How about that? 248-539-9797. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay. So yesterday there were some announcements of college football start times and network, what network games would be on. And it really, really had a local flavor to it. And probably the biggest takeaway, first of all, there's not enough noon games. I love the noon start, but that's just me. Peacock will be streaming, I think it's only 3 Big Ten games all year that'll be available only through streaming.
Lucky us.
And those games are Michigan's opener against East Carolina will be exclusively on Peacock. Delaware at Penn State, exclusively on Peacock. And Michigan State, Washington.
So those are the first 3 weeks of the season?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Exclusively will be streamed on Peacock. You have to be able to stream to be able to watch those games. The other thing that's curious, and I didn't see an explanation for this, maybe you can help me out, and maybe you don't find it curious, maybe you do. The start time for Michigan State, Washington.
I can't explain the 5 o'clock kickoff. I can't explain it.
Now, maybe 5 p.m. kickoffs will turn out to be the greatest thing ever. Maybe it won't. I've never heard of it.
I mean,
5 p.m. kickoff.
Well, first of all, I despise the fact that these games are only available on a stream. I hate that because it slaps college football fans in the face again. If you're going to do it, then allow for the local affiliates to be able to pick up the game, and then nationally, if you want to, have it. If I want to watch it and I'm in Pittsburgh, then I have to have the stream. Fair enough. But if I'm in the state of Michigan or the state of Washington, I should be able to watch my team. Stream it everywhere else. But I understand it's money. Whatever. But if you are going to do these games and stream only, you should own your own time slot. Go ahead and do it at 5 o'clock. That you're competing with the end of the 3:30 games.
Yep.
Which I don't know if it's wise or not, but may as well try to carve out your own niche. And if I don't know what time the other games, if they announce what the times are.
Yeah. So I mean, like you mentioned, parking on the local affiliate. The local affiliate at 7:30 is carrying Syracuse at Purdue on NBC.
Well, you can't interrupt Purdue football. We've learned one thing.
Yeah, that's right. But they didn't have to start the Michigan State-Washington game at 5. Like they could have started it at 3:30 and then said local affiliates carry it. As we get closer, I mean, there's always I hate to break it to people and force you, but I'm gonna offer up a suggestion for Michigan fans is you can listen on the radio.
Well, there's that. There's definitely that.
I would say that's a solid option.
Or you could go to the game and listen to the game on the radio. Yeah.
Make sure you're listening on the radio.
I think that's actually the benefit that both schools will get.
Good radio numbers.
And for Michigan, the first game of the season, everybody's going to be excited to go anyway. So, and they'll sell out, and it's not going to be an issue. But maybe the crowd sticks around longer because it's not on TV, or if it's only on Peacock streaming.
Why would they stick around longer?
I don't know, because if they leave the game to go watch it in the parking lot, they can't do that.
I got you. They won't leave in the third quarter to go watch the rest. I got you.
Obviously, the best game of the 3 is the Michigan State-Washington game. You got a top 10 opponent likely in Washington. Michigan State is not great this year, but I would say Michigan State, as the counter, is better than Delaware or East Carolina. So that's the premier game of the 3 that are exclusively on Peacock. I don't like what they're saying. I mean, the other game, the exclusive content on NBC would be the Purdue. Who cares in the state of Michigan about Purdue football, other than Purdue grads, which I think pales in comparison to Spartan grads. Cater to let the local teams and their fans be able to watch the game. I hate this.
I mean, look, it's the new world order of. I mean, did you see that tweet that was sent out that the Yankees just went through a week where their games were on 4 different platforms.
Mm-mm.
I'll see if I can find it. It's
like
incredible.
Apple TV and
Yeah, it was. This is just the way that sports viewing is going. All right, here we go. This is from a Yankee fan account, I guess. It's a blog that writes about the Yankees. My bad. River Avenue Blues. You have to subscribe to 4 different services to watch the next 5 Yankee games. Sunday, Peacock. Tuesday, Yes Network. Wednesday, Amazon Prime. Thursday, Yes Network. Friday, Apple TV Plus. That was just a week. It was like 2 weeks ago. That the Yankee fan. Now I'm not crying any tears, but
no.
This is the direction of sports. Now,
well, this is why. I mean, the Yankees make all their money. Their payroll is taken care of by their TV deals.
Now, I want to stop a couple things here. And one is, whenever you bring up topics like this, people say, "Oh, you're just old and stodgy and you hate change." And
yes,
yeah, but
to a point.
And the part about this that gets really dicey is, so as an Xfinity subscriber, if you get cable, correct me if I'm wrong, Kang, Peacock is already part of that package.
Yeah, I'm already paying for cable.
So you can stream Peacock. It's woven into your cable bill, but
isn't that changing?
It might be.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that. But as of right now, you get it.
Today.
There are always rumors about that.
I thought that was supposed to change. I don't know when it's changing, but I thought it was supposed to change during the football season. And if that's the case, I'm pissed.
Well,
I mean, if I'm going to the game, I got no right to that. Whatever, I'm going to the game. But if you're not going to the game,
I mean, there's typically a workaround. And the workaround is try it for free for a week. Almost every service has a try for free at the beginning, in which case, Michigan fans, the week of the East Carolina game, get your free week and then cancel. State fans, the week of the Washington game, get your free week and cancel. I will say this, Gator.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things about streaming is that they want to put games that people want to watch there.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to just park. If they park Indiana versus Tennessee Martin, they're not going to get very many people to subscribe to Peacock. Isn't it showing Michigan State football a sign of respect?
No, I don't know if it's showing them a sign of respect or not. I mean, it's if they're doing it for the first 3 weeks, is this the big matchup involving a Big Ten team in the first 3 weeks?
I mean,
or week 3, I should say. I haven't looked at what the schedule is around college football.
Well, I mentioned Purdue and Syracuse.
Right.
The other games that week are Nebraska at Minnesota. That's a Thursday game. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Wrong week. Hold on. Sorry.
Week of the 16th.
Louisville at Indiana. Virginia at Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Western Michigan at Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
Bowling Green at Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Northern Illinois at Nebraska.
Wait, Bowling Green, Michigan's a night game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great. That makes sense. I'm sorry. Did I get you fired up there? Night game, dog. Against Bowling Green. Woo! Here we come.
The Fighting Scott Lefflers. Virginia Tech at Rutgers. Georgia Southern at Wisconsin. Penn State at Illinois. Now, that got selected by Fox. That's the noon game.
Okay, so that's why.
That's actually a good game.
Well,
so I get to watch that in its entirety before I have to. Northwestern at Duke. Minnesota at North Carolina.
That would have interest because of May, the quarterback, and you got the,
roll the boat guy.
That's right.
Western Kentucky at Ohio State.
The Fighting Flex.
Syracuse at Purdue, and Washington at Michigan State. Now, I don't know what the draft order was that week because networks draft the games.
I would think that going into the season, the highest rated team, non-Big Ten team in that week, the Big Ten schedule, is Washington.
I would think.
So it's picking out the best potential matchup. I mean, I don't think is that doing Michigan State a solid or a favor? I don't know. I think that's a game that fans are going to go to and sell out regardless. You could talk about the benefit of the Penn State game, which we have over the last couple of weeks, being moved to Ford Field at the end of the season. I feel like this is different. This one, I think, would give people reason to be upset if they can't get it, if they don't have Peacock already. And Xfinity or whomever changes their deal, and it comes September, all of a sudden you can't get Peacock unless you subscribe. It's going to suck.
248-539-9797. All right, fans, what do you think? Michigan and Michigan State will both have games streamed exclusively on Peacock in the first 3 weeks of the college football season. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, after this weekend, I did see a bunch of people talking about Flying Ace Spirits bourbon. I keep talking about it over the last several months, and I'm telling you, you got to try it. You're going to like it a lot. And some people I know went out, got themselves some bourbon, took it to a party over the weekend, and came back with fantastic reviews. So if you're looking for the Top Gun of whiskeys, look no further than Flying Ace Spirits. It's whiskey made for the adventurous, the cunning, and the bold. What Flying Ace Spirits bourbon is, it's a small batch American-made bourbon. It's blended in Holland, Michigan, and it's part of the Coppercraft family, artfully crafted for the brave of heart. It's a blend of aged whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit, and it's a versatile spirit, meaning you can drink it any way you want to drink it. You want it as an everyday sipper, kind of relax after work. It's great for that. You want to throw a couple cubes on there, changes the flavor profile just a little bit. It's really nice. You want to do shots with your friends after, hey, here's a celebration. Look who just won the game. Woo, we won the game. Do a shot. It works that way too. Or if you just want to, mix it up with something and slow things down for a while, why not? I've done it with ginger ale, and it is excellent. I really enjoy ginger ale and bourbon. Flying Ace is the perfect everyday drinker. It's as smooth as it is unpretentious. There's no gimmicks. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick at heart. And listen, it's only $30 a bottle, so it's not going to bust your budget at all. Follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram, and you can stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
All right, so Gator, we asked the question, why? Why is Michigan State playing a 5 o'clock football game? One of the possible answers is Notre Dame is hosting Central Michigan that day, and they are also streamed only. But that's at 2:30. So that game won't even be done when the Washington-Michigan State game starts at 5. If they wanted to do them sequentially, then 6 would make sense. Starting at 5. I don't know. 248-539-9797. Streaming through the Odyssey app. There it is. But it's free. You can download it for your mobile device. AUDACY. Also stream through our website, 971theticket.com. Also free. And you can watch on twitch.tv. Participate in the streaming chat there. Also streaming on YouTube. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Jacob. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, guys. I have two issues. One is it makes it really, really hard to switch when you have two games coming down at the same time, the final minutes, and you might care more about one game, but Alabama's about to be upset by Tennessee, and you hate Alabama. And you can't, getting out of the app and switching is a lot harder.
You're right.
The other thing is I'm a single parent, so a lot of Friday nights I'm home with my daughter. And at the peak times of streaming, I have a lot of trouble opening up the apps. And you know that, like, a lot of people are home watching Disney Plus, and I can't get Disney Plus or Peacock to open very well. And that's the other thing I hate, too, is now I'm worried about what if my app is not loading or it's constantly twitching or something like that. It's just going to make me so infuriated. But I'd be streaming at the TV, not about the game, but about my service.
So it's interesting because I was watching, I can't remember if it was, I think I was watching the Indy 500, and it was winding down and my cable froze. And I immediately thought of our topic on the air about how the streaming of the Heat, was it the Heat Celtics game 3 might have had the same thing happen in the last few minutes. So, yeah, I mean, it's the kind of deal that it can happen to cable too, that you can have some technical issues.
But it's not as likely. I've had it happen with cable too.
Yep.
But it's, you know, it just doesn't happen as much.
My instinct is it's not as likely either. But yeah, it's definitely can be an issue.
Yeah, the switching back and forth, that sucks.
So some of them are better than others. Some of the streaming services I've worked with are better than others. The problem with Peacock is that you have to go into the app.
That's the problem.
And it's not streamed. Like if you have YouTube TV, that was the best one I found for navigating if I was going to go with straight streaming and cancel cable.
Mm-hmm.
And I experimented with it a little bit. But if you have to go into an app, you have to back out of the app, and it's not nearly as quick as just bouncing from one channel to the next. 248-539-9797. Jake's in Plymouth. Hi, Jake.
Hey, guys. First time, long time. How's it going?
All right.
Good.
Good. Yeah, you know, I just think it's kind of ridiculous, all these streaming services, and, you know, we're putting different games, different places. You know, it's as if we're just reinventing cable. And, you know, as the previous caller was saying, it's like, you know, getting onto a streaming app, especially when tons of other people are also loading onto their servers, doesn't work out the best. And so now we're putting, you know, games that lots of people are going to be wanting to tune into, and it's kind of ridiculous. It's like, just take it off it's like, why even have it on the streaming service in the first place?
To try and get you to subscribe to the streaming service.
Exactly. But then, and now we're just reinventing cable. It's like, well, yeah, you know, if you could just buy your single channels, but now we're getting to that same point where it's just like you have to subscribe to every streaming
the
service,
idea of streaming,
it's just cable again.
It started with a workaround to save a bunch of money, and it feels to me like it's going right back to where you're going to be paying the same to stream or have cable.
Hey, man, that first taste is free.
Yep.
I get you.
We have some. Got a listener named Josh who has been able to confirm that at the end of June, Peacock isn't free anymore. So if you're an Xfinity person, it will not be free. You'll have to. Now, like I said, the workaround typically is do the free week, the week of the game, then you can just cancel it.
trying to get a 5 o'clock start. How do I feel about a 5 o'clock start? From a tailgating standpoint, it's a pretty good start time because you don't have to get there crazy early.
Mm-hmm. I think the let-out time isn't crazy late.
It's not crazy late.
It can be as late as you want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, let's say you leave around 9 o'clock. It's not terrible. You're still going to be 2 hours to get home if you live in Metro Detroit. But that gets you home by 11 at least, instead of, night game getting home well after midnight. It's an interesting start time.
Yep.
Do you agree with me? Is it just them trying to carve out a niche?
I don't know.
Different?
I don't know what the hell it is. None of their other streaming games are at 5 o'clock. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that Washington, Michigan State is the only Peacock 5 o'clock start for the Big Ten. Yeah, the other two are noon.
What the hell? What about that Bowling Green game? What time is that?
It's an effing night game, Gator.
Oh.
It's a night game.
You don't like night games?
I do not like night games.
Okay.
Never have, never will. I recognize that it's going to be part of the deal, though. So, grin and bear it. It's up to me. If they ask me, hey, what's your opinion? And Gator, if I don't speak on my own behalf, who will?
Exactly.
They're all noons.
Who will?
248-539-9797. Let's go to Ted.
Judd Karsh broadcasting it on the radio, then screwing around trying to find my game on this multiple platform business.
I feel like I shouldn't help you, but I will help you. It's not that difficult if you have the app that it's on.
I just sync up the sound and watch the video.
You can do that.
I do
always
that.
great.
I enjoy listening to you do the game, so I'm able to watch it on TV.
I appreciate it. Ted, if you,
I think it's just as exciting. It's just as exciting to listen to you broadcast that game. And again, I'm not sucking up here.
Well, it sounds like you are.
Just as exciting to listen to you broadcast it than it is to watch on the game. A lot of times, people who aren't as invested in the broadcast.
Well, that's incredibly nice of you to say. I appreciate it, Ted. And I encourage you to keep doing so. It will be, it's the only one that's all streamed all year. It's the opener for Michigan State. It's the Washington game, and that's obviously the big ticket item on the non-conference schedule. But like you said, probably will sell out. So other than that, I recommend the week free trial, which I'm going to assume they have a week free trial. Most streaming services do. And then just cancel after the game if you feel so inclined. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Gator?
Doug?
And we got to bring up a topic from a few weeks ago where I look really dumb. I just look dumb. And it's the elephant in the room when it comes to the show. Kang laughs about it almost on a daily basis. So I'm just going to eat crow on the air at 12:30. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. A lot of people reacting to the news that the Big Ten released a bunch of start times. Michigan, Michigan State, both swept up in the streaming story. Michigan's opener against East Carolina will be streamed on Peacock. Michigan State's game against Washington in Game 3, streamed on Peacock. The only way you can get them is through a streaming service. So, obviously, people react to that whenever there's change and things like this. And look, the model for how sports, there's a story out there. I guess I only heard about it on Dan Wetzel's podcast. ESPN is either already decided or seriously considering to just ceasing and desisting being available on cable. They might go full stream. That you have to have the ESPN.
Might?
Yeah, you have to have the ESPN app, and you'll have to buy the ESPN app, and they're going to take the middleman out.
Wow.
Yep. Which would, I mean, can you imagine rethinking, do you really want basic cable if it didn't have, I mean, I still would, but I wouldn't want to pay the same price if ESPN wasn't on it.
That's interesting. I mean, I obviously watch a lot more than just ESPN. I'm sure you do too, but that's a big part of it, and certainly for us, for what we do. Does that, if you're ESPN, I mean, if you're contemplating that, it would have to mean that it's more financially responsible for you to do that. And you're saying you'd be cutting out the middleman.
Yep.
Interesting.
So, I mean, things that, again, I got to find out what the story behind that was. A Dan Wetzel podcast they were talking about it.
That's got to be, it's also very tricky when you think about it, because the TV deals that you end up making with the conferences, I wonder what the wording is with those contracts about, hey,
yeah, exactly.
We expected you to stay on basic cable. You can't do this. If you're going to do this, maybe it's a plan for 10 years down the road or whatever after the first contract is done, or I'm not sure how they work that, but it's interesting that they're even discussing it.
Yep. 248-539-9797. I'm going to send a text to Wetzel and find out for sure. Matt's on a cell. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Matt.
Nice. Hey, boys. I guess I was going to ask Doug, like, does this, like, now that there's another person on the sideline with Peacock, does this change how you guys are doing? But also, is this just setting up for, like, straight up pay-per-view games? Because I have to now pay for Peacock to watch one game. I have to pay YouTube to watch another game. I have to pay Amazon to watch another game. So basically, I have to have a subscription to 5 different services to watch a game because they're on rotating weeks. So, like, am I eventually going to have to watch, pay another $8 to Hulu to watch week 2, and then week 3 is on this other service, to where maybe the Big Ten Network is just waiting for us to prime us to pay every single game, to where the Big Ten is like, all right, cool, now give us $60 a month per team that you want to watch every month, and then I've got to go to the Big Ten the Big Ten Network to watch my Saturday afternoon football.
It's a great question. I mean, Matt, it's funny because in the real world, everything isn't bundled together. You don't go to the grocery store and get a bundle of groceries for one price. You pick and choose off the shelf. But in the world of television, since cable came on, everything's been bundled together, and maybe we are looking to a simple a la carte type style of how we're going to watch television.
But it's also much bunk, because we used to complain that Xfinity overcharged us, so we went and got Peacock. But Xfinity owns Peacock. ABC owns Hulu. So, like, they're basically causing themselves to be the own problem. Like, Xfinity or Peacock saying, let's get out the middleman of Xfinity, or Peacock saying, let's get out the middleman, which is Xfinity, which is them. And, ABC is doing, or Hulu's doing the same thing. Let's get out the middleman of ABC, but it's the same company. So, like, with ESPN, you just mentioned that. Like, we're going to go directly streaming. Like, it's one company basically saying, we are our own problem, so pay us more money so we can go directly to you through another situation. That's
I mean, the companies are trying to find other revenue streams and ways to really maximize their dollars, and this is how you do it.
Thank you for the phone call, Matt. 248-539-9797. Scott is next here on 97.1. Hi, Scott.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey.
I know my wife has had a couple strokes, and, sometimes she doesn't understand things, watches stuff on TV, and she subscribes to these things. And then I look at the cable bill, and I wonder why the bill's going up and up and up. And I find out that she subscribes to these things. And in order to do this, you have to consent to automatic payment on your credit card. And then when you go to say, well, I want to cancel this, they won't cancel it until you call the credit union and cancel your credit card.
Huh?
I can't believe that's true.
Oh, yeah, I've had to cancel 2 credit cards. Yeah, so just buyer beware, right?
Well, I would imagine, can't you call the credit card company and say no more payments to this, to Peacock or whoever it is at your streaming service?
Well, I know through my credit union, they've said that we'll just cancel that card and issue you a new card.
Well, that's a colossal pain in the ass if that's true. But that seems like
a bit overdoing it. You have to cancel a credit. Yeah, I'm with you, Gator. I think you just normally either tell your credit card or the company itself, I no longer want to subscribe. Stop automatically taking money out, right?
Yeah, I know there are plenty of places that will make it difficult for you to cancel something that you've done, but it can be done. They're all done.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, anytime you go to cancel anything, you have to search.
Yeah.
It is not easy. Start a return and cancel. You have to navigate some websites into some dark corners of the web to find there because they hide it, man. They don't want it to be easy. Art's on a cell, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Art.
Hey, gentlemen. How you guys doing today?
All right. Thank you.
Hey, one thing that I've heard mention is you get up in some of out of the little towns up north, like, outside of K-Pac, outside of Yale, outside of Almont, you can't even get internet.
Yeah.
It's unavailable.
Yep.
Unless you get some astronomical price. Half the time it's dropping. I mean, I had a little place up north, and I couldn't get internet there unless I wanted to subscribe to cable all year long. So what are they going to do about this stuff?
Well, I think that's an ongoing issue that is being addressed. It's part of infrastructure that they need to, you got to get.
Who's they?
Well, whether it's cell towers or cable, getting cable accessible. And
so, I mean, who pays for that, right? Peacock isn't probably going to concern itself with the 400 people in K-Pac, right? And I'm being just so who's paying for the 400 people in K-Pac to be able to stream?
I don't know who pays for Wi-Fi or how that works, but that's eventually where it goes. You have to have some kind of provider, right?
Yes, and the provider, it needs to pay for it. Is the provider compelled to build stronger towers to take care of the K-Pac crowd? And I don't want to be dismissive of them because they're out there, but they're more concerned with the metro areas, and that's where the bulk of their, And so it sucks, is what he called up and talked about.
But but eventually it's not about like Peacock, for instance. It's about making sure that you have internet connections.
Yep.
And that's not Peacock. That's whatever internet. So exactly. I think that's a government thing.
I feel like
step in and they add more avenues so that you can get service everywhere and anywhere. And I think that's an ongoing issue that they continue to try to improve. I bet you reach places never reached 2 years ago.
Right.
That you reach now.
Is Peacock going to pay Xfinity to build more towers? Probably not. But Dan Wetzel got back to me about if ESPN is fully committed to going to just streaming or are they just considering. He said they're planning for it at some point. So, I mean, ESPN's made a ton of cutbacks.
They have. And then they go out and sign Pat McAfee to a giant deal. So, interesting.
Priorities, I guess. Okay, Dan Campbell just asked about DeAndre Hopkins. And you'll hear what he has to say about the free agent wide receiver today at 12:18 on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Fighters, start your engines. The XFC is coming to the Detroit Grand Prix Friday, June 2nd. That's tomorrow at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. The XFC Grand Prix is a one-of-a-kind mixed martial arts event that officially kicks off the return of the Detroit Grand Prix to the streets of downtown. Be witness to world-class MMA league fighting on Friday night and take in the racing on Saturday for an incredible weekend of Detroit sports action. Fight fans, you can get right next to the action with tickets starting under $20 or purchase a VIP table ringside for the ultimate experience. It all happens, like I said, tomorrow, Friday, June 2nd at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. For tickets, visit xfcfight.com. Again, tickets are at xfcfight.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Thursday in Detroit, talking about the announcement yesterday that, well, a variety of things. There was two big announcements. One, although not an announcement, just a report, that Monty Williams, Pistons got their guy, and we love it. And we'll get back to that a little bit later here in the show. Also, the Big Ten announced a bunch of start times for Michigan and Michigan State and Network, where they were going to park some games. And Michigan and Michigan State are both, well, victims of streaming, if you want to care to look at it that way. Some people, it's no big deal, but Peacock will be exclusively broadcasting Michigan's opener against East Carolina, Michigan State's game against Washington. You know what this is? This is them saying, hey, we want more subscribers, and we think this is going to help us get them. And so, you know, it's actually a sign of respect, but it's also annoying for fans that don't want to watch a game and don't have those streaming services. And it sounds as though Peacock, actually, after years of rumors, and there's always been rumors, is going to go from having been free as part of your Xfinity package. If you just are a regular cable subscriber, you get Peacock, to now you're going to have to pay for it. So you can always do the free week trial workaround if you so choose, or give it a shot, or tune into the radio. It's the game on the radio.
Yeah, is that what you want to do?
Those guys do a great job.
Yeah, work.
248-539-9797. Colin in Allen Park. What's up, Colin?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's going on?
So I am actually an ex cable worker. So let me get off, saying that.
Mm-hmm.
I do not like the Peacock idea. I subscribed to Sling about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and I noticed that a lot of the local channels, if the Lions are playing on Channel 2, you don't get that through that. So if you don't have cable, you don't get to watch the game. But on that topic that you guys are talking about up north, basically in those kind of remote areas, you pretty much it has to make sense for the companies. So the companies themselves, such as Comcast, are the ones who actually run the lines to the houses to get the internet and the cable there. But if it's too far off, even from the road, if you're in a downtown area, but you're really far from the road, they'll actually make you pay for the line for every foot outside of what they allow.
When you say you mean the customer?
Correct. So if let's say that their limit is 150 feet off the road, if you're 300 feet, they will charge you 150 feet of line because their normal line can't supply that. Wow. So basically, if you're in a remote area, even, up north, you have to pretty much pay to get the cable all the way to your house, even if you're off of a main road.
Wow.
So you're looking at a huge bill to even get, regular cable. Your only option up north is pretty much DirecTV, or for internet, I think Verizon does like a wireless hotspot or something.
Is it a one-time? Is it a one-time charge, or is that a monthly charge?
Yeah, so you still have to pay your bill just like you do in your normal houses, but the one-time charge, and when I'm not I'm not exaggerating. It is a very, very costly thing. I think the rumor was, it was about $20,000 or $30,000 per 100 feet.
Whoa!
Because you got to think you're running fiber, so you have to run that hard line, that thick hard line. And I could be off on my numbers because it's been a few years, but I know it was astronomical when I was learning about it.
I mean, significantly less than that is astronomical.
Yeah. Cut that in half. It's still
astronomical. 248-539-9797. All right. So Dan Campbell today was asked how he felt about the wide receiver room and would they have interest in DeAndre Hopkins. And here's what he said. Okay. If you've missed the very beginning, the question was, how do you feel about your wide receiver room? And are you interested in DeAndre Hopkins? And he started by saying, I'm not going to comment on that. Here's my question.
Uh-huh.
Why not? Free agent, right?
Yeah, he's free agent. You're allowed to comment on him if he's a free agent, but he's the head coach. He's not in charge of acquiring talent.
Okay.
He's in charge of coaching it, so that's not a question for him.
Maybe he could say, yeah, and he could say that. Or he could also be concerned about, hey, I don't want to insult any of our current players.
Right.
Because they could be in the mix for DeAndre Hopkins. And he doesn't want to comment in any way in case they don't get him, that there's any implication that what they have isn't enough. He doesn't want those guys to think so, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the Lions have definitely had internal discussions about this. They would have to. And maybe the conclusion is we're not going to do it.
Yep.
But they've discussed it. You would have to think.
One would think.
Are they happy with it? I mean, he says they're happy with the wide receiver room. I think it's good. Maybe middle of the pack right now. Maybe slightly better than that. But if you add Hopkins, you've got a great room.
Mm-hmm.
You think about what it would look mid-season to have Hopkins, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, and Marvin Jones with Collie Freeman and Josh Reynolds backing up. And that seems like it's a pretty good wide receiver room if you do that. Taking him away from it and sticking with what you have, it's still good.
Yeah, I mean, we are really counting on Jamison Williams making an impact this year. Is that a safe assumption? I mean, it feels like it. He looks awfully explosive on the field, but he had 1 catch and 1 carry last year. So if I were in another town looking in, and I would wonder, are they really that excited about the 1 catch and the 1 carry? Well, yeah, but it's not a given.
You saw what he did with that 1 catch and that 1 carry.
But it's not a given.
No, it's not a given. But the offense, looking at what they still have, okay, we haven't seen Sam Laporta play, but we saw what Sam Laporta did at Iowa, and his highlight package is pretty impressive.
Yep.
We saw the tight ends they had last year after they traded away T.J. Hawkinson. The tight ends were basically used in the red zone and specifically targeted in very specific situations, and they made some big plays. Brock Wright made a couple of monster plays on the season. But they really like the potential of James Mitchell, the guy who hardly played last year. They really like his potential to be a guy who can play
a big play tight end,
a big role on this team, not only after he catches the football, but he's a guy that can help the running game. And the running game itself is the part where maybe they feel most confident about. I read something on Twitter that said that they felt like they left a lot of meat left on the bone in the running game last year. And I agree. And it's no offense to Jamal Williams or DeAndre Swift, but having guys like Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs,
that feels like an upgrade.
That feels like a big upgrade for me. And knowing that Jahmyr Gibbs can also play a monster role in the passing game, and if he's healthy, which is the big if he's healthy, I think we'll see a dramatic difference between what he offered up and what Swift did. Because when Swift was healthy, he was great.
Mm-hmm.
But he wasn't healthy all the time. And he played often while he was hurt, not injured, but hurt, and it wasn't the same thing.
248-539-9797. So Dan Campbell wouldn't comment. And, hey, not totally surprised on that, but you're going over some of the reasons why he wouldn't, because he's allowed to. It's just a free agent. He's out there and he can say what he wants. I grew up and graduated high school from K-Pac. Never expected them to get much attention on the show. That's from Mike in Port Huron. K-Pac now might be our go-to small up north town reference point. I think maybe moving forward.
It's not even up north, is it?
No, not really. I live in Bad Axe. It's actually 2023 up here. Internet is available. I live in the Almont, K-Pac, Allenton area. I have internet access to all streaming services. Wi-Fi is 300 megabits per second and streams just fine. John in the middle of nowhere.
Wait, where did he say?
Almont, K-Pac, Allenton.
Oh, Allenton. I was going to say Allenton is totally different, but Allenton, I guess.
K-Pac class of 2004 checking in here. What's up? I used to live in Dryden. Could not get internet on the road I lived on. I called Charter, and they said someone would have to live within 100 yards of me that had Charter for me to be able to get the internet. So that kind of falls in line with what my man said. Who said you have to be? He said 150, I think, 150 feet.
He said 150 feet from
the road.
The road, yeah. I think all that's going to be changing in the years to come. I think there is an effort to try to ensure that all citizens in this country have access to the internet,
even in K-Pac.
Even in K-Pac.
All right, I got to eat some crow. I just want to get this out there and get it over with, okay? And Kang, you can stop laughing about it every damn day. We'll get to that at 12:32 on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, let's just get it out of the way. So, 4 weeks ago, right at the beginning of the playoffs, the NBA had its play-in games. And I was like, the NBA playoffs suck. The reason the NBA playoffs suck is because we waste a whole bunch of time playing these meaningless early round games, and they've gotten even more meaningless because of the play-in games. Seeds 4 through 8 have almost zero impact on the NBA championship. Almost zero. Historically, it's been the case. There are some outliers. And I dedicated a whole segment to talking about, the 1996 Houston Rockets who had a bunch of injuries and then got everybody back. Portland did that once where I think Clyde Drexler was out and he came back and they, as a 6 seed made a deep run. But outside of those rare occasions, there had been only 4 seeds above a 3 seed that had made the finals since 1996 Houston. So only 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 seeds had made the finals. And no 7s or 8s had ever done it, and only 1 6 had made the NBA finals. And then why are we doing this playing stuff? Yeah, it's entertaining and all that, but it's completely meaningless. It's completely meaningless because none of these teams have a shot. All right? And, we did a segment on it, and you or Kang, I can't remember which one made the point. Well, things have changed a little bit because of
load management.
Because of load management, so regular season seating, everybody's all in for the postseason, but they take their time, and I'm like, yeah, you watch. It's not going to make a damn bit of difference. And I really want to make a point that, we're just doing this little made-for-TV event, these play-in games, that just don't matter.
How did it age?
Well, I think I even called out the teams. I don't know why we're doing this, but sure, tonight watch the Hawks and the Heat, and watch the Bulls and the Raptors, and watch the Lakers and the Timberwolves, and the Thunder and who did they play? Who was the other one? But anyway, yes, that's right. The Hawks and the Heat, the effing Heat, have made it to the NBA Finals.
And they lost to the Hawks in the first play-in
game.
They
lost, the play-in game. If people don't know how it works, the 7 plays the 8 after the playoff seedings are set, and they play a 1-game. Winner is in as the 7 seed. Loser has to play the winner of 9-10
to get
in.
Yeah.
And the Heat lost to the Hawks, so the Heat had to play the Bulls, who won the 9-10 game. But I'm just going to own it, okay?
Are you?
Yep. Just going to own it. Now, I also think we should stop and say, appreciate what Miami did.
Do you,
so
Doug?
Rare. Yeah, I do. I'm not happy to look stupid, but I think it's pretty remarkable what they've done. They're the first 8 seed ever to get there.
Yeah, there's something else going on.
Well, not ever to get there. New York did it. I think New York did it in a strike-shortened season.
Yeah, it was 99. It was only 50-game regular season.
And there wasn't much difference between 1 and 8 there.
There's something else here, though.
What's that?
As to why you would say something like that, a month ago or whatever it was, 6 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Atlanta. Doug hates Atlanta.
Well, he hates Trae Young.
I hate Trae Young.
Well, let's face it. He also hated Dominique Wilkins.
That's true.
Right? So Doug hates Atlanta.
I actually don't hate it.
So when he sees... Mm-hmm.
I have great familiarity with Doug.
I think he hated Sidney Moncrief.
And who? He was Milwaukee.
He was Milwaukee.
Well, he also played with the Hawks.
Did he?
And John Concac.
I don't even remember that. Well, Concac was a stiff. But I have nothing against... I'm very familiar with who I hate and who I don't. I don't hate Atlanta. I do really dislike
Trae Young tremendously. So I think when you see that Trae Young is available there, and then a team like Miami has a chance to knock off Trae Young in that play-in game, and they don't, then you're dismissive even more. Yeah, I think that's where it starts.
Not even close. But I will say, I'm happy anytime Trae Young loses, but
well, Doug,
I cited all the teams and all the games were meaningless. It wasn't just about Atlanta.
Hey, we get stuff wrong all the time. All three of us,
Do this
all
for
the
4
time.
hours a day, every day, and try not to.
This one was just funny because it happened immediately after he said, and it kept getting worse.
And by the way, Detroit Sports Talk would have survived without me making this observation. Like, this wasn't like something critical. Hey, I need to get this off my chest for the betterment of our community. It was just kind of I find this irritating because these games are being played and they don't mean anything, and they're going to get TV ratings.
Why are we going through this song and dance?
Why are we going through the truth is the playoffs should be smaller, not bigger. And yet we've made them bigger, and we're creating fake excitement about something that will amount to nothing.
These playing teams have no shot.
It's not going to happen.
And then me and Gator bringing up, well, there's load management. It's more of a ring culture now.
Right.
Guys sit. The season is hurt. Every team's got a star. There's a chance. And
you don't see players playing the full 82 games anymore.
So the fact that every morning I come in and laugh because it just kept getting worse. Like, this can't
Doug,
keep
you
happening.
See the Heat won again.
And then the Lakers were pushing it to make it. They made the conference finals.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
They're a play-in team. And the thing about the Heat too that makes this even funnier is it's not just the load management. They're playing undrafted players that are getting them into. It's not like, okay, well, Tyler Hero and Victor Oladipo, both lottery picks, are just finding their way through this playoff and hitting their stride. No, it's Duncan Robinson, Max Strus, Caleb Martin, Gabe Vincent. Who the hell are these guys?
4 undrafted players.
Yeah. And you know what? My take on that whole thing had nothing to do with the roster or the players involved. It was just like, history tells us in the modern NBA, these teams have no shot. Why are we doing this?
Because things are changing.
With that said, Denver in 5.
I like Miami's chances, man.
You can't count them out anymore.
Can't count them out.
I'm counting them out.
The thing that has me hesitant about fully embracing it is how healthy is Jimmy Butler? It looked like he got banged up a little bit at the end of the Boston series. Is that going to take its toll on him? Otherwise, yeah, I'm in. I like Miami, and I'm going to say it. I'll say it. Miami in 6.
6 what? 6 games? You think Miami's going to win the series at 6 games?
Yep.
I think the only game that Miami could win is tonight because Denver's been off for so long.
Yeah, but Miami's got a quick turnaround to adjust to that altitude. They don't even,
They win tonight and lose the next 4.
That's what you got?
Yeah, that's what I'm going with. Wow. What about you? What do you got?
You're probably going to be right on this one finally, Doug. But I'll say this. I haven't had a feeling like a lopsided finals like this since maybe, honestly, like that I can really, really remember was 04 Pistons versus the Lakers. And the Pistons pulled that
actually
off.
won when
everybody
thought they were going to get smoked.
Yeah, like Lakers in 4 or 5, right? For sure. And then
That's
Pistons.
actually funny.
And so are the Heat the Pistons? The funny thing is, that's what you think is going to happen. Are you actually rooting for the Heat, though, Doug? Because they're such an underdog, and the undrafted players we mentioned, they're coming out of nowhere.
I think it's going to be a night-to-night thing. I'm going to root for where my dollar is, but because I really don't care.
Literally his dollar.
Yeah, literally my dollar, because I really don't care who wins or loses this one. I mean, Jokic is the best player in the league, and deserves it, and I suppose go get one.
Yeah, I'm just happy it's not the Lakers or Celtics, and I feel like Jokic is his chance to get his one because it's so hard. But
I brought up another bogus one. Remember, I'll go all T-Foss conspiracy theory. It's the Lakers Celtics in the finals because nobody wants to see the Heat and the Nuggets, and I've been all
on
over
point.
this.
You've been on point.
Hey, Jack Campbell at 18. Gave you that. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So, a couple things. More names committing to the Rocket Mortgage Classic.
Yeah, they got a few more that have committed.
Max Homa.
Tom Kim, Kevin Kistner.
I like it.
There's 3 more.
I like it.
Homa is the world number 6, so that's good to see. Tom Kim, world number 21. Kistner is world number 68. They join Tony Finau, who is the world number 12.
Defending champ.
Colin Morikawa is the world number 18. And Ricky Fowler, who's playing awfully well this year, is the world number 46. They need more.
Yep.
But it's a few weeks away from the start of the tournament. 4 weeks away, I guess, from the start of the tournament. So let's hope that they get some bigger names. It'd be nice, and there will be. But I don't think this is going to be one of those tournaments where the enhanced purse tournament that they were doing that with several others, where they're jumping up to $20 million. I don't think this is one of them. The one they're playing this weekend is. I believe that the Memorial in Muirfield Village, I think that's a $20 million purse.
So I went last year and loved all the viewing areas that your general admission ticket got you into, which was quite a few grandstand areas. There was a platform out by 13 or 14 where you could see from this platform, you could see multiple greens and multiple tee boxes, and it was open to anybody. So I had a blast and hope to be able to go again. But there's that, and then there's a Detroit Grand Prix downtown this weekend, which I feel like the first story with that is street closures. How are people down there dealing with street closures?
Yeah, it's I'm curious. I can't wait to see it. I don't think I'm going to go in person and watch it, but I will definitely want to watch some of it live on TV because I just love the idea of it being a road course in downtown Detroit. You know, it's a loop. It's part of it on the riverfront area on Jefferson. It's going to be cool just to see it done that way again, how it used to be. Belle Isle was fine, but having it actually in downtown Detroit, that's cool because it's like they're going on streets that you've been on and you know.
There have been multiple incarnations of the Detroit Grand Prix. It started off downtown F1, then it was downtown Indy cars, then it was Belle Isle Indy cars, then it was Belle Isle double headers where there'd be a race Saturday and a race Sunday, which I still find odd.
Yep.
Then it was just the single race last year, and now it's a single IndyCar downtown race again. It's cool that we've hung on to it, and as a city, we should be able to hang on to it, given the background of the city of Detroit. I'm not a big racing guy, but there's 2 things that I find really interesting about this event. How many races are there through city streets anymore? There's Monaco in Formula One, and what else? Help me. I'm serious. I don't.
How many? I'm sorry. Say it again.
Through city streets.
I think Vegas is doing it this year.
That's right. Vegas, Monaco.
That's
those
like
are both
November. That's gonna be a
those are both F1 races.
Pricey ticket. Yeah.
Yep. And then there's Detroit. There might be I'm sure there's another one. I don't know what it is. The other thing is this straightaway in downtown Detroit that this new configuration has. They are going to fly. Like that could be some very exciting racing coming out of that turn and that long, long straightaway.
Yeah.
I think it's down Jefferson. I think
it is too.
Yeah. So this has potential. But just the backdrop of being in a city, I think is so cool. I think it's so cool.
What if they had to do Michigan lefts? Come on, let's go.
That's funny.
It's going to be interesting to see for sure. Speaking of interesting, how about Jake Marisnick last night?
Well, look.
Couple of hits, making plays in center field.
You and I were off the air yesterday, and I was trying to find the odds on Marisnick getting a hit. And I was surprised. The odds were actually pretty good.
Well, you need to look at Marisnick getting 2 hits.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Hey, I mean, thank you for delaying what I hope isn't the inevitable, right? Thank you very much, Tigers, for winning that game. Now, Minnesota beat Houston, so Detroit's still 2 games back.
Still 2 games back, and the Tigers have tonight off, and they've got 3 at Chicago against the White Sox starting tomorrow night. The Twins, I think they're at home, but they're against Cleveland, and that starts tonight. So they've got 4 against the Gribe.
Yep.
I don't feel good about the Gribe taking games against them, but maybe they do.
Yep.
Maybe they do. The Tigers need to take care of business if they can with their depleted roster. And I was reading a Free Press article today that they had contacted, I think Evan Petzold had contacted some medical specialists out at Cedars-Sinai in California, and people that would know exactly about the injuries to the pulley tendon with Rodriguez, and then the stress fracture with Riley Green. And if it is indeed the ruptured pulley tendon, that it doesn't sound good. No. It sounds like this could be up to 12 weeks is what it said. And I'm like, oh, that's not good. The initial things you heard, oh, this is like maybe a 6 to 8 week injury. And this is saying it could be up to 12. That's no bueno. Riley Green said if it is indeed a stress fracture, this is something that could sideline him for 6 weeks.
So,
but the reason they're getting second opinions because the article said oftentimes it'll come out to look like it's a stress fracture when actually it may just be a bone bruise. So the MRIs that you can do, it could be misleading. So that's why they need to do a little bit more scanning and figure out and get second opinions.
Please and thank you.
Yes, because if it's a bone bruise, it's something that perhaps can return from in a week or so, which would be much better than losing Riley Green for, the better part of 2 months.
Let's go to Arnie on a cell. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Arnie?
Oh, you actually got me.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys were talking about street courses. I'm sorry, I'm in a car convertible.
It's okay.
Street courses, they're, you can sit Monaco, Detroit. There's Long Beach.
Okay.
In the U.S. And then Singapore, they do Formula One, and another one is Azab.
Yeah, that one just took place, didn't it? I was thinking back to Drive to Survive, and there's that Azerbaijan or whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah, it's actually a really cool circuit. But and then they used to do a street race in Toronto. I don't think they do that anymore. So
what do we think? There's 5?
And then Vegas?
Yeah, 5 or 6.
Yeah.
I don't know if Vegas is a street course or it's going to be a parking lot. I'm not sure.
I think it's street course.
I thought it was street course, but I could be wrong.
I think it goes right down the strip.
Did he mention Chicago, guys?
Is there one in Chicago?
We're getting a lot of ticket text that says NASCAR is hitting downtown Chicago 4th of July weekend.
Is that a first?
I do not know.
Yeah. That's awesome. NASCAR in downtown Chicago.
Yeah. St. Petersburg, I guess, apparently in Florida, in their downtown is getting raced.
Is that NASCAR or does it say?
Does not say. You got a multiple text on that from people, too.
All right. Well, thank you.
Someone wants
I don't know.
Someone wants to bring back the airplane races here. How do you guys feel about that?
I never went.
You never got into the airplane. I get nervous about that because I feel like there's some unnecessary risks.
Yeah, I mean, we're entering that time of the summer where we're going to see an air show disaster pop up on social media just because it feels like it happens every summer. I'm with you. I don't want to. That stuff doesn't do much. The thrill isn't worth the potential danger of what I might see. So,
the Vegas Grand Prix will take place on
October, right?
It's November, actually, November 19th, on a temporary street circuit, including the Vegas Strip.
Yeah, as a Vegas resident, I hate this, guys. That's another thing I'm going to bring up at the Chamber of Commerce meeting.
Make sure
right now, it's just the Strip. They're paving it for this race, this one silly race in November.
Right.
Traffic on the Strip is ridiculous. Can't even Uber anywhere.
Ticket prices are insane, from what I understand, for this event.
The hotels,
yeah,
and the package you have, because you can't just get a ticket. The package you have to buy. It's a huge package for any hotel down there is ridiculous. This is for all the high rollers. The whales, that's $10 and up bets, Doug.
Those crazy guys. Yeah, they live on the edge. Okay, so apparently this Chicago, it sounds like this is the first one. NASCAR will have a street race in downtown Chicago. That's an awesome idea. Awesome idea.
Wait. I had an offer about a 3-day package in Vegas for the Grand Prix.
You have one?
Yeah. It's going to take me too long to figure it out. Never mind.
All right, well, get on that. Let's take a look.
It's on Gator, Doug.
Yeah.
All right.
I
What a
mean,
guy.
Gator shout.
Expensive trip.
All right, we have more bold NFL predictions. Yesterday we spun the wheel, came up with some bold NFL predictions. We'll get to that today at 1:20. But first, Mr. Hot Take Behind the Glass, Kang, will say just about anything. Wait till you hear his Tiger hot take.
Not true.
Oh, my.
We'll get to that at 1:02 here on 97.1. Nearly as expensive as we thought, the Vegas F1 Grand Prix.
Well, I wasn't looking at the deal that I was offered, but I did try to piece it together, looking it through StubHub and then going to a website for one of the major hotels out there.
Yeah.
And the cheapest price per ticket, and I looked for it for 2 tickets next to each other, was $1,500 each.
Okay.
For a 3-day pass.
Okay.
Then I wanted to see where I could stay. So I looked up the Bellagio. Really nice hotel out there.
Mm-hmm.
For those dates, if I wanted to go out on the check in for the 16th and come back that Sunday the 20th, $2,400 a night.
But that's it.
That's it. Yeah. So, 3-night stay, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. You got $7,500 plus the $3,000 for the tickets that you're going to pay for the passes. So you're looking at, almost $11,000.
I got to win a lot of $1 bets.
You sure do.
Yep.
Well, it starts with the first one.
Is that a single bed?
That's that's 2 queens. Actually.
Oh, okay.
That's all they have.
We're adults. We're not sharing rooms, guys.
Yeah.
Right.
Guess what? 10 of us are sharing a room. That's what's happening. 248-539-9797. Steve in Clinton Township. Hi, Steve.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
I just wanted to tell you guys that caller about the credit card through the credit union. That's what they do now. They cancel them. I don't know if they're just sick of dealing with companies that it's real hard to unsubscribe once you've ordered something. But yeah, it was a big pain in the, for me as well with, everything's attached to a certain credit card. So I had to go and reload everything with the new credit card. So just tell you and the viewers out there, be careful. They got me by saving like $2 a month if you, put your credit card information in, and it's an auto pay. So just be careful and know that, yep, that's what they do. They cancel the credit cards now.
Thank you, Steve. All right, so Tigers yesterday get the win. And, there's I don't think is there Miggy angst? How would you describe Detroit's, the Tiger fans' feeling towards Miguel Cabrera right now? The overwhelming feeling.
I think the overwhelming feeling is one of patience. They understand what the season is, and they don't see that he's really blocking anybody. And I think the crowd loves it when Miggy gets a hit.
Yep.
I think they go nuts. And I think that was the case the other day when he had the 3 hits, when he scored from second base. I mean, the guy loves baseball. He's a really, really smart baseball player. And I think for the most part, the overwhelming feeling is that people are just appreciating Miguel Cabrera and his swan song.
There's a lot of applause. The game I went to earlier this year, a lot of applause when he came to the plate. But here's my question: is at some point, if they continue to stick around, this might get uncomfortable, right? I mean, I don't think we're there yet. Some people are.
I think we're a ways away.
Yeah, because there's 2 reasons. One is they don't have 9 guys that are clearly great or good or that clearly should be playing instead of the spot duty that Miguel Cabrera gets. Their lineup is filled with guys almost on a night in, night out basis that are below the Mendoza line.
But will they get upset? The Tigers organization, Scott Harris doesn't strike me as an impatient guy. But let's say that there's another injury or so, and you've got obvious moves that can be made with guys that are not going to be part of this team's future. Whether it's Jonathan Scope or if it's Miguel Cabrera or whomever you think is that, not going to be here all that long. Do they decide at some point, all right, now we're going to go with more of a youth movement. We're bringing up Malloy. We want to see what he does. Do they dare bring up Colt Keith? He's hitting .330 at AA.
Yeah, I mean, he goes to AAA, right?
Well, yeah, but
when you say call up, you mean just to all the way up?
Well, I don't. I mean, I read something today that suggested we hear it all the time. Guys making a jump from AA to the show. If he is someone that they deem as defensively competent at third base, or can play anywhere in the infield competently,
yeah.
He can. I mean, he's hitting minor league, but obviously it's a major difference when he gets to the major leagues. But do they dare allow him to make that jump? Because it's a team that is lacking so much offensively right now? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, it could, I suppose. I don't get the sense that anything's imminent, though.
No, I don't feel it. I mean, I'm bringing it up because I saw it this morning. I have a hard time thinking they would go ahead and make that leap from AA to the majors, but AA to AAA to the majors, that could happen if he doesn't miss a beat. Like if they call up Malloy,
yep,
and let's say, just for the sake of argument, waive Jonathan Scope, call up Malloy, fits that roster spot. Now you've got a hole at Toledo. You could slide Colt Keith up to Toledo, and then he plays there. And if he kills it there and he's playing great defensively, maybe it's just too much to ignore. It's a Kerry Carpenter situation where he's hit 30 home runs. What are we doing wasting it all down at in the minors when that could happen here at the major league level?
With that said, Mr. Hot Take Behind the Glass said something that caught my attention.
Stop it.
I know. The funny thing is you are not a hot take guy at all, but it feels like something a hot take guy would say.
Well,
and by hot take guy, for you don't even believe it. You're just saying it for attention is typically a hot take.
And I'm not saying this for attention. I'm just saying
I know you're not.
Okay, so you guys brought up Miguel Cabrera and how the fans feel about him. I feel like there's a decent amount, not a ton maybe, and maybe not the majority, but a decent amount of people that just don't even want to see Miguel out there anymore. And maybe it's just social media, maybe it's just calls and ticket texts, but he is batting under 200, right?
He had 3 hits and he brought the average up to 196.
He brought it up to 196.
Brought it up to 196.
He has no home runs this year. All right?
None.
Not hitting for really any power. And my thought to Doug was, and I said this, if you actually want Miguel Cabrera to be productive on this team, to help this team, not just be a guy out there that you're just kind of showing because it's his last season and fans get to see him every now and then. And I think if you ask them honestly, you should play him more. You should play more consistently. I know it sounds crazy because look at the numbers we just read off. He's not hitting for average or power, but I think it's because he's just in spot duty, and he's not that type of player. He's not the type of guy that you can just bring up every now and then, dust off, especially with his age and everything. Yeah, well, right, and just be like, hey, come through with a clutch home run for us. It ain't happening. I think he needs consistency, and unless he's holding somebody back, like who else is DHing for this team on a night in and night out basis?
Well, Nick Maton.
Right.
Is who's your DH, who, by the way, is hitting $167, 30 points less than Miguel Cabrera, but his OPS is much higher because he had all the home runs to start the season. But that's the guy who is, and I'm just waiting for the moment where we get the release. Hey, Nick Maton has been optioned to Toledo because he's got to get his confidence back up and learn how to swing the bat at this level. I hear what you're saying, and my thought is that I think A.J. Hinch, it seems like he has a real firm grasp on how to handle Miguel Cabrera. It sounds like there's communication between the two, that they're in agreement on how he should be used. And if Miggy were to push it, and let's say Miggy says, I need more at-bats to produce more. I got more to give. I can produce. You just got to give me the at-bats. That actually Hinch might say, okay. But when they have situations where there's a pinch hitter and they decide to go with Jonathan Scope as a right-handed bat instead of Miguel Cabrera, it tells me that he can't go like consecutive games, or that there is a physical issue with him that keeps him from playing as much as you'd like to see. And that if it becomes an issue later in the season where things are getting tight, that then it could get uncomfortable at that point if they're seriously within striking distance of the division.
But you'd play him more.
If you want to get more out of him. If you this year is my question. If you want something out of him, I think you got to play him more to get something out of him. If
this is your Tigers. If this is the Tigers, and there's going to be no significant changes, J.J.M. is going to stay at AAA, and Colt Keith is going to stay in the minors, and they don't make any trades, I mean, maybe somebody's going to have to get the at-bats. And the truth is, A.J. Hinch, you almost know this, it's going to be spot duty. It's going to be track records against pitchers. It's going to be righty-lefty matchups. It's going to be the occasional Hinch hunch. But at the end of the day, there's nobody else that's distinguished themselves, because it feels like I don't want it to turn into these, who would you rather see, A, Miguel Cabrera, or B?
Right.
And because there is no B, there's no option B yet.
They've got a bunch of guys that just aren't producing enough. Eric Haas this year, his OPS is 599. I mentioned Nick Maton before. His is 612, but it's because of all the extra base hits he had to start the season. He's been terrible lately. Jake Rogers, though he runs into one a lot, he's got 6 home runs, leads the team. But Jake Rogers, did you know he's only hitting $156?
Yes. It's painful because I really want to be a Jake Rogers.
Yeah, I do too. And Andy Ibanez, who they say is hitting the ball real hard and the expected average is a lot higher than what he's hitting, he's hitting 174. And has an OPS lower than Miguel Cabrera's. Jonathan Scope is hitting 214 with a 564 OPS. They've got so many guys that just aren't producing. So it's a lot easier to say, all right, we'll let Miguel Cabrera stick around for long because nobody else is doing it.
I guess, my thing is commit either way. Either play him more or just don't even barely play him at all.
Well, he's not playing much right now.
But if you look at
he's played in half the games.
Yeah,
and
even less than.
And that's because of pinch hit roles. He's gotten half the games.
Yeah, I guess you look at his plate appearances compared to the other guys. I mean, you
Yeah.
mentioned, do you want to see Ibanez out there instead? Do you want to see Maton?
Well, if the analytics show that Ibanez is supposed to be a better hitter than what he's just run into some bad luck, then fine. I guess he can. And plus, Ibanez can play defense, so that makes more sense. But a guy like Jonathan Scope, who's not going to be here next year. Do I want to see Miguel Cabrera play over Jonathan Scope? Absolutely.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Fighters, start your engines. The XFC is coming to the Detroit Grand Prix Friday, June 2nd at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. That's tomorrow. XFC Grand Prix is a one-of-a-kind event. It's a mixed martial arts event that officially kicks off the return of the Detroit Grand Prix to the streets of downtown. Be witness to world-class MMA league fighting on Friday night and take in the racing on Saturday. That makes for an incredible weekend of Detroit sports action. Fight fans, you can get right next to the action with tickets starting under $20 or purchase a VIP table ringside for the ultimate experience. It all happens Friday, June 2nd at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. For tickets, visit xfcfight.com. Again, tickets at xfcfight.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Brad in Waterford. What's up, Brad?
Hey guys, how you doing? Great show as usual.
Thank you.
Let me throw a few names out there as far as on the Tigers. As far as the outfield goes, Baddoo, Green, Vierling. Now stay with me here. Parker Meadows, Austin Meadows. Okay, Parker is lighting it up down on the farm. He is. You bring him up. Austin was at the game, was on the bench at the game the other day. He's starting to come around. He gets his brother there. Everything might be like kumbaya here. Okay.
But Parker, hold on. Parker Meadows is not lighting it up. He's hitting 236 with a 729 OPS.
How many nukes?
He's got 6 bombs and 191 at bats.
It's not bad.
The 729 OPS is nothing special. It's slightly above average.
All right, fair enough. All right. But Maton, you got to kick him to the curb, man. He's not good.
Well, I don't want to kick him to the curb. Here's what I would say. I would say Maton, send him to the minors. I'm kicking him to the curb sounds like you want to release him. I don't want to do that. I think he's clearly got talent, but he needs to learn how to hit a curveball.
So, look, we're almost in a classic case of get rid of him, okay, and do what? Don't care. Well, you should. The team has to have an answer. They have to. They need to do things to get better and make sure that they're doing things to get better and not jeopardizing some things long term. Like it or not, service time matters. 40-man roster spots matter, and so you have to be somewhat judicious and patient, and not call someone up before you want to. But I mean, the clock's ticking on all these guys. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm looking at Maton and Scope and going, just fine. You guys are doing just fine, but the clock is obviously ticking.
Yeah, and, with Austin Meadows, we'd love to see Austin Meadows here, but he's not ready to play baseball again yet. I don't know when that's going to happen.
Now, great case scenario, he brought up a potential great case scenario, which is Parker Meadows is tearing it up, and that helps Austin Meadows in his recovery, and they both play together in the same outfield. That'd be great. And he, Austin Meadows returns to form, and Parker Meadows earns the spot, right?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I would love it if Parker Meadows would figure it out hitting-wise and get on a tear again. And he looked like he was improving. Last year he had a big improvement year, and this year he started off better, but it's kind of calmed down. Yep. But there's still a lot to like with him. He's 23 years old, so it's getting to that point where he's going to have to get an opportunity.
Matriculate to the next level. Yeah. Okay. We had yesterday the 100 NFL bold predictions.
We did.
100 days out from the season.
You had a spin in the wheel.
We had a spin a wheel, and we would, whatever number it stopped on, that was the question that we would, or prediction rather, we would have. These were done by Connor Orr. Are you ready?
I am ready.
We're going to spin the wheel again. Let's go. Whatever number it lands on will be the number question or prediction rather that I will read. And it lands on.
There you go.
55.
Oh.
5 teams that made the playoffs last year will miss the postseason this year. Tampa, Miami, the Giants, the Seahawks, and the Vikings will all be on the outside looking in. You know what's amazing about that? Those 5? 4 are in the NFC.
Yeah, so that's the issue, right? Let's look at the NFC.
So who are the teams outside the playoffs other than Detroit that they expect to get in?
Right, because obviously the Lions be one of them. Then who's – I mean, pick one from the South. If you don't think Tampa is, who's going to win the South? So I guess that's one.
Yeah, the winner of the South.
Winner of the South. You got Detroit. That's 2. Do you think the Rams bounce back and take care of Seattle?
They would go Rams and
pick the Packers? I mean, the Bears? I don't know.
Yeah, you'd either pick the Packers or maybe the Commanders, right?
Yeah, or 2 teams from the South that aren't Tampa Bay?
No way. Well, I mean, there's a way.
There's a way.
It's the Saints. Well,
if the Saints and
Carolina,
I don't know.
Falcons?
Atlanta,
Ritter's good or something?
So literally he's predicting either the Cardinals, the Rams. No, we already got the Rams on the list. We're assuming the Rams, Detroit, and the South winner is on the list. So he's predicting one of these other teams, the Cardinals, the Falcons, Saints. He's saying it's the Falcons or Saints because he's saying it's not going to be Falcons, Saints, or Panthers because it's not going to be Tampa, Chicago, Green Bay, and Washington. He's picking one of those teams to get there. Seems like a bit of a stretch.
It does.
It does, but I'm going to agree with him. This is the NFL.
Oh, it is the NFL. You're right.
But 5?
The NFL. Maybe it's only 3 NFC teams and 2 AFC
Well, that's
teams.
I was going to say you can.
I don't
work it
agree
with
necessarily
AFC.
with the teams, but I think the number might be right.
Yeah.
The distribution of
Carolina is so interesting because they won 7 games last year. They can run the football. Obviously, what happened against the Lions? Just throw that out the window. But what else do they have? Aside from the giant game against the Lions, they do have good running backs. They've got Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard there. And they have Bryce Young at quarterback, which is going to be crazy. You love watching Bryce Young throw the football, don't you?
I mean, he's a good quarterback.
No, but I mean,
if you can see him throw the football.
The shots from mini camp where he was just dwarfed by
You look like
everybody
a
else.
child. Spin the wheel again, and it's spin it very hard.
Got some staying power there.
55 again. Spin it again and spin it for real. How does that happen?
You're an idiot. A funny idiot. Come on. There it is.
Lands on 77.
Oh.
It's a local one. Jamison Williams will score 6 touchdowns in his final 11 games. While no one was hoping for a gambling suspension for the talented 2022 first-round pick, the Lions will be able to hold serve with their dominant run game plus an underrated and still improving quarterback in Jared Goff, not to mention one of the best designed offenses in football. That will give Williams a bit of the element of surprise when he comes back. Defenses won't be prepared for how easily he can decimate a secondary.
You buying it?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm not. And I'm not by any stretch of the imagination. I think we're being a little too quick to expect a little too much.
I was so disappointed last season with, he played 6 games, and yet they hardly used him in the 6 games. The kid gloves are off. There's no reason, to keep in the glass menagerie here. This guy is ready to play. And because he's ready to play, I expect the 6 touchdowns in the last 11 games because he can get it done catching the ball or on an end around somehow. They're going to find ways to get him the football, and he's going to score.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so because I'm just cautiously optimistic. That's the way to put it. I'm optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic. Can you think those numbers are too big?
Well, the smart money is what you're thinking, Doug. But I ain't smart. I want the six touchdowns.
There it is.
In 11.
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, the kid's gloves are off, Gator, but he's also missing the first 6 weeks this year. So is he still getting his feet wet?
Well, he's missing the game time for sure, right?
Yes.
But he's able to, and he's working out with the guys.
Practice.
He'll be there at training camp. He'll be able to participate in the preseason games. Maybe he gets more reps in the preseason games than you expect because they want to get him that game feel as much as possible before he has to sit out for 6 weeks. I think he's going to hit the ground running.
6 touchdowns is a lot, man. In 11 games?
In 11 games. When he's
That's every other game.
But he's, is he still up to speed? Is he up to speed yet?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. They say they said it the OTAs, it's totally different. They wouldn't lie. They wouldn't say things that aren't, true.
Wouldn't be anything misleading coming out of OTAs.
They wouldn't paint a rosy picture just to paint a rosy picture.
All right, if you missed our take on Monty Williams and why this is such a good fit for the Detroit Pistons, stick with us. We'll get to that today about the new Piston head coach at 1:32 on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Okay, so look, the Monty Williams hire is really, really interesting on a variety of fronts. First of all, when he got let go 2.5 weeks ago, we immediately said on this show, call him. Call. That should be their number one target. And Gores and Weaver went after him. He said no. They built a bid to get him around the Pistons winning the lottery and having Victor Wembanyama, and they were hoping to have that to sell. Didn't happen. And he just said no. And I kind of understand why. He's owed a ton of money. I mean, the contract extension he signed with Phoenix doesn't even kick in till after this NBA season. It was believed to be 2 to 3 years, worth somewhere between $7 and $10 million. And he's owed $5. So let's say it's 2 years at $7 million. That starts in the 24-25 NBA season. You're talking about him being owed in the neighborhood of $20 million for doing nothing over the next 3 years. It's a decent salary for doing nothing. So he wasn't going to jump at just any old offer. And I don't know that the Pistons came at him with a very competitive or uncompetitive offer the first time around. What I know is they made him the highest paid coach in the NBA. They literally gave him an offer he couldn't refuse, which is north of $13 million, more than Pop, more than Spoelstra, more than Kerr.
According to the story in The Athletic, I don't even think they didn't make an offer initially. They just gauged his interest, and he basically said, yeah, no, I'm going to take the year off.
Yep.
But sources told The Athletic that if he was going to coach, he would consider the Pistons and another team. So Gores took that information and they decided to push it a little bit. And then I believe they met on Monday. They flew him out to L.A. to his house in Los Angeles on Memorial Day, talked about it, felt good about it, and then basically made an offer. Sent him some numbers a day later or a couple days later, and then they came to an agreement. So it's interesting how it worked out. But this was the guy who was the number one candidate available.
And they've paid him. They paid him big time. Now, this doesn't affect your salary cap. It's interesting. Stoney said he had a season ticket holder friend who told him season ticket prices have already gone up in some areas. Does it mean some ticket prices may go up because they got some money to spend? I hope it doesn't cut into their budget for players. I can't suspect that it does. It does show that the owner's serious and the owner is being aggressive. But what are they getting in the candidate? Okay, so Monty Williams, there's a lot to like here. First of all, he had to navigate the Robert Sarver mess, who was the owner there, and eventually got a 1-year suspension for his behavior, the way he treated minorities and the way he treated women. And this incarnation of the Suns started with the Devin Booker draft pick in 2015. And they hadn't made the playoffs in 5 years when they drafted Devin Booker. And then it was 6, 7, and 8 years in Booker's first 3 years. And they went from 23 wins to 24 wins to 19 wins. So I guess it ended up being 9 years in a row that they hadn't gone to the playoffs. And they had 19 wins. Now, right before they got Monty Williams, they got DeAndre Ayton and Mikal Bridges, who are pretty big acquisitions. Ayton when they won the lottery and they got him number 1 in the draft. And then they traded, I believe, to get Bridges. And Monty Williams comes in and they win 34 games. In his second year, they get Chris Paul.
As a free agent.
And they win 51 games and they lose in the NBA Finals in year 2. In his third year, they win 64 games and he's named NBA Coach of the Year before flaming out in the playoffs, unfortunately. And then the last year, they did get Kevin Durant, who got hurt and hurt again, but was back, and they won 43 games and they got bounced in the second round of the playoffs. So what happened good under Monty Williams? Well, Booker developed and was an all-star alternate Monty Williams' first year. And that first year, and by the way, Devin Booker was growing sick of being in Phoenix. Ownership was bad. The team was a joke. And Monty Williams came in, added some stability, helped turn Devin Booker into an alternate for the All-Star game, and he eventually made the All-Star game as an alternate. The next year he made it as just selected. Third year, he not only made the All-Star game, he selected first team All-NBA under Monty Williams. Mikal Bridges became a great perimeter defender. And with Ayton, things worked out. Now, Ayton has his flaws, but my question is, does Monty Williams see Detroit and have his Devin Booker and Cade Cunningham, his Mikal Bridges and Jaden Ivey, and his DeAndre Ayton in Jalen Duren? Kind of feels like it.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think it's something that, I don't even think you have to say a poor man's version of that. I think that these guys have budding talent. I mean, Cade Cunningham was the first overall pick for a reason. Jaden Ivey, everyone agrees, can be explosive, and his ceiling is awfully high. Jalen Duren, the youngest player in the league, again, ceiling is awfully high. I love the Pistons' youthful foundation that they have, and you add to that guys like Isaiah Stewart, and James Wiseman, who they traded for, and they've got Marvin Bagley. They've got decisions to make on free agency and perhaps trades. The foundation's here to be better, a lot better. The number one issue with the Pistons last year, or two issues that really hurt them. First is, of course, the injury to Cade Cunningham, because you didn't get to see a season of growth with him working with the rookies. Instead, it was sink or swim with the rookies. Mm-hmm. The other one is they didn't play defense well enough. Nowhere near well enough. If defense is truly effort-driven, then did they just didn't get a good effort? Well, that's why you needed to change coaches, get a different voice in there. And if Monty Williams he's definitely a different voice, and he comes in with, with the ability to he resurrected what happened in Phoenix. So I think it's a really nice hire. But now that they've made this hire, what's next? What do you do with the fifth pick? What do you do with Bojan Bogdanovic?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. What do you do with free agent money? Now, Monty Williams, there's other things to see the symmetry here and why it works and why this could be very good. First of all, he was in Oklahoma City with Troy Weaver, and I'm gonna assume, although Weaver's kind of behind the scenes executive, I'm gonna assume Weaver, who calls the shots, and Gores, the owner, whose name has been out there on this coaching search, I'm gonna assume they're on the same page. If Weaver didn't want Monty Williams, Weaver could give Gores reasons why, and he probably wouldn't have been the coach here. So I'm gonna assume Weaver wanted him because they were together in Oklahoma City. When Monty Williams left Oklahoma City, he took two of the assistants with him. He hired another guy who's already an NBA coach, but you wonder if those guys are going to come with him, and Troy Weaver's getting a version of the band back together that they had in Oklahoma City. Randy Ayers was his right-hand man, a veteran guy who's been a head coach before, and he could be a part of this staff. So the questions, of course, are what went wrong. His substitution patterns were questioned in Phoenix. There was a feeling that maybe he didn't use the regular season enough to get his team ready for the playoffs. And maybe his message started to fall on deaf ears here a little bit. That the Phoenix Suns, had heard it from him over and over again, and they just needed a new voice in the room. He also could be just a victim of new ownership. And by victim, I mean a new owner has a right to do what they want to do when you buy a team. But sometimes that means they let the old guy go to bring in their own guy. So,
well, I'm still stunned that he was let go. I mean, he comes in, takes a team that won 19 games to winning 34 games, missing the playoffs. Second year, they get to the NBA Finals. Third year, they get to the conference semis. Fourth year, they go back to the conference semis. And then you say enough's enough. To me, that says that Matt Ishbia just wants to hire his own guy. Matt Ishbia is obviously he's a basketball guy, played at Michigan State. I mean, he's got this billion-dollar empire. But as an owner, he is a basketball guy. So it doesn't surprise me, being an owner, that you want to find your own guy.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Brian in Mount Clemens. You're on 97 with a ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey guys. Yeah, while I was on hold, you all kind of, discussed what I was calling in about. But I was just going to say, and again, you all kind of answered it, or referenced it. We got this coach who's being, he's being paid as the best coach in the league, as he is the best coach in the league. That's what he's been paid like that. He has to prove that, though. The thing is, like I told the screener, I was like, well, who are the players for this championship caliber coach that doesn't have champion caliber players on the team? And you guys, when I was listening to you speak, you're talking about potential. Okay, so yeah, I guess he's coming here with that idea that he has potential in these guys that haven't really played together and they're so young. But one thing that's concerning
Brian, I think you've completely lost both of us. What?
Oh, what do you mean I lost you?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me say this again. Okay, you got Coach Monty Williams coming here. Where are the championship? He's getting paid like a championship caliber coach. He's the highest paid coach in the league now.
So you want to know where the players are. So do you not like the core group of players the Pistons have?
I didn't say that. I didn't
well,
like,
I'm asking you. I'm asking you the question.
Oh, no. I like the players, and like I said, I don't know if you guys, maybe I mixed you guys up. I said that while I was on hold, it changed the whole dynamic of you guys kind of already alluded to it.
Let's just stop. The point is what?
All right.
What's the point?
Is this Doug or?
Yes,
Doug?
this is Doug. I just want to know what the point is because we're up against the break. So.
Okay. Who? Okay. Where are the championship caliber players that he's going to coach? That's all. So you can answer. I'll listen.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thought we did. That's why I asked
there's
you.
the
Do you not like the
three.
young group
There's
of players
Cade,
they have?
There's Ivy and there's Duran. There's cap space. There's a draft pick coming up, and there's trades to be had. Like in our best case scenario, okay, the best case scenario is he knows how to get the most out of Cade, how to get the most out of Jaden Ivey, and how to get the most out of Jalen Duran. Those guys are cheap, young first contract players. You got money to spend in free agency to go get a veteran. You can trade out of the 5 spot or take a player there. The roster is far from complete.
That's
from complete.
And then maybe that's what his point was, is that where else do you see it coming from? And you can see it coming from free agency through trades, like the young core that they have. Now, this doesn't mean that they win a championship in 2 years, because that's not how it works.
No.
Right? This team is awfully young. It's going to take years before they develop that chemistry where they can be a winning championship team or a championship caliber team. But I think they're on the right track.
Players
I like the foundation,
there.
and they've got a coach who absolutely they're paying like he's the highest paid coach in the league, and you expect results.
Yeah, I mean, the players aren't there yet. All the players that you need.
But how soon do you expect the results?
Well, I mean, the best case scenario played itself out in Phoenix. He was in the NBA Finals 2 years later. He went from 19 to 34 to the NBA Finals. But that's that's an incredibly quick timeline. I'm not necessarily expecting that. But I'm not sure anybody could do that. Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is Harrison Ford starring as Indiana Jones again going to be awesome or a tad bit pathetic?
Oh, I think
there's a fine line.
I love the character Indiana Jones. The first movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, is one of the all-time great movies.
Mhm.
There's no question about that. The second one, not so much. The third one, Last Crusade, they brought in Sean Connery. I thought that was a nice finish. Okay?
Yep.
Good movie, entertaining as hell. World War II stuff, good, done. Then they went ahead and waited a bunch of years and brought out Shia LaBeouf and let's make it the Indiana Jones and a Crystal Skull or whatever. It is awful. Just a pathetically bad movie, and it bastardizes the legacy of Indiana Jones. I thought that was done. They embarrassed themselves. Then they double down. And then bringing them out again. And I saw a 30-second trailer the other day.
Yeah.
And I'm just shaking my head. Why? Why? He can't possibly need the money. He's Harrison Ford. He's been in two of the biggest and greatest franchises in movie history. He clearly doesn't need the money. Why is he doing this?
Well, I mean, is this an example of a player that should retire, but they're doing it because they love playing?
I mean, how old is he? Is he like 75?
I don't know. But I saw.
Guess.
Okay, so I haven't seen. I think I saw 1 and 2, and that's it. And
you didn't see
I'm
Last Crusade?
No, I'm not the person to talk about this. But it brought back memories of a very, very, very old Sean Connery playing James Bond, and I was like, oh, that can't be Bond.
Right. Sean Connery playing Henry Jones, Dr. Jones's father, made all the sense in the world, right?
Yep.
Looked older. He was older. It was great. That's a great when he played. I forget what the movie was.
Never Say Never
Never Say
Again.
Never Again. And he was just way too old for the part. Yeah.
Like Bond, I don't want to see what Bond is doing when he's 90, and that's what it looked like.
Harrison Ford is 80 years old. Now, I thought I read something about that there's some CGI. Right, great. There's some CGI stuff that'll be done to make him look a little bit younger than what he is.
Okay.
But I don't know. I mean, will I see it? I'll probably see the movie because I love Indiana Jones. But I do not have high expectations for this one. And I really hope that it's not going to be completely embarrassing.
Well, I would agree with that. But when he brought back Han Solo, okay,
Yeah.
in Rebel Without a Cause. No, that was a Public Enemy song. Whatever the new 3 ones that they came out
with. The first one he was in was
they
Rise
were really
of Skywalker
good.
or whatever it was.
Yeah, where it didn't work out great for him. Spoiler alert. But I was actually decent.
Yeah.
Like, I was good.
That
And
makes
I'm
sense.
thinking, can this happen with Indiana Jones? Or is it going to be Sean Connery, Never Say Never Again, but say it quick because I'm about to die, Sean Connery, right? I mean, that's...
Line.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was supposed to say. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't want this to be embarrassing for him. I've enjoyed Harrison Ford's his entire career. I think it's been a lot of fun to watch his movies.
And Indiana Jones is one of the great characters.
Yeah.
But I feel like we all have a stake in this. Like, please don't make this embarrassingly bad.
Like, we're talking about Tom Cruise not continuing action movies, and he's like 60, right?
He still does his own stunts and everything.
Well, and I think that's going to start to change here. But he still kind of gets it done, kind of.
Top
But he's
Gun Maverick
20
was
years
good.
younger.
Top Gun Maverick was good.
All right, Doug, we know you saw the movie. Indiana Jones, this new one. Is he gonna like ask someone to help him with his password? You know what I mean? Like, is it like, is this how?
Yeah.
Is he gonna be driving so slow in a chase scene where they're like, "Sir, we speed up"?
Hold on, let me put you on speaker.
Yeah, right. Is he gonna be in public talking on his phone and speakerphone? Yeah, it's like, yes, it's me, Indiana. Can you hear me? Yes,
So
sir.
Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade came out in 1989. Okay, so that's did a quick math. 34 years ago. Oh my God! Wow, 34 years. So if you go if you think that was in World War II, let's say 1945, the end of World War II time, right?
Yeah.
1940. Why not? tack on 34 years to that. So now you're talking Indiana Jones in
Korea?
like the mid 70s?
In Korea, like fighting a Korean War?
No, this would be Vietnam because it's
you're
34 years
right,
later.
yeah.
But that's kind of the time frame. This would have to take place in the 70s.
Is he going to be?
What is he doing?
Is he going to be? Is it in the cast of Apocalypse Now?
Right.
Marlon
Gotta
Brando.
find Kurtz and take him down the river. You with me?
So, hey, there's a really good chance I won't see this, but I hope it doesn't embarrass the franchise.
The only embarrassing would be if they brought a dog in this or a young kid. What are we doing?
Yeah.
That's my angry.
What was the kid? What was the kid's name? Short Round.
Short Round, who was part of that Everything Everywhere All at Once movie that took home all those Academy Awards.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, help me here, because again, I'm not a movie guy. Harrison Ford's still beloved and respected, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
He hasn't gone off the deep end with anything.
He doesn't need to fly anymore, but yeah, had an issue with landing planes, but
right.
Do we know anything about the storyline, Gator? For this new one, what's it even called? I know they're always called something. Indiana Jones and
The Dial of Destiny.
Okay,
is what it's called.
Dial.
So it is about a cell phone.
He can't find his phone. Is that what it is? I need this artifact.
He races against time to retrieve a legendary dial that can change the course of history. Accompanied by his goddaughter, he soon finds himself squaring off against a former Nazi who works for NASA. Come on.
For NASA?
That's what it says. A former Nazi who works for NASA.
Well, that's not going to do anything for conspiracy theories in this country. Okay. Well, I hope it doesn't suck.
On that note, how's it going, guys?
Jim Costa's in. What's up, man?
What's going on?
How are you?
Beautiful weather. Feeling great today.
I'm looking forward to bouncing out.
Yeah.
Getting out there and enjoying the day.
How's the response been on Monty Williams?
Almost all positive. There's some hesitation for how much money he's getting paid. But I don't.
There's no salary cap for coaches, right?
No, there's not.
Am I missing something, Doug?
But it goes back to the old, if you pay them that much, you should expect championships. And I think any coach you hire, you're expecting a championship. You're mitigating the percent chances that they'll be successful. When you pay that much, it's because you have a better chance of being successful with that guy than with a first-year guy who's never coached an NBA team. But that it doesn't guarantee anything. But I'm already
does with the fans.
Well, I know some of them, but there's some hostile. The two hostile calls we got about it was about the money. So,
and again, we shouldn't care. It's not
shouldn't.
our money unless
Actually,
it affects us once we go to the LCA. If it costs us more money to go, then you have a beef. If the product's not good enough, then you have a problem.
Yeah, I would argue we should care that he spent the money, not that we shouldn't care.
Yeah.
We should care that the owner
is
committed to that degree where you don't take no for an answer. We'll get into it.
Yep.
We got that. I know Rico is out at Sound Mind, Sound Body out at Wayne State.
Did you come straight from there?
That's where he was.
Because you look like you're sweating.
Well, it's also 500 degrees in here.
Did you get your stopwatch ready?
I did 40 times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything stand out?
Something did.
Was there? Oh.
Something did.
Wondering if it was a crazy 40 time. You're like,
it was not a crazy 40 time. It was something said.
Oh.
By a
Interesting.
Big Ten coach.
Oh.
Local Big Ten coach?
Big Ten coach.
All right.
From the Big Ten region.
I hope it was Tom Allen.
He wanted to remain anonymous, but wow.
Was a coach from USC or UCLA? Or Oregon? All right.
Washington.
Have a great show.
It was
Stay
the
safe.
Michigan show broadcaster, co-host. The
Michigan.
pregame show and postgame. I'm sorry, the actual announcer, color announcer.
John Jansen said something?
No, I'm kidding.
All right. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Welcome in Monty Williams. Rico Beard, did you see this coming?
No. If you don't succeed, pick up the phone and ask again. And it worked. It's the second time something like this has worked. First time it was Mel Tucker. Said no.
Oh.
No.
Why do you put...
No, he said no.
Oh, okay.
But because you said no doesn't mean that it's over. It means you come back with a better offer. Tom Gores and the Pistons did.
Right, but I don't want to compare this to Mel Tucker. I want this to actually work.
Okay, you know what? See, I'm saying, you know what? We're just going to start over. Hey, David, hit the intro music again. How about that?
But seriously, I want to check in with people as we start the show. I'm sorry, that was easy. It was low-hanging fruit. I apologize to you and to the Spartan brethren out there. Monty Williams is a home run hire for the Pistons, and you're right, Rico. This is a suddenly serious move from Tom Gores. I think there was a perception that this guy's checked out. He lives out in L.A. He doesn't care. This is a move of someone who cares, who says, we are so irrelevant, I'm going to throw money at it and try to fix the problem. Rico, I love what Tom Gores did, and I love what it means for our Pistons.
Not only, he played the role of weekend dad, where he would just kind of show up, absentee dad, take you to McDonald's, take you to a toy store, and then you don't see him again or hear from him again for months at a time. Heck, he did the other interviews out in L.A., not here to show off his facility. Mm-hmm. Nah, come out to my mansion out in L.A. So it did feel like a disconnect. Like, man, do the fans care more about this team than the actual owner? Well, guess what happened? The owner said, no, I do care about this team. I'm going to go out and get... Pistons fans may have to be okay with that this year your biggest free agent acquisition was the head coach.
You realize he makes more than everybody on the team except Bogdanovich.
Yes.
He is the highest paid coach in the NBA. He's the highest paid coach, I believe, in the U.S. that doesn't coach football.
Well, tell me who on this team should make more than him.
Cade's on a rookie deal. Ivy's on a rookie deal.
After seeing how they play, who should make more than him?
Oh, I'm not complaining about it. Rico, I'm rejoicing. I'm celebrating it because the alternative was Kevin Ollie. The alternative was, does this team have a pulse? Can someone come in and check? We show up today, and there is a pulse now for this team. Monty Williams joins a Pistons team that was at the very bottom of the sport. Not that different than where the Suns were 4 years ago. Mm-hmm. The Suns were a 19-win team. Monty Williams shows up 2 years later. They're in the NBA Finals. Top 10 in offense, top 10 in defense. Young group brought him along. Is that not exactly the vision we want to see here in Detroit? Yeah. And if Tom Gores simply comes in with $10 million, makes him among the highest paid coaches, it doesn't get it done. He had to go above and beyond. He had to be serious.
He had to be serious because he realized, I think what everybody else realized, I don't think you got nothing here. You need somebody, if you're going to go young, I understand, I don't agree, but I understand why I guess Kevin Ollie was the leader in the clubhouse because it was, well, he coached a G League team, and you pretty much have glorified G League players outside of Cade and Ivy. Mm-hmm. Now, you got a guy who took and can develop and get something out of the way I feel about this is when I found out when the Tigers went out and got Scott Harris. Whoa. You're serious about winning again, aren't you? You're really trying to go out and get someone who can evaluate talent and can try to make this thing better. Because it's not spinning your wheels. It's not, well, we're going to take this guy. He has a track record, and he has a connection with players. I don't think that there's anybody out there that has, well, outside of DeAndre Ayton, who has anything bad to say about Monty Williams.
Rico, I think this is more reminiscent of kind of the Pudge Rodriguez deal. Like, I know Monty doesn't play, but that was a signifying move that, hey, we're going to start spending money even though our team hasn't won anything. We need to shock the system and get out of this rut that we're in. Remember the Tigers 03, 04, some of the darkest moments at the end of the 90s into the early 2000s, shock to the system. The defibrillators came out. Mike Ilitch said, dun, 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 we got to shock the system. And for Tom Gores, I think you were right, Rico. He realized Nobody wants to coach here. We didn't get the number 1 pick. We don't have any star players. We're not an attractive destination. And it's why Troy Weaver's flying out nobodies for my meetings. I got to do something. I got to shock the system. Bring some kind of relevance to this team. Like, he's not going to win games with the whistle and a clipboard, but this does go a long way. If you have young players, you need them to be shepherded, brought along. You have a young backcourt of guys taken in the top 5. Are you going to give them any leadership, any stewardship? They got Monty Williams, who is going to come in and demand that they make smart decisions with the basketball, this 0.5-second offense. No more standing around and lollygagging. We're going to play as 5 out. We're going to move the ball. We're going to score. And Monty's always been a defensive coach. He will bring a credibility. He will bring a maturity and a relevance to this franchise that we haven't had in years.
See, I think the credibility goes with the fact now you can go into the free agent market, and you're going to have some people. You may not get the top free agent out there, but you're going to have some guys who can help this team and says, yeah, you know what? I played under Monty in Phoenix, or I played under Monty in other places. Yeah, the guy knows what he's talking about. I want back in.
How about this? This team needs to develop some wing defenders. They did a great job of that in Phoenix before they traded him all the way for Kevin Durant.
Don't even get me started on that. Yeah.
But that's the thought process here. Is Monty went from 19 wins to 34 wins to 50 to 60 wins, offense, defense, development, the whole deal. If you're a Pistons fan, I don't want to hear about, we paid him too much or we were desperate. You were desperate. You should have been desperate. I'm happy the owner was desperate. I'm happy that Tom Gores had the sense to look himself in the mirror and go, we are desperate. We need help. And I have the money to do it. Because, Rico, we talk about the value of these teams and how Tom Gores has made so much money just sitting as the owner of this team. I love that one of the teams in town said, we're going to reinvest in the product.
Yeah.
We're going to spend considerably. And there's no salary cap for coaches. Rico, if they had paid him $10, $20, $50 million, I know that would be ridiculous, but what difference does it make to you and me?
It ain't our money.
Go get your guy.
Well, it's not our money either.
Right.
And in the grand scheme of things, the money, the $78 million means nothing to a billionaire. Just if you want to put things in perspective, it's like going out and buying fast food. The $78 million. To you and I, we may never see that in our lifetime combined, but to them, but you made a statement. You told your team, guys, we're going to be serious. I'm sick of losing. I'm sick of crossing our fingers, hoping that we get the number 1 pick and waiting on a lot. I need to develop these guys that we have right here, right now. And Monty said no. I'm more impressed with the fact that they didn't take no for an answer. They said, wait a minute. That wasn't our best deal. We were just playing. Monty, we was playing. Here's the real deal. We just want to see if he was paying attention. That's all. Here's the real deal. They worked it out. Last night, David sends a text. Boom. It's going down, Detroit.
Guys, do you just look outside for a second? Look out that nice, bright window. The sun's coming in the window. You see people jumping, skipping, laughing, hopping around. You know why? Because hope is back in the city. We have hope again in this city for the Pistons.
Do we?
Yes, we have.
Pistons fan, does this do? Are you now excited? Do you now feel like you're a competitive team in Detroit? Do you like the hire? Do you not like the hire? Or should we just go on and talk about, hot dogs or brats? 248-539. Seriously.
I know, Rico. I know. And David, you've said this for a while that hope had been lost. I mean, hell, you wouldn't even pray for this team anymore. You know how dark it had gotten. And I think the fan base had felt like, okay, with no number 1 pick, you fall all the way to 5. No one wants to be here. No one wants to coach here. We're left for dead. We're going to sit by the side of the road, and this franchise is just going to lay there and be dead. I don't think that's the case today. I don't think the franchise is dead today. Now, they're going to have to put better players on the court and develop better players, but you need someone who can coach them up. Look at what's winning right now. Look who's playing in the NBA Finals.
Well,
it's Spoelstra coaching his ass off, and it's the Nuggets who are doing it without an elite top 5 pick.
And then I just look at, Casey. No one got better.
Yeah.
He could be a fine man. No one got better under him. Now, this is what Monty does. He makes teams and gets them to that next level. So, if we're sitting there complaining, well, we only made it to the finals but didn't win, it sure beats we lost out on the number 1 overall pick.
Rico, let's cross that bridge when we get there. Oh,
Right.
no, our team underachieved in the NBA Finals.
Right, because now I got expectations for this team. Now, granted that everyone stays healthy, yes. But this is a man with a proven track record. Honestly, I think he's worth every penny. I like the bold move. We are going out there and getting the best coach. Because through the entire coaching process, coaches are getting fired left and right, and we're sitting there. Well, we're going after Kevin Ollie, who nobody else is going after. And it's not to say that Kevin Ollie can't be a great NBA coach. Maybe he'll be a Hall of Famer. I don't know. But you just wanted to see them go out and try some of these other guys who got fired, but they got fired because their teams got impatient with them, not because they were bad coaches.
I don't think Monty's a bad coach at all. There's this thing now in the NBA where guys get fired.
It's the coach's fault if we don't win at all.
Yeah, basically. And I think he became the fall guy, and he did a hell of a job coaching in Phoenix.
Right, I mean, I'm going to do load management. I only want to play in 50 of the 82 games, but if we don't win, it's all the coach's fault. Or maybe it's you because you didn't play every day and you didn't give it your all. But because you're paying the player $200 million and you're paying the coach $20 million, guess which one's expendable?
Think about this. The Pistons go into this summer with roughly, give or take, $30 million of cap space. They've got a coach who should be bringing along 2 top 5 guards, and you might have a third top 5 pick if they hold on to that spot.
They're going in with more than $30 million of cap space. I was looking at their numbers. They have players who haven't played in 3 years who fall off.
Do you realize? You do. People might not realize this year against the cap, Kemba Walker, DeAndre Jordan. He didn't play here, but they took him in part of one of those deals and just had to eat the dead money. They're going to have flexibility.
It feels like they just finished paying Joe Smith off. But seriously, I was like, DeAndre Jordan is on their books? Yes. If I saw it correctly, they may have close to $55 million that they could spend.
Yes, there's always the flexibility. I think it's 30 without really doing anything, and if you start getting creative, yeah, you can open up a good chunk of money here. And one of his former guys, Cam Johnson, is a restricted free agent, one of Monty Williams' guys.
I would love to have him here, but you're going to have to overpay.
I understand. They have an opportunity now that they didn't have 24 hours ago to chart a course for the future that leads to postseason success, pursuit of a championship. They were a rudderless ship, and now they have someone holding the wheel. How do you guys feel about it? Monty Williams, stunner last night. Pistons make him the highest paid coach in the sport. More than Spoelstra, more than Popovich, more than everybody. 6 years, $78 million. There's escalators, incentives, option years. It could end up being a $100 million contract. That's Tom Gores saying, I'm not an absent owner. I'm invested. I think this is as much about Gores as it is anything else. You have an owner who says, I'm going to outpay everybody to get my coach. I'm invested. I'm serious. I'm not going to let this franchise languish. How do you feel about it as a Pistons fan? 248-539-9797. We will talk to Pistons fans this hour. Rico was out in Wayne State earlier today. Sound mind, sound body.
Well, it's actually the National College Showcase is the official name.
Oh, did they rebrand that?
Well,
everybody knows it's sound mind, sound body.
Sound mind, sound body.
Okay, well, you were there, hobnobbing, rubbing elbows, getting the scuttlebutt. There's your old man word of the day from me. We'll get to it at 3 o'clock. We will talk about what Rico overheard.
What I overheard sitting out on the Davenport.
Get something out of the icebox. Enjoy it. It's beautiful today. 97.1.
All right, guys, it's been about 9 weeks that I've been doing the Awaken 180. And you know what the funny thing is? When I see people and they walk up to me, listeners and friends that I haven't seen in a while, and they're like, wow, you really did. You really are losing the weight. Yes, of course I am. I'm doing these ads for a reason. You're listening to a real-life, real-time transformation with Awaken 180 weight loss. The crazy part is I'm not starving. I'm not hungry. I'm eating. You're not going to be on supplements. You're not going to say, oh, you can only eat, rice cakes. No. They work out a program just for you. You'll talk to your coach every week. So if you're trying to lose 20, 40, 50, 60, 100, 200, doesn't matter. They have a plan for you. And it's very simple. All you got to do is just pick up the phone, reserve your Awaken 180 at-home consultation by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800, or go online, awaken180weightloss.com. Okay, Mason.
This is a big deal.
It is. It's almost scary. It doesn't feel like Detroit. This is like I expect, the Knicks made, the Lakers did this, the Bulls.
Highest paid coach in NBA history is a Detroit Piston?
Yeah.
The highest paid coach?
The Pistons without the number one pick overall.
Right.
Because if Wembayama was coming here, all right, you want to coach a guy that could be legendary.
Right. Here we are sitting here, Monty Williams is the Detroit Pistons head coach. Right. And you did it without the number 1 pick.
Right.
And Rico.
Just so you can coach A-Man Johnson.
Okay. But that's the point. You and I did a show in the last couple weeks where you said, Jim, this job's just not attractive. And I hemmed and hawed and I'm like, but Cade, but Ivy. And then we watched as the search continued. Nobody materialized. Gores himself was unimpressed, according to reports. And what did he do? To me, this is a Gores story more than anything else. He stepped up. He's not an absentee owner. Can't say that anymore. He stepped up to the plate and said, wait, hold on. Monty Williams is available? And it's just a matter of making it worth his while? Wait, the guy that transformed the Suns into an NBA Finals team? A young group very reminiscent of the Pistons? Mm-hmm. And the only thing separating it is me peeling off a couple extra $1 million. I'm a billionaire with a B. I'm going to die with this money. I won't be able to spend it in 3 lifetimes. So what are we doing?
It feels like Aaron Tellem basically said, how serious are you about being the owner of this team?
And his response was,
if you're
about $80 million serious.
If you're not serious, we hire Kevin Ollie.
Right.
If you really want to jump into the big boys and deep into the pool, there's a coach out there that can help develop talent. We have a bunch of young players who just feel like they're playing organized street ball.
Is there more you could ask for your owner? Because when it comes to paying players, everybody's got to work under a salary cap, and sometimes an owner who wants things can get you in trouble with the salary cap. But this is different. This is an area where I want my owner to step up and say, in a group of billionaires, I'm going to lay it on the table and show you what I'm made of.
You know what? Here's what you're trying to say. I think you're being nice about it. This is your owner saying, I care.
Yeah.
I actually care about this team. And I know you guys don't think I do, but let me put my money where my mouth is and show you. Detroit, I really do care about the Pistons. Mm-hmm. I really do care about the quality that's on the court. I see that it's lacking. I'm going to start right here, right now, by bringing in the best coach I possibly can. He said no, but I went back, offered him more money. He said yes. He's going to be here. He's going to be your guy. Hopefully he turns this thing around, because it just looked as if, man, the Pistons were a joke.
They were.
You now have credibility. No. Just credibility walks through the door the second Monty gets here.
Think about this. I saw this stat, this ESPN stats and info from 2019 to today. The Pistons win an NBA worst 80 and 222.
Well, they were a tough 200.
They were the only team not to win 100 games the last 4 years. They didn't have the number 1 pick. They didn't have any track record, any success. They had to overpay. So anybody going, oh, it's too much money, he's not worth it. You were desperate. You had to do this, and I want an owner who cares enough. You're right, Rico. An owner who cares enough to do this. I think it says a lot about Gores, and we'll get to people's thoughts on the hire. I think it makes a lot of basketball sense. The guy's always been a defensive coach, and offensively, he's very modern in the 5-out, quick decision-making, get the ball, half a second, make a move, a shot, a pass, do something with it. Don't just stand around.
Right.
He's going to be the ideal coach for a young team. He just showed you the blueprint in Phoenix. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dan. Dan, you're on 97.1.
Oh, man. Hang on. You caught me in the middle of swallowing.
The bad
Rico.
bite.
Yeah. David, today is a great day in the city of Detroit. I'm super excited. That's right. Look, I got 2 things. Number 1, I think this is kind of a bit of a makeup move for both Weaver and especially Tom Gores. You guys have been talking about Gores a lot, and you guys are spot on. This is a guy that we all think, he's kind of absentee, doesn't really care, doesn't really show up to games. When he does show up to games, he becomes memeable. But Tom Gores is a guy that, I've read it up. I mean, just look back at the last 2 hires. This is a guy that wants a big-name coach. He brings in Stan Van, and he makes the mistake of letting Stan Van become the GM as well. And that really was the move that kind of has set us back so many years was, Stan's trying to save his job, makes the Blake Griffin trade, and then, we bring in Dwayne Casey. We give him a roster that's not ready to win now. We tell him to win now. I'm not a Dwayne Casey defender. He needed to go. But then, 2 years into his tenure, we're telling him, all right, we're going to completely flip the script. We're not going to win now. You're going to be our rebuild guy. And, again, development wasn't there. He needed to go. He's moved up. So now I think Tom Gores is doing the right thing. Troy Weaver brought him some candidates that he was not impressed with. He said, you know what, Monty Williams is available. Let's go get him. Troy Weaver comes back to him and says, hey, you know what? Monty said no, but here's, Kevin Ollie and Charles Lee again. And, Tom Gores says, I don't care if Monty Williams says no. I'm going to give him a blank check. And you know what? If he still says no, and this is what's very important to me, was in the James Edwards and Shams Charania shared piece, if Monty Williams was not the guy when they made their second run at him, it was going to be Charles Lee of the Bucks, not Kevin Ollie. So that tells me that even though Kevin Ollie was Troy Weaver's guy, that Tom Gores is saying, kind of like Dylan Brooks, under no circumstances would Kevin Ollie be the coach of my team. And then number two, I think for Troy Weaver, because, what his moves have been so far, I know we've been talking about he needs a big, bold move this offseason. This is it. I think I am okay with this being the bold move. Rico, I know you said this might be like their biggest free agency signing.
Yeah.
Looking at the scenario of it, Troy Weaver, he's gone through 3 drafts. The last 2 have gone well, we think, Cade and Ivy, and then, trading up for Duran. The first draft, 2020, Hayes, Stewart, Bay, that's kind of becoming his legacy here, is that draft really hasn't worked out. But the thing for me is, with the length of this contract, with it being 6 years and then, plus team options and whatnot, it can get up to 8 years. With the young core we have right now, I'm personally okay with them, again, this isn't a great free agency class, so I'm okay with not, going out and overspending for anyone. I'm personally okay with looking at using that number 5 pick. I know if we had the number 1 pick, it'd be a much, much better situation. I'm not saying that the number 5 pick is going to turn into anything special. But if we have Monty Williams here and we can get someone and Troy Weaver can pick up a quality guy with that pick, and personally, I want to ask you guys this. I want to look into trading Bogdanovich because I'm thinking if the goal for this team this season is to make the plan, we're better with Bogdanovich. But if we want to get better for the future, Bogdanovich doesn't fit our timetable, and maybe we can flip him to get maybe back into a little bit later in the lottery and pick up another young asset to add to the core that Monty can work to develop it.
Listen, I think everything's on the table, Dan. Yeah. I do. I think everything's on the table. I think Bogdanovich is going to be an attractive piece for a contender, but hell, I wouldn't be mad if they kept him and said, we need shooting around our young guards. We're actually trying to win some games this season. Right? I think that's going to be the juggling act, but the goal shouldn't be to sit there in the lottery next year and have our fingers crossed. Monty Williams is coming here to win basketball games, to win 30-plus, challenge for the play-in, and then make the leap. Right? Whether that's now or in the next offseason, they've got the cap space to attract some players here. And your point about Monty Williams, this guy is as respected a human being as there is in the sport. Let's go to Will in Commerce. Will, okay, David. We'll get to more people coming up next. Look at this. All right, 97.1. Let's get right to the people. Monty Williams, Pistons head coach, highest paid coach in the NBA, a shock to the system. How you feeling today? Let's go to Will in Commerce. You're on 97.1, Will.
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
What's going on?
I just wanted to touch on, obviously I'm fired up about the Monty Williams signing, but I just wanted to get your guys' opinion. In my opinion, I think this is the best spot we've ever been in with all four of our major sports teams as far as management goes. So you got Eisenman and Lalonde, you got Hinch and Harris, you got Weaver and Williams, and you got Campbell and Holmes. Just wanted to touch on that. Like, I don't think we've ever had this competent of management with young talent at the same time, at least in my lifetime.
Well, I guess I'm going to speak. I'm not ready to do that victory lap yet until I see wins, until I see playoff appearances, until I, dare I say, championships. You have what could be the start of a groundswell. Yes. Young coaches, bright minds, players here. But if you don't win, those young coaches become inexperienced. They weren't ready.
Right. And we've gotten excited about different foundational pieces, players, executives. It's been a long, long time.
Championship, fellas.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's not take the victory lap yet. Although, David, you are right. The word hope could not have been used with the Pistons 24 hours ago and is being used by a lot of people today. There's a little bit of hope now.
So now I bet you would pray for.
Oh, I'm praying for whatever they need now.
Okay.
Send me the list, people.
Little too late, David. We got locusts everywhere. Let's go to Chris in Detroit. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, fellas? So here's the thing with me. I think we may be a little too giddy and a little too excited about this signing. Here's the reason why. Monty, he is a good coach and he's a great man, and I have all the respect in the world for him. But when he coached those 5 seasons in New Orleans with Anthony Davis, they were 173 and 221. They weren't a good team. They made it to the playoffs twice and got thugged about the playoffs quickly. Then he goes to Phoenix, and they weren't that good until you brought in a point guard in Chris Paul. You pair him with a superstar in Devin Booker and a not that great big man in DeAndre Ayton, as far as I'm concerned. But you put those talents together, and now you're in the finals. How do you which Monty Williams do you think you're getting? Is my question.
Chris, they started winning in Phoenix when he got there. It's not like, oh, they were just struggling. And okay, and here's where, and I get, Chris, I understand your concern, but this is where Detroiters kind of frustrate me. If right now we're talking that the Pistons just keep getting bounced out of the playoffs, that's a whole different conversation from, my God, we haven't won 100 games in 4 years.
No, that's not even my only point. My other point is, if you think you're getting the Monty Williams that, got that team to the NBA Finals, then we should have pieces that are comparable. We should make sure that we have players that are good enough to build around, that are all-stars, that we can give them to work with. What do we have right now? We have a GM that is infatuated with overpaying big men.
Well, hold on. But that's not a fair thing to say right now. The offseason hasn't even started yet.
No, but I get where Chris is coming from. And Chris,
no.
Your point is he's not going to succeed without talent. No coach has ever succeeded without talent. Now, Chris, this is a symbiotic relationship, though. You drafted 2 guards in the top 5 in Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey. Isn't part of this equation him helping those guys have a Devin Booker-like leap?
Well, yeah, I understand that, but remember, Devin Booker was putting up massive numbers before he got there. Devin Booker's just that kind of guy, and unfortunately, we passed on him for KCP, I think, whatever.
No, but Chris, here's the thing.
Stanley Johnson, but who remembers?
Kevin,
who's counting?
But Booker was inconsistent, where he would go out there and he would drop 30 points, and then he would go back the next game, 8 points. Now, all of a sudden, you're seeing that Devin Booker where every night he's showing up to play.
Rico, this isn't about promising championships. This is about taking a team that had no life and breathing life into them. This is about taking a team that was rudderless and giving them direction. How about this? They've been collecting all these bigs. Troy Weaver's like obsessed with centers and big men. Monty Williams runs 5 out. So real quickly, we're going to have to broom out a couple of these centers. The roster is going to have to be overhauled. But I like that there's someone that they can mold the roster around in Cade and Ivy, and a coach who has a vision. Like with Dwayne Casey, what was the vision? What was the plan offensively? What was the plan defensively? What was the plan, period?
I mean,
now there's a plan.
For guys like Chris, I just don't think you can be happy. I mean, what else are they going to do?
Right.
They went out there and they got the best coach. You don't have talent. Maybe with Monty here, people will want to come and play in Detroit.
Well, how about this? Either I brought up Cam Johnson, who's a restricted free agent, or they develop their own Cam Johnson. They take someone at 5 that gets coached up, and now they've got a 3-and-D wing that they produce themselves.
Right.
Wouldn't that be something? Because, Rico, you don't just go from 19 wins to 60 wins because of Chris Paul alone. And I know David's loving that point, but the truth is it was much deeper than that.
Right.
And Monty gets credit for that. And I think Phoenix made a mistake letting this guy go.
But here was the other thing. Chris Paul goes to Phoenix. Why?
Because of Monty.
Because of Monty.
Seriously, it was because of Monty.
Correct. You're exactly right.
They had a relationship.
That's what, like, so for Chris, not coming after you, but you're upset about something that hasn't happened yet. Well, they'll just get bounced out the playoffs. Great! It beats being dead last.
Rico, if in 2026 we're complaining about the Eastern Conference rotations in the finals, Eastern Conference finals playoff rotations.
If in 2026 we become the new Boston Celtics, that's a whole nother
we'll
subject.
reevaluate then.
Right.
But for now, not a whole lot of that. Yeah. Joe, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
Good.
Yeah, just like that last guy, we got Stan Van. I was super excited, got a name, track record. But under him, what talent did we have? We had, Andre Johnson, incredibly talented, but lazy a lot. And then, Blake foisted on him by Gores. I was excited when we got Casey, but we didn't really have a lot of talent under him. So this guy may be the greatest coach in the world, but, we got, Cade and Ivy. Those are the only 2 names I can even name on the Pistons. So I just, once again, where are we going to go? We didn't, we got 5th in the draft or in the lottery.
Yeah.
I just don't see. He could be God's gift to NBA coaching, but and the NBA, opposed to all the other major sports, you need 2 names where your average American can go, oh yeah, those are 2 guys that play in the NBA.
Joe, I would agree.
And we don't have that.
Joe, I agree with you
10 years.
that this is a players' league. The NBA is a players' league. You win with great players. I think that's true, but we also do this absolute thing where we think coaching doesn't matter, and I would point to the Miami Heat who are playing game 1 tonight, and they're getting contributions from not 1, 2, 3, but 4 undrafted players, arguably the best coach in the sport in Eric Spoelstra, who's been to a couple finals in this decade. How about the Nuggets? Do they have a top 5 pick? They have Jokic was drafted during a Taco Bell commercial. I mean, the idea, he was.
I know.
They put the little cheesy burrito on the screen, and that's the analysis you got when they drafted him. So while players matter most, you also need coaching to some extent, especially when you're this bad, this young, and directionless.
Right. I think, was Murray a top 5 pick?
I don't believe he was top 5. I can double check it, but Michael Porter Jr. I think was outside the top 10.
Yeah,
Aaron Gordon was a trade.
Yeah, he had the back injury. It happens.
Murray was 7th overall.
And Murray was 7th.
Okay. So there's hope for our 5th pick.
No, trade it. Trade it now.
The beauty is you have options.
David, how would you say trade it with a man named Amen sitting right there? I mean, that just begs Roberto to make a song if we get him.
Amen can't shoot.
And their prayers have been answered.
There you go.
The year I don't pray for the pick, we get Amen and he sucks. Of course, right?
All right, coming up next, David's got a football today, 3 o'clock. Rico, hearing some things today. Big Ten coaches gathering in Detroit. What was said at Sound Mind, Sound Body? I'm sorry, what is it called now? This big event for all the coaches.
National College Showcase.
That thing. We'll do it at 3, 97.1. 97.1. Jim Costa in today. A day that ends with Y, which means David has a bunch of football stuff for us to talk about.
So let's go through some more of these 100 NFL bold predictions. We are about now about 95 days away from the NFL season. So let's start with this one today. There will be 9 head coaching vacancies at the end of the season. Let me just go through a couple teams here. Maybe we can get to 9. You let me know what you think.
Sure.
The Jets.
No.
They don't make the playoffs.
No.
Robert Saleh, they traded for Aaron Rodgers.
You traded for Aaron Rodgers. He's a weirdo. You actually get that's worth 2 years.
Okay.
That's weirdo tax.
Stefanski in Cleveland.
I could see that. He was on the hot seat last year.
Let's go to Tennessee. Vrabel.
Yeah.
He's so respected, but they might be so bad that
it's run its course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to the Raiders and the Chargers in the West.
Yeah.
I could see both.
Yeah.
Okay, go back to the East. You have Dallas.
Yes, always a
The
possibility.
Commanders are probably going to be looking for another coach.
Yep.
6, okay.
The Bears.
Could I see it? Yes. Do I think it's going to happen? No.
Didn't they? Wait.
Oh, you know what? I think I'm wrong. He had 1 year last year. So, no, they're not going to fire him. No.
He just got there.
Things would have to fall off the rails. I think they're going to be.
Justin Fields would have to walk in and be like, either him or me.
Yeah. And I think they're going to be marginally better this year, and he'll be safe.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna be terrible this year.
And then let's go to the West, the Rams.
Yeah.
Now is that him getting fired or him retiring, which has been whispered about?
It just says 9 openings.
Okay, 9 openings.
It could be 9.
9 seems like a lot, but
that it did, but now it doesn't. Almost a third of the league.
But isn't that about what happens? Isn't it normally like 7, 8 guys every year? That's not crazy.
Yeah, they have a list here of guys who are candidates. Of course, Ben Johnson, Evero, the DC in Carolina, Frank Smith. I mean, there's a lot of Josh McCown. There's a lot of guys that are saying they're next. So somebody has to go, right?
See, I think now what would have been a bold prediction to me is saying a coach from last year's playoff teams would be let go. That would be bold.
Well, there's Dallas. Dallas would be the one.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting you say that because then we go to the next bold prediction would be 5 teams that made the playoffs last year will miss the postseason. That is on their list: the Bucks, the Dolphins, the Giants, Seahawks, Vikings.
No. The Bucks, I don't think make it. I think the Dolphins will be there. Was the Bucks?
Giants are also
the Giants overachieved last year. They could come back down to earth.
See, but it's hard because Mike just sandbags the Giants so much.
He's the worst about it.
So I don't know if they're really that bad as he says that they are.
They overachieved. They did overachieve.
They overachieved. I guess the question is,
I think Seattle's back.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I know Lions fans think that Minnesota's going to fall off a cliff. I think the Vikings will still be there.
I don't think
and they may win the division.
Shh. Shut your mouth.
Boy.
Wow. Okay, then. So let's go to some awards possible for next season. Christian Gonzalez will win the Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Are they trolling us? Is that what that is?
It's not a Detroit thing.
Okay. All right. Not your guy?
Well, he's going to be in a rotation.
Oh, right. Yeah.
They have
part-time player.
They have a plethora of players.
That's right.
You know, I can't see. I'm trying to think. What defensive?
What about Will Anderson?
Jack Campbell, Will Anderson, Joey Porter Jr.
Like normally it's a pass rusher.
Joey Porter Jr. plays for Pittsburgh, so I could see that.
See, I could see, but the secondary guy, meaning they picked on you constantly.
Right.
So, yeah.
But you test the rookie, don't you? You test the rookie.
And Sauce was so good last year, but we need to stop acting like that's a year in and year out thing. That was so unique. It's going to be somebody who gets a bunch of sacks or pressures or hits, and I think Will Anderson's a pretty safe bet, right?
Yeah, you're probably right
He's
about
the first
that.
defensive player drafted. I know I'm not giving like a super hot take here.
Next on the list.
Not Campbell.
Leads the league in tackles. Let's see it.
He won the award in college.
Jamar Chase will win the Offensive Player of the Year.
Oh, I think he could have a big year. He was injured part of last season. They're going to be a little better up front with Orlando Brown at the tackle position. Burrow loves him. Ton of red zone targets. I could see it.
No.
I think he's the best receiver in football. He will have the best season of any receiver in football this year.
Yeah, he's been known to be. He said, I'm sorry, that he wants to break Chad Johnson's single season team record.
You got to remember, his first year, he had nearly 1,500 yards as a rookie. A full, healthy 17 games in year 3. I think it's going to be big.
I still like Justin Jefferson, but David, I know what you're going to say. Christian McCaffrey.
No, that's a good choice. Cooper Kupp's coming back from injury as well. Okay, then.
Does he have a quarterback?
Next question.
The next question will be about. No, it's not. I'm not going to do that one about his quarterback. Let's move on to the next award. Myles Garrett.
I stole a Super Bowl trophy.
Myles Garrett will win Defensive Player of the Year.
Sure. Is that bold? Has he won one before? I feel like he's always in the running. He's like 1 or 2 at the very end.
I don't think he's won one before.
That's not that bold to me.
But you also need to be on a good team.
I think he can win it without defensive. I think he can win it without.
Hasn't TJ Watt won it without the Steelers being special?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. 10 wins? Maybe not special, but 10 wins is something in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
All right. Let's move on to the next one. Joe Burrow will win.
Jordan Davis.
Joe Burrow will win
just
his
show up to
first
your house if that
MVP.
Joe Burrow wins first MVP.
Yep.
Why not? I mean, it's not crazy. I mean, it's bold, but it's not crazy.
If you're pairing up Jamar Chase getting Offensive Player of the Year, then somebody has to throw it to him, right?
Mm-hmm. See, I'm looking more towards, and I know the reason being, I'm going to go with Patrick Mahomes. Here's why. Mm-hmm. We're going to see, does Andy Reid really put his stamp on this and say, we got to keep this thing going. The enemy is gone. You can't take a day off. You can't, none of that stuff. You got to come out there, and every week you got to produce. That's just how I see it, especially if they go out and get, DeAndre Hopkins.
Okay, so then I'm glad you said that. Let's transition to this next bold prediction. It's about the Chiefs. The Chiefs will be undefeated heading into their Week 10 bye.
Don't tell Lions fans that.
Who they have? The Lions?
Am I allowed to speak upon this?
Yeah, hold on. Let me tell you who they have. Lions, Jags, Bears, Jets, Vikings, Broncos twice, Chargers, and the Dolphins.
They're supposed to be bold, right? That's not that bold.
It doesn't sound bold.
Where are the away games?
I'm not
So
sure.
I have it here. They go to Jacksonville. They go to the Jets, to the Vikings, to the Broncos, and then they're at Halloween. Those are the road games.
No, I think they can go. Yeah. I mean, it's the NFL, so every now and then you get that one team that jumps up. But
I think that's why it's bold, because predicting him to go.
It's hard to go undefeated.
9-0 that's tough.
But I would say if I had to put money on it, I'd put money on they're going to be undefeated by Halloween.
Yeah.
And then let's close it out here with a local one. Jamison Williams will score 6 touchdowns in his final 11 games.
So that's
one every other game.
One every other game.
It says here at the end of it, it says defenses won't be prepared for how easily he can decimate a secondary.
Yeah,
now remember, there will be injuries now on teams. He will be fresh.
But you only get to surprise a defense once.
Correct.
And the NFL has this thing called TV and tape, and they figure you out. It's the one sport where, you only get one game in the sun, and then after that, you become a has-been. But every other, I can see every other game. I mean, if Jamal could score 17, he could score 6.
Do you want me to say it?
He's the best thing ever.
How's Goff going to hit him downfield that many times?
You know what? I was told that meant nothing.
I don't think it meant anything in camp.
It was,
I think
somebody from their little tiny car texted in.
It's not a tiny car. You can fit
four
in there comfortably.
Do you have to pull the car over in order to text? Like, do you have to keep the phone in the trunk? Or can you? I mean,
he could probably reach to the trunk and grab the
that's
phone.
true too, David.
It's not that small.
Knock the snow off his back license plate.
You call me today and you go, is it like a one-seater, just you and the steering wheel? What did Mike tell you guys I drive?
I just thought
you
you
can
was
fit
selfish.
4 in there. Maybe not David's family of 12.
I'm like, I guess he really doesn't like his wife. You know what?
It's like riding in an airplane.
My car, I want to be by myself, no passenger.
That is in football today.
Yeah, I'm realizing I may have added another drop at the end of that last segment. Nothing gets past you guys on the ticket text or behind the glass. 97.1, Jim Costa in today for Valenti. I was talking about the car and the size, and yeah, enough people picked up on it. I'm sure it'll be in the system. Rico, you were busy before the show today. You were out glad-handing, shaking hands, hobnobbing.
Standing out in the sun, waiting around for coaches to finally show up. Yeah.
The dignitaries are in Detroit today, though, right? It's all the big name, headline, Big Ten coaches.
They are. It's the former Sound Mind, Sound Body camp. I got to keep looking. It's the National College Showcase camp. Some of the top players in the nation down at Wayne State. And it was kind of cool. David, former Wolverine Tyrone Wheatley is at Wayne State. Nice seeing him in green. He was like, I don't know if I can get used to this green. Trust me, it looks good on you. Some Big Ten coaches were there. Harbaugh, I think, was the main speaker. Brett Bielema, Illinois' coach. PJ Fleck, Minnesota's. Mel Tucker, Michigan State. James Franklin, Penn State. Greg Schiano, Rutgers, and PJ Fleck, Minnesota's. They were all there. Now, we were, just trying to sit there and talk with all of them, and they were kind of busy, had people, autographs, pictures, things like that.
Was Tuck's line pretty long?
No.
I'm not saying for you. I wasn't implying you wanted his autograph. I'm just asking, like, the buzz around Tucker is not great right now.
No, he can. Well, it's not, but it's still, when he walks in, it's just amazing. People still flock to him, and they just, hey, can I get a picture? Can I get this? So he was kind of, because I was wondering, I'm like, is he actually on the phone? Because he pulled the old, hey, I'm on the phone.
Oh, is it like, yep.
I'm on the phone. Yeah,
Well, exit stage left.
But
so this event, like, to me, I don't care about the individual drills. I don't know that most people do, but it ends up being kind of a hub for some gossip and chit chat and some of that stuff.
Yeah, well, you find out where they're going to sit there and they're going to talk to some of the media afterwards and just, ask about things. So I was pressed for time. So, I went to a couple of the coaches that I've known, like, hey, guys, look, I got a show that starts with or without me at 2:00. Can you help a brother out? Can you talk to me? So they're like, yeah, I could talk to him. Most were tight-lipped, but, it was a couple was like, I can talk to you, but it has to be off the record. Like, really? And it was, is this off the record? Like, yeah, I said, no, but it has to. But what was said was, it was very interesting. And it had me really thinking and really reevaluating, because lately everybody's been so upset about college football, especially here locally. Yep. Things have changed, and I like things the way that they are. Maybe that's the reason why Big Ten teams don't win titles. That's why Big Ten teams are so held hostage by tradition and things like that. Because the coach pretty much said the SEC does things to win championships. Everything that the SEC does is to win a title. Everything that the Big Ten is doing is to satisfy a TV contract. Because I was like, whoa, you came out throwing a high heat here. Like, wow. He's like, no, think about it. SEC doesn't want to play 9 games right now. They're arguing they just want to stick to 8. They're going to have 4 cupcakes. The games that you hate.
Chattanooga in November.
And I honestly, I wish Kenny was here. But it works for them.
Sure.
Because they will have 4 guaranteed wins. They'll play each other. And the SEC, the biggest rivalry in the SEC right now, does not play each other. Only in the SEC championship game. It's Alabama, Georgia.
Yeah, they're not on the schedule this year.
They make sure those 2 teams do not play each other. They're not on.
It's a rotation, yeah.
We looked. It's a 10-year rotation. 10 years. I think the last time they played was 2013 or 2012.
Yeah, on the schedule. They played 2020, but that was COVID.
That was COVID. So I don't count that, but just regular schedule, the SEC is smart. If we got 2 big schools, they won't play each other until the very, very end. Whereas the Big Ten, it's all about the tradition. 9 games, he's like, we're going to beat each other up for 9 games. This is why we don't win titles. This is why they do, because everything they do is about winning a championship. Everything we do is satisfying a TV contract. And then I'm thinking, like, going through my mind, that Kaiser Sose moment of all the things that have happened in the past couple of weeks. Like, wow, you're you're right. I mean, the Black Friday game and now Michigan's first games exclusively on streaming, and Michigan State against Washington. Probably your second or third biggest game. Your second and third biggest games will both be on Peacock. At least one will be also on NBC.
So what I'm sensing, we are under 100 days until the start of both the NFL and college football. And there's way more buzz about the NFL than there is college. And I don't know where you are at with college football, but it feels like the list of complaints grows by the day, whether it's taking games away from the campus, stream only. The portal has taken away a lot of the continuity of college sports. Used to be juniors became seniors.
Right.
Now you've got guys moving around every single year. And I'm for the player movement, but as a fan, it does hurt the continuity that you feel about your team year to year, where it builds from year to year.
Think about this. It used to be that college was the most stable. Mm-hmm. You knew your guy was on your team for 3 to 5 years. You knew exactly where he was going to be. Your quarterback was your quarterback. Your running back was your running back. Now the NFL is more stable because they sign a contract that you know at least Jared Goff is your quarterback for the next 4 years. Mm-hmm. There's no portal. He can't just walk out and say, you know what, I really would like to take my talents to Tennessee and go down there for next year. He can't do that. He's stuck. And it does take away because it's like it used to mean something to see your college players playing for these teams. And now, think about this. When the NFL schedule came out, especially here in Detroit, every Lions fan was so excited. Oh, my God, we're playing Kansas City. Start on Thursday. I can't wait. You probably have half this city would sacrifice the summer to play that game next Thursday because they can't wait. I haven't heard anybody say they can't wait for college football.
And it's not about expectation. Michigan is expected to be an undefeated regular season team in the playoff competing for a championship. So you can't do the Lions are good and the college teams aren't. The Wolverines are expected to be. They're going to be preseason 2 or 3.
Right. I was say they are our top 5 team. Top 3 teams.
So then I wonder, where are we at with college football? Are you excited? Where are you with the sport? Because the list of complaints, we just started to get through them. I mean, there's the geography that's changed dramatically with the conferences. There is this issue, Rico, that you can speak to from today about the inequality with scheduling, where the SEC, I've said this for years, it's a Ponzi scheme. They play one less real game, so their win totals are inflated by one more. So when their Auburn team beats Arkansas, it's an 8-win Arkansas instead of a 7. And it's this Ponzi scheme where they manufacture and inflate how many top 25 teams there are. Georgia's great, Bama's great, but they live off of that, and they claim they're 8 to 10 teams deep, and it's because they play an extra freebie.
Because here's the thing. If you don't think that that's true, what Jim just said, if the Big Ten did that, MSU's in a bowl game.
Tack an extra win to every Big Ten team.
Right, and now you have a ton of teams in bowl games. They make money for the conference, but they win titles.
Think about that.
And it was weird hearing it come from a coach. And, this wasn't like a flippant remark. This coach was pissed.
Current Big Ten coach.
If you promise you can't use my name, but here, let me tell you how I feel about this.
This is a real frustration.
And you could sense, and the whole time I'm thinking, you hear that from fans. But yeah, to me, it's kind of taken away because there's less than 100 days. And I don't think people have that same excitement, that same fire for college football like you used to have, where it's I can't wait for this game. Whereas right now, no one can wait for the Lions to take on all. We got the primetime games. But here's the thing. In the college games, you get the primetime games, everybody complain. Michigan State, too many primetime games. Why are you playing this game here? Lions got all these games. I think it really is boiling down to the fact that, college football is just cannibalizing itself.
When we talk about the NFL, we talk about things we're excited for. When we talk about college, we talk about complaints we have and how the sport is eroding by the minute. It's still going to be something I watch. It's still going to be something you watch. But Rico, it's a chore to keep up with all the changes in the movement. And we do it for a job, but people who are just regular folks who are just trying to tune in, they're like, what happened to my offensive line? What happened to my receiver room? What happened to my game being on television? What happened to the teams that are traditional Big Ten schools? Now it's USC and UCLA.
How about literally, who are these guys wearing my team's colors?
Right. So I think there's been so much change that I do feel an erosion in the passion of college football fans locally. I'm not doing a nationwide tour. I can't speak to anything but what we have here, but I want to hear from fans about it because, Rico, I think you're right.
And like you said, it's not like, expectations, because Michigan should be winning the Big Ten, back in the playoffs, the 14 playoffs again, and taking their chances. You're one of the best. The returning quarterback, probably tied with Penn State for best running back tandem in the Big Ten. Like, you got all the pieces there, but I don't think the excitement is there. You coming off of 2 back-to-back years of beating the Buckeyes. And no, because you're frustrated and angry over all the changes that are happening to your sport.
And the first game of the season for Michigan will not be on television. No. You're coming up back-to-back playoff appearances. You don't have a lot of great non-con games, or really any great non-con games, but the most appealing of the bunch is probably the ECU game, right? Yeah. And that game is not on TV, and it's one of several changes to the sport, and I wonder, does that impact the buildup, the excitement level? So if you're out there, we want to hear from you, 248-539-9797. We're under 100 days to the NFL season. We're also under 100 days until the college football season.
Right.
So what are your list of complaints, the things that are bugging you, and whether or not you're excited? It's 97.1. Rico had the boots on the ground earlier today. He was in Detroit talking to Big Ten coaches who were gathered off the record, not putting a name to the quote. Someone said to you that they hate how the schedule differs from the SEC to the Big Ten. The SEC is debating staying with 8 conference games in pursuit of championships.
Yeah, not even the schedule. That everything that the SEC does is about how do we win a championship.
And here in Big Ten country, it's about how do we maximize a TV partnership.
It's about money and
right.
dollars and hey, because and it just leads me to wonder, like maybe it is the fans are partly to blame because we have to have our tradition and our trophy games. And we have to do, like I've often said, and people would blast me, why does like the Michigan-Ohio State game have to be the last game of the year at noon? Like, don't you? If you move that game to the beginning of the year, whoever lost has an opportunity to bounce back and still make the playoffs.
But isn't that the irony? So there's changes are being made. Like college football is rapidly changing. And it's in theory with the fans in mind because they're trying to cater to the biggest TV audience possible. They're trying to cater to you, the fan. All these changes, moving the game, putting it here, putting it there. It's supposed to be catering to you. But I feel like that when we talk about college football, it's complaints. People feel like the sport is eroding, that it's not the same that it once was. So we've asked that question, like when we sit here in the summertime looking forward to football season, is it just the NFL that's got you excited? Where are you at with the sport at large? Where are you at with college football? 248-539-9797. The portal's hurt continuity. Home games are being moved off campus. Some games aren't being televised. You're going to have to get a special streaming service. Both Spartans and Wolverine fans are going to deal with that this season. Conferences aren't geographic anymore. Schedules aren't consistent conference to conference. For everybody that complains about Michigan's schedule, it's soft. Everybody in the SEC does it every year, and they get away with it.
No. See, here's what I'll say, Jim. Michigan understood the assignment. Michigan walked in. We bash Ward Manuel and Harbaugh for a lot of things, but they're smart on this part. It's not going to be pretty with the fans, but let's find. Like last year, they literally got 3 of the worst teams in college football, okay? And they won them all, and it puts more risk. You have to beat Ohio State. You have to beat Penn State. You got to beat Michigan State. But if you win those games, you're in because you're not going to get tripped up in the non-conference. We're not going to play those games.
I get that it's a preservation move.
And since they've done that, what have they done? Back-to-back playoffs.
Oh, I get it. But that's another frustration with the sport is the right way is the coward's way. Here's Georgia's non-conference schedule this year. They're going to play UT Martin, Ball State, UAB, and a lowly Georgia Tech school that's built in every year. But those are 4 easy gimme games. LSU is another one of these like SEC contenders. They'll be like a preseason top 5, top 10 team. They're going to play Grambling State. They're going to play Army.
Go Tigers.
Georgia State. I mean, like these gimmies on the schedule every year.
But that's how you win.
I know.
And I think what's happening is everybody, no. As much as we want to see those marquee games, you're not going to see them. You're not going to see them at all because why? Why play them? Take the extra victory and get ready and prepare yourself for this new 12-team playoff.
Is it going to change under the 12-team playoff? Sorry, David, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, I was just going to give you another schedule here. You got East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green. Oh, wow. That's Michigan's schedule.
But
I'm telling you, that's most teams in the SEC. It's like everybody besides Alabama, Texas.
Let me stop you. I know a lot of Michigan fans who are upset about this, but then I bring to the point, once they started going to these types of schedules, I don't think it's a coincidence. You start going to the playoffs.
You're exactly right. You are right.
So, yes, you don't get the marquee game. You're not going down there in September, and you can take your boys, David, and you can leave at halftime. But that's okay. Because you're preparing yourself for the games that matter.
Correct. But then you're right on the other side of it because then you do have the tough matchup against Michigan State, Ohio State, and you have to win the games.
Right. Like, I think, who did Ohio State play last year? Notre Dame?
They had Notre Dame, and they have them this year, yeah.
They beat them, right?
Yes. But it's closer than people thought it. Yeah.
I think that catapulted them and got them into the playoffs because they won. But had they lost to Notre Dame and you lose to Michigan, no. What 2 losses? No. Next. So I think you're going to start seeing more and more schedules like that, which is just going to tick off more college football fans because Lions, Chiefs.
Lions Chiefs is a draw. It's
you get
exciting.
the Super Bowl winner
right away
at their crib. East Carolina, Central Michigan.
Well, what was that last part?
Central Michigan.
That's a big time rivalry to kick off the season. Battle of I-27.
You're not playing
I-127
or Western.
Okay.
Or Albion.
I get it. Robin Brighton.
Hillsdale.
Piling on over here. I asked for it. We're not Hillsdale. We're not Albion. Not going to take that.
Adrian.
Robin Brighton, how are you?
Elma College. What about Elma or Aquinas? No, I wanted to address why there's not really much hype and people aren't excited, but real quick regarding the SEC. I mean, guys, their in-conference games are 10 times harder than what Michigan. So, for example, you guys talk about Michigan's first 3 games. What about the next 2? They got to play Nebraska and Rutgers. I mean, that's pretty much the same as their first 2 games, or the first 3 games, to be honest with you. Then they get to play Indiana a couple weeks later. Georgia, LSU, Alabama, their conference games, Ole Miss, Mississippi, Florida, Louisiana State, like those are Texas A&M. Those are brutal games. I mean, yeah, but they don't play like their out-of-conference schedule is bad, but their in-conference schedule is 10 times harder than Michigan and Ohio State.
But see, here's the thing, Rob, real quick. I've often wondered, is it – you got to turn the radio down. Is it really harder – or, as you said, did they just inflate? Because in the SEC, you normally have 3, maybe 4 good teams every year. In the Big Ten, you normally have 3, maybe 4 good teams every year. And then you got a bunch of teams in the middle. But because every team in the SEC gets an extra victory, it looks better.
Right. I'm not going to dispute that there's a better talent pool in the South. I'm not going to dispute that the top-end teams in the SEC –
right,
but those are better than the top teams in the Big Ten. But the idea that everybody in the SEC is Bama, everybody in the SEC is Georgia, it's the most overblown thing. They're not 10 times better.
Right. You take Bama and Georgia out the SEC, and I know that's a big if.
I know.
But it's not the same. But I also like how the fact that the SEC does, and this is where I'll give them credit, they do everything possible to make sure that Bama and Georgia each have a shot at going to the playoffs, regardless that the loser still can go.
Well, it's what your coach said today. It's another example of that. In the Big Ten, we're fine with Michigan, Ohio State playing in the regular season, even if it hurts the conference.
Right, you're going to eliminate one team.
Meanwhile, the SEC has set it up in a way to maximize championship potential. The Big Ten is setting up to maximize television eyeballs.
Right.
Different goals. There's no continuity in the sport.
What would Joel and Gus do if you didn't play this game? But no, think about it. If they did it the way they originally wanted with the leaders and legends, that guys, maybe you don't play each other until you play each other in Indianapolis. David, would you be okay with that? If they didn't play at all and it's set up that every year they play in Indianapolis.
Yeah,
Michigan,
I'm fine with
Ohio
that.
State.
Yeah, I will be fine with that.
Yeah, but the risk you run, and this is what the traditionalists are going to say, is if one team doesn't hold up their end of the bargain, you go a year without a Michigan, Ohio State game.
That's fine with me.
And that reason right there, I believe, is why the Big Ten is all about the money, and it's not about winning, because you got to have it this way. You got to, think of like the SEC, the 2 best teams. Every year you could say 2 best teams in the nation is Georgia and Alabama, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they make sure both are going to make this playoffs, not just one. It won't be an elimination game to see. No. You'll meet in Atlanta.
Because the way it's worked out is even if one loses in the SEC championship game, guess what? One loss, you're still in.
Alabama,
right?
It was the Tennessee loss.
Mm-hmm.
Kept them out
last year, yes,
because they were the hottest team. They should have been in the playoffs, but because that Tennessee loss kept them out. And trust me, there's a whole lot of people saying this won't happen.
Well, they lost 2 games, right? Remember, Alabama had 2 losses
That
last
was
year.
that was a big one.
But you're right.
Yeah.
That was the big swing game, is the close game at Neyland, and it hurt them. It hurt them that they played against a quality opponent.
Because then they lost to Georgia in the. No, they didn't even make the championship game.
No,
you're right.
No.
Yeah, they lost to Tennessee and they lost to LSU.
That's
Overtime.
right. That was a great game.
Yeah, it was.
Great game.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Your complaints with college football. Is it eroding the sport as we know it? And where's the excitement level? It's 97.1.
Guys, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU. Well, it's time for you to be curious and make that magic and discover Lawrence Tech University certificate programs in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, graphics communications through the specs at LTU programs. Right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to learn what it takes to get into the radio, TV, graphics design business. They're going to help you out. Why? Because your instructors actually work in the business. They haven't been there for 50 years teaching lectures from the same books. No. They do this every day. So they're not going to waste your time. When you get into your labs and you can start working in class, you're going to learn from day one what it's going to take to make it in the industry that you want to be in. But you got to get started. You got to be curious. You got to make the magic, and you got to enroll at Specs at LTU certificate programs today. How do you do that? Well, it's very easy. You go to ltu.edu/specs. Get the information to get started. That's ltu.edu/specs.
fierce discussion. We're back on the air, boys. 248-539-9797.
You know what? It was nice having you work this show.
You know, I'm not supposed to say those things to Jimmy.
when the boss comes in and takes over the commercial break.
Well, he had some things to say as a Georgia fan. He's like, I'm not going to allow this slander of our conference.
He was like, yeah. I mean, he was.
There's a reason we win more championships. Which was your point, Rico?
Right.
Which was your point?
Yeah, he was not.
That was fun.
He was not having it. He was not taking SEC slander.
You will not knock our conference. It just means more. Georgia and Alabama are deserving. They are the best. They win the most. Yada, yada, yada. But Rico, your comment.
I was behind the glass. I just saw arms flailing, very angry.
Yeah, Jim, we don't need you to fill in anymore.
So
you could just stay home tomorrow. Rico's got this covered.
Right. What's Chapman doing?
Rico, the overall point that we started the hour with, that the Big Ten cares more about TV money than championships when you look at them and the decisions they make versus the decisions the SEC makes. Right. And then it got us into this idea of all the different ways that college football has been disenfranchising fans, turning people off. You're still going to show up and watch the games this fall, but it doesn't create the same level of excitement when the sport's fundamentally changing on so many fronts so quickly.
Right. Because it is where, you know, if you're a Michigan fan, you used to look forward to Notre Dame was week 1 or week 2.
Yep.
You looked forward to that. David, you looking forward to East Carolina, UNLV?
Can't wait.
But it's the same thing with your school. Remember those games against Oregon when you guys were
Right.
Big Ten power and you played at their place and then they came here?
But they're still doing that, unfortunately. But that's hurting them.
Yeah.
Think about it. The Washington,
Well,
if
that's
they
the
didn't play Washington last year, they go to a bowl game. As bad as that team was,
No, I know that's
they go to the bowl game.
The SEC has the blueprint, and if you're willing to follow it, you get more wins, but you get less marquee games. That hurts TV. Big Ten gets more TV money than the SEC. Does the SEC care? No, they're going to lap you because they're going to get more bowl teams, more top 25 teams, and that's going to prop up teams on the fringe, on the bubble, who may or may not get in the playoff.
Right, so you're right. So now that 7-win and 6-win team should have probably been a 6 and a 5-win team. Yeah. But it looks better when you knock off Arkansas. That's 7 and 5. Were they really 7?
Yeah, and I think that's the part that people are missing on this about what the SEC is doing. You're right. They get more bowl teams overall because of that. And that helps who? Everyone.
Yeah.
More money, more bowls equal more money. Simple.
I mean, they're not hard up for cash. It's just the Big Ten is the big.
But I would have enjoyed it as a Michigan fan because it's more money for Michigan State to make a bowl game.
Right.
That's more money for the Big Ten. I would have loved that.
But the SEC, they're all about winning titles. The Big Ten is all about cashing checks. Right. And is there a right or wrong way? Well, yeah, when you're struggling every year, and we know that, I mean, seriously, right here, right now, Alabama or Georgia will win a national title or the field.
Rinse, repeat. Yeah, it's Alabama or Georgia. But as Jimmy just said, what's the point of the sport?
Yeah.
Win championships.
Right. Isn't that why you play the sport?
That's
he
a
said
direct
so
quote.
Arrogantly, middle finger to all of us,
Just
and
on
walked
the way
out the
out.
room. I was almost a state champion quarterback in Georgia.
We have deal breakers coming up at 4 o'clock. We got an NBA Finals fast break we'll get to in a moment. DJ in Detroit, you want to wrap us up? You're on 97.1.
What up, though? What's good, man?
What's happening, DJ?
You got it, man. So I definitely look forward to the Lions season more. Just because probably about 10 years ago, I just really came to the conclusion that you guys are limited to the SEC. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Clemson in South Carolina? Isn't Miami down south? It's the South, period. Since 1991, man, only 6 teams that's not from the South have won. It's the South. Up until now, 9 years ago, Ohio State won. Before that, 10 years prior to that, USC won. The South dominates, and I think Michigan and the Big Ten, they pretty much realize we just need to go get the money because we're not beating these guys that often. That's just fact. There ain't nothing I'm making up. You can look it up. They dominate the sport, so that's pretty much why they lost my interest. because the South dominates. It's not even like kind of fair. It's like we playing JV football up here, and they playing varsity down there in the South. That's just my opinion.
Now, I'll give you your stats a great one.
Yeah.
But since 2005, one national title from a team not in the South, and that was Ohio State. And that's crazy when we're talking about
think about
20
it.
years. Nearly 20 years.
What you and DJ are saying, you know why Ohio State won? Because Urban Meyer
brought the South up here.
Said, why do you guys have these unwritten rules? Unwritten rules? I'm here to win. Yeah. I'm stealing your recruits. I'm taking your players. I'm going into your high schools. Because it really was almost like a farm system where, Jim, I'm not going to go and touch these teams and these players because they're your guys. Urban came in and was like, nah. And I think Michigan is doing that now. Like, wait, why are we scheduling Notre Dame? Why are we scheduling? No, you know what? Let's get out of this Washington. Like, I know people are probably they're going to play Texas. No, they won't. That game won't happen.
You don't think so?
I think Texas. Don't they have a game against Texas and Oklahoma, or just Texas?
Both, I believe. Yeah.
Neither one will happen. Because
there's not really an incentive to do it.
If you're in Texas or Oklahoma, why would you add another difficult team when you're about to go into the SEC?
Yeah, the belly of the beast.
Yeah, you know what? No harm, no foul. We're going to replace Texas with Texas UTEP. How about that?
I guess the overall
Texas
thing
El
here,
Paso.
The overall thing here, Michigan's schedule was an abomination last year. It's going to be an abomination this year, but they're following the leader, and it's circling the drain, and it's what college football has become. I
can't let you call it an abomination when it works.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's an abomination if you're a fan. We're just talking about fans and how they view the sport. It's not – Michigan's doing the right thing. As frustrating it is as a fan, the Big Ten making these decisions for money, they're doing the right thing for them. It sucks as a fan. Sucks that the first game of the season isn't going to be on television. That sucks, right? Sucks that your school has to lose a home campus site for television. It's the right decision for the conference.
Oh yeah, I
but
heard
not
that
for
slander.
The fan.
By the way, happened to be in a Walmart and heard you and Mike with that slander. Talk about your little tiny car. Like, man, could you guys make up more stuff about me? But we're gonna move. You know what? When you have to emphasize it like that, it probably is. That car of yours, I'm talking about his car.
You have to let that be known.
Live from Costa's honeymoon suite.
NBA Finals fast break. Can't wait. Let's change the subject. Coming up next. Can't wait. So much fun. 97.1. 97-1. Tonight is game 1 of the NBA Finals. So I've prepared an NBA Finals fast break. Let's do it. All right, guys. Questions ahead of the series, Nuggets and Heat. My first one is this. Does Miami have a chance at all in this series, Rico?
No. But I think this could be, which is the 2000 finals, the one where Philly played the Lakers and Iverson walked into L.A., stepped over Ty Lue, and they won a game. And then they got swept right after. That's what I'm looking at tonight. Miami.
Do you think tonight they got a shot?
I think tonight is the only shot that they have because Denver's been just sitting around doing nothing. You know, Jokic is just puffing heaters for about a week on the couch.
David, do you give Miami any shot in this series? No shot.
I'm going to say this. No, but they did win 2 or 3 road games in the last series.
3 of them, including Game 7.
So, I mean, while we say no, they win the first game, which I also believe they can do. I guess I can't be surprised if they win another one.
Here's the other thing. Spoelstra has finals experience.
Yes, he does.
Mm-hmm. Denver's going to find out NBA Finals is a different animal. They've been to this spot before in the Western Conference Final, but now you're in the finals. Now everybody's watching. How do you handle that?
But Jimmy Butler's been there before. He
Right,
almost killed himself trying to beat the Lakers.
Right.
What's his point? Miami's got the
experience.
So Miami.
Denver's a great story, but the reason you
guys
were
are starting to talk. Well, hold on, then talk yourself all the way into it.
I'm
Yes. Heat in 6.
Yeah, the only experience that Denver has is KCP.
Yeah.
That's saying something. Wow.
What's the biggest matchup to watch for in the series? Is it Jokic? Is it Butler?
Jokic, who guards Jokic? Can keep him under 30? I mean, the Suns, he was scoring like 50 points a game. It was just.
So, but how do you do it? Like, go inside Spo's huddle. What's the answer? Do you just say let him get his and don't let him be a facilitator? Don't let him involve everybody else? If he drops 40, we don't care? Or do you?
No, I think honestly, you stop Jamal Murray.
Okay.
Because if Jokic scores 50, that's fine. But Murray, I think, Murray took them to that next level. He was sneaky good against the Lakers, where I got caught up thinking, it's going to be Jokic and AD. No, it wasn't. It was Murray. He just took the games over.
They have to pick who they want to slow down. They're never going to stop Murray. They're never going to stop Jokic. They have to decide who they want to slow down. But I think on the other side of that, it's who on Denver steps up outside of them. Is it Aaron Gordon? Is it Michael Porter Jr.? Somebody else has to step up because there may be a game or two where they slow Nikola Jokic down or Murray. Somebody else on Denver has to step up. We all know what Miami does. They just got guys that are undrafted. So Jimmy Butler's going to be their guy. We know that.
Was Mike calling the rec league guys?
Gym class heroes.
Gym class heroes, yes.
Any finals MVP candidate besides Jokic, who's minus 350, a heavy favorite, or Jimmy Butler, who's plus 350, anybody else plus 1,000 or better, can anybody else win the finals MVP?
1,000. I was about to say, what's Murray?
Murray's plus 1,000, and then everybody else is even longer
Murray.
shot. Okay.
Yeah. Murray, yeah.
So you think he can win the finals MVP?
Murray could win it, yeah.
Some value.
But in order for Miami to win the series.
You know what that is? Jim Costa value.
Value.
Yeah, in order for Miami to win the series, it has to be Butler. So other than Jokic, it's, Murray.
Unless, I don't think Hero's going to come back and really do.
He may not be back till game 3, if that.
Well, that's the next thing I had on here.
What about your boy Duncan?
Oh, boy.
That barely plays?
Duncan. Does Hero make any difference in the series if he comes back in game 3?
Honestly,
no.
Home game. Let's say they steal. Hold on. Let's say they. I'm not saying I believe it, but let's say they steal game one, which you guys made the case for, then Hero's back on their home floor in a 1-1 series. It doesn't make a difference?
Yeah, but he was a broken hand,
Yeah,
so that's
rust,
shooting.
Man.
Yeah.
Okay, then. Doesn't make a difference. Nuggets in 5.
You know what? I think it may be a detriment because you then have to figure out, okay, when do we pull the plug? And this experiment's not going to work.
With Jokic being the overwhelming favorite and the Nuggets being the favorites to win the series, he's set up to join elite company. With a finals MVP and a championship, he would be one of only 11 players with 2 MVPs, a championship, and a finals MVP. Is he building a top 10 career all time if they finish this?
Oh, wow.
That company, by the way, Kareem, Jordan, LeBron, Wilt, Moses, Larry, Magic, Duncan, Steph, and Giannis. He would be the 11th.
You probably need at least 2 more titles before you start putting him. He would.
I say building. I'm not saying he's top 10 all time.
Right. It's the names you just rolled off.
I know.
I don't think he's in that room yet. Kind of, it's football like, Jamal Williams. He's the Lions' leading touchdown guy over Barry. Wait. Yes, but no.
Yeah, no. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say within 4 years he'll be retired, so he won't have a chance.
Wait, where is this coming from? I heard you guys talking down to Jokic the other day in one of these fast breaks. He's as gifted a passing big as the league has ever seen. He's scoring 30 and he's shooting threes nearly 50-50 right now.
But you're talking about Kareem. You're talking about Jordan. You're talking about...
I'm just saying, he's already got 2 MVPs. You could argue he should have won his 3rd this year. He starts stacking rings. He gets his first ring. Now he's in that conversation, right?
He's got to stack more rings.
But this would be a big step.
If
you don't win this one, you're Barkley and you never get it done.
Is it wrong to say, let me see the first one first? Okay. Let me see the first ring first.
I mean, Barkley found out it wasn't easy. He still hasn't told young Chuck.
Series winner and number of games. I'll start out. I'll go Nuggets in 5. I love Denver in the series for all the reasons everybody knows. Miami can't zone with Jokic. He's the zone beater. They don't turn the ball over, so that doesn't feed into Miami's fast break. They defend the 3, which is Miami's deal. They're living and dying with these role players shooting threes. I think Denver maybe drops the game, wins it in 5. What about you?
You know what? I think one of these refs going to hop on their burner account and make sure that this thing goes 7.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa. I'm saying...
You know what? I'm going to go out there. I'm going to take the Heat in 7.
I think he talked himself into it. David.
I did.
I'm going to go Denver in 6.
And the last note I have, do either of these teams offer any hope for the Detroit Pistons?
Meaning?
The blueprints that they've used to get here. Does either team offer them hope?
Yes.
Which one?
A little bit of both. I mean, you have a second-round pick that's now an MVP, almost a top 10 player of all time, drafted during a Taco Bell commercial. You have Miami, who was an 8 seed, struggled to get into the playoffs, probably should have lost to the Bulls in the play-in game, but they are a bunch of role players who all know their roles and can play their roles well. For the Pistons, you're a team of role players right now. That's why I'm happy you got Monty, so he can teach you how to become better players.
Denver drafted Jamal Murray at 7. I believe Killian Hayes was the number 7th overall selection. He will be Jamal Murray by next year.
Well, you know what,
There's
David?
no hope. There's no hope from either team, okay? Sorry.
I mean, if you could put Jokic in there with Kareem, yeah, Killian Hayes, yeah, Jamal Murray, 7, yeah.
Jalen Dern, yeah.
Yeah, there we have it. There it is.
No, I don't see it. I'm sorry.
This segment sponsored by Clown Cars.
And that is your NBA Finals Fast Break. 97.1. 97.1, gorgeous Thursday. If you missed the Monty Williams discussion, Odyssey app, rewind. We opened the show with it. The Pistons paid him more than anybody in the NBA, more than Popovich, Kerr, or Spoelstra. It's Thursday at 4. It is time for Deal Breakers. Roberto in studio.
Yeah.
You excited for this, Rico?
I am. He's creepy in studio.
I know. It's a little different. He's sitting right next to me, and I'm a little uncomfortable now.
I can't look at him.
Better when he's off at like a distant, like a broom closet
he's that
somewhere.
voice.
He's just staring at us.
Jeez.
Ev, you
He
ready
doesn't
for this?
blink. Yeah, I'm always ready.
He doesn't.
I feel so welcoming at home.
You're right. He does not blink.
Blink!
No!
Why is he so sweaty?
Right.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, see?
The music.
All right, guys, got some new, fresh scenarios for you guys. Love to get your take on it. Let's start with the first one. You and a few of your coworkers like to go to lunch every week. For the past 2 weeks, an uninvited coworker just shows up and joins your table. It's making the lunches uncomfortable. But do you, at the end of the day, do you just say, screw it, let him join in, or do you confront him saying, what are you doing, man?
I guess the question is, how uncomfortable is this?
Well, so you're already there and they walk in, or you walk in
Right.
and they're already there?
No, it's not. He didn't drive with us. He was never asked, hey, do you want to go?
So was it a coincidence that he just keeps finding you, or does he kind of know where you set up your next meeting where it's going to be?
I think that it's not a coincidence that
Okay,
he's
then this is very
inviting
simple.
himself.
Guys, there'll be a private group text of where we're really going to go, but we'll put it out there
Right, you're
that
going
we're
to-
meeting at this restaurant. That's code. Whatever that is, that's code for across town. So not even the one next door. No. Across town. Because you're uninvited.
But what do you do if it's like at the office? Like people got like a break room or like you go eat some lunch there and they just
it's at a
Sit at your
restaurant.
desk is what you do in that
Right.
situation.
I've always done that. I'm so scared to sit in our kitchen and eat lunch.
Really?
Oh, I'm terrified.
I'll top that. There's been times where I don't want to walk in the office with certain people, and I'll sit in
You
my
sit in
car.
your car?
Because I don't want to have that uncomfortable small talk.
It really is.
Is it gonna kill you?
You know what?
I'm still alive, so it
You know
hasn't
what?
yet.
Here's
Like
the
I don't
thing.
think this is that big a deal.
I know.
Evan may have something because I have tried in this building we get a little bit of a break, so I'll go in and have something to eat. And I try to avoid a certain person, and this person finds me all the time and just starts saying,
Oh, no.
hey, what about this and what about that? And I'm just like, Kenny, why do you keep doing No, it's not Kenny. I'm not Kenny. Why do you let Roberto get near me all the time?
Oh, no, I don't
David,
bother you that much.
have I not found corners in this building that I didn't know existed? And Roberto finds me.
I thought you were saying Kenny. That was hilarious. But you're right. He does find you.
He finds me. It's like, I just want to eat in peace. So I just let him know.
Hey, did you hear about this 80s rock metal
Right.
band?
Oh, yeah. No, it's always.
Hey.
It's always. Hey, Rico, let me ask you a question.
Hey, what do you think about this Serena Williams?
I'm telling you. You avoid
That's
it.
another person that asked you that question.
I
Right.
forgot, yeah.
Oh.
How do you feel about Tiger Woods?
Like Jackie
I'm sure
Robinson.
you love him, right?
Jackie Robinson, yay or nay?
Jesus. Man.
Not far off.
All right.
It really isn't.
All right, let's do another one. Here.
Feelings on that MLK guy.
How about this one?
Malcolm or Martin Luther King? Which one?
Ah. A few years ago, your wife cheated on you.
And she's still your wife, huh?
Well, you worked it out, and she agreed never to talk to the man again.
I would think that's stage one.
She was recently contacted and informed that the man had passed away and left her his 7-figure estate.
Hey, it was all worth it.
Do you tell her to take the money, or is it really none of your business what she decides to do?
You take that money.
Absolutely.
Money
you take
doesn't
the
buy
money.
happiness, but it will sure help that
Well,
situation out.
But here's the thing. it wasn't just inherited. She's running an estate, which now means that her name is attached to his name, and she's running business.
You're going to be seeing that guy's name in your mailbox on your checks for the rest of your life.
Just a reminder of how inadequate you were for a short time in your life.
But you got a lot of money. I mean, I'm kind of okay with it.
I feel like you get the last laugh. He's financing your life now.
Right. Ha-ha!
It would be difficult, but
you take the money. Could you imagine the alternative? No, we're not taking a cent of this multi-million-dollar payout.
Some people have
what, for
morals
your
like that.
pride?
No,
for your stupid pride.
It's not stupid pride when you realize this guy almost caused the end of our marriage.
I understand
This
that.
the least he could do is compensate you for it.
Right, and I get that. You see his name everywhere, that the mail, but this man's dead. I'm good. Give me the money.
Right. She's got to go and, hold meetings in his name.
Yeah, so be it.
Board meetings.
You know what? I just won't be part of that, but go have fun. And don't sleep with his brother.
I'll spend his money while you're doing
I mean,
me.
I could handle seeing Evan's name on my checks. For
Yeah.
Why you got to kill off Evan?
Yeah, I forgot about that part. He did just do that, didn't he?
Right, he just did kill, smooth kill. I just think it would be a lot more difficult than what you guys was thinking. Like, it's just money.
I think you block it out.
I think
you
the
block it
difficult.
out.
No, it's but
guys can compartmentalize. We all can and do.
It is.
And if you got over it, too, this will make it a lot easier.
True.
I can promise you, there are sports plays you've never gotten over in your life. And that's just sports.
Yeah, but if they're going to pay me to get over it,
you still won't get over it.
Hey, Rashid, instead of getting out to the corner, cut me a check for $1 million and I'll get over it.
And now
I'll never talk about it again. I promise.
You have $1 million and you're still pissed at Rashid.
Like, I'll invite him over for a party.
I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'd like to think that.
Why Rashid?
I
just first popped in my head as he left Ori open. He's Big Shot Bob. Why am I talking about this? I'm
guess
sorry.
I would like to think that it would hurt a little bit more than just it's money. So you're basically saying it's the Robert Redford movie. It's for $1 million, whatever.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying I'm okay with what happened.
Right? Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
No.
$1 million. I'm cool.
I would agree with you, Rico, if it was like still fresh, like this just happened, you just found out. Oh, Andy just died. Then I think I would be on your side. But if I was willing to take her back after the cheating, then obviously, I guess I would have to take the
that's
cash.
right. If you've made the decision to stick with her,
it makes it a little bit better.
Yeah.
Because at least when you think of the guy now, you can go look at your Mercedes.
Right, but the Mercedes is basically just a
reminder.
souvenir.
It is.
Like,
Not
every
anymore.
time you get in a Mercedes, you screwed my wife.
Hey.
But
so hold on,
it's a
you're
new
not,
car.
Hold on, just to clarify, you're not taking the money?
I'd probably be uncomfortable.
No, he's just going to
taking
be
the
pissed broke.
Nah, I may be uncomfortable taking the money.
Wow. Okay. All right. This one is actually a true scenario from someone on this show. Here we go.
Can we first start by guessing who's the scenario?
Maybe you'll
Who
be right.
said it and deal breakers?
You need to replace a few ceiling fans in your home. Many people tell you it's a pretty simple DIY project. However, when you look it up on YouTube, it seems a little over your handyman level. Do you attempt to try and hire someone if you can't figure it out? Or do you not even attempt it, don't even open the boxes, and pick up the phone and call somebody?
Huh.
So who is it?
I'll admit it is me. Look, I don't like dealing with electricity, and that's dealing with electricity, man.
David, here's the
That's
thing.
a lot of guys. A lot of people's thing.
I had a light switched out. Same thing. Because people are like, oh, you could do that yourself. Gas and electricity.
Don't mess with it.
I don't like to mess with it because, not trying to be like, I don't want to end up electrocuted and dead over
a light
of $150 of just
turn off
paying
your
this person.
circuit breaker.
I'm not the most handy guy, but you just turn them off.
No, but
you
all of
turn
a
the
sudden-
circuit breakers off.
Right, you turn it off, but you didn't wire it correctly. You turn it back
Well,
on.
then you
I'm
sue
not
DTE or
wiring
whoever
it.
it
I mean,
was.
this
No,
is
If you're swapping out a ceiling fan,
You are wiring,
I've
yeah.
wired fans,
Wiring.
but you know that great thing they make now is that voltage pen where you point it up to the, where the.
Do you know how to use a voltage pen?
Yes.
Well, he looked it up on YouTube.
But here's the thing: I was telling David yesterday. Even though I use that pen, I can't 100% rely. I'm still like this. I'm still shaking. And like I'm touching
Right.
the wires. Like, please,
Dude,
God,
and
please,
so
God,
the minute you all talk me into doing this, and now I'm dead, you all are like, "Oh man, I really wish I'm dead now."
But hold on, is that really a thing that like the circuit breaker you could turn it all the way off and this thing's still going to be firing out electricity?
No, just turn the whole house off.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying turn off the
when
house.
when you turn it back on.
If you
you've
did it
done
wrong.
Oh,
I mean,
well, I mean that's a different story.
Now my
then.
house is on fire.
That's on you. I was
Right.
going to say otherwise that's on the person that
have
installed
a bucket
all
of water.
I mean, like I said,
Yeah, and use a fan.
Same thing. I installed a gas stove, and I'm like, I could do this, and everybody, no, pay somebody. I'm like, it's just simple connections.
Do you have a bunch of holes in your ceiling right now?
No.
Oh, okay.
There's
You didn't like
lights there.
start it and then
No, I have to replace a fan and then add a fan to my kids' room. That's just a light there. So nothing's been started yet.
What's he need a fan for? I didn't have a fan growing up. Talk about
Neither did
privileged,
I,
huh?
A few years ago in my old house, my father-in-law helped me put up a ceiling fan. Took us 7 hours.
Was there already like the wiring up there?
Yes.
Jeez, isn't this like installing a doorbell? Like,
But see, you know what? Here's the thing. I felt justified when I got the light installed because he had problems installed. I was like, see.
Well, maybe you got a faulty guy.
No, he was just like, okay.
So if it would have been you doing it,
All right,
it would have
Bob
been
Vila.
forever. Yes.
Yeah, take the $2 million that you got from your wife.
I would
and,
hire someone.
Right.
Get the job done.
Or install the clapper. Never have problems again.
Do we have time for one more?
We got time.
Okay, here we go. Your regional manager is in town, and he asks you to go to dinner. He takes you to a restaurant you would never be able to afford, and he orders a very expensive bottle of wine. The bill comes, and he asks you to contribute your half.
No chance.
Do you pay exactly what you ordered or go in on the half, not to make things awkward?
Isn't it like, in all reality, the person that invites the other person out has to
They have to
expect
pay.
to pay?
Yes.
No matter if
This
it's a
guy's
date,
not going by
if
it.
it's a friendship. Like,
It's the regional manager.
He's under the assumption that you were going to split it, but didn't tell you that.
I'm saying
Then
no.
you know what? That's a hard lesson he's going to learn.
When you just walk out and
I
leave.
honestly, see, this is where I thought you were paying.
Right.
It's like, I don't even drink, dude. Why'd you order that
Right.
bottle of wine?
Well, like
I didn't even touch it.
realistically, you could probably pay up, but then you'd be feeling it a little bit because you said this is a nice restaurant. This is
Yeah.
above,
Yeah, that you wouldn't
above
go
your,
to.
above your pay grade.
Yeah.
You wouldn't go
Some
there
places
often.
you wouldn't spend money on this anyway.
Right. So you got to set your boundaries. You have to say something. You can't just be complicit and pay your half. Right. You have to say, like, dude, I'm not.
I didn't expect. I didn't think I was paying half. You invited me to come out, but oh no, if
What an
that's the
awkward
case.
conversation.
No,
It is
I'm
awkward,
I'm
right?
just going to shame you. Like, you can have half, but I guess things aren't going well at the region because you need money from me.
Don't you have some sort of corporate card? What are we doing here?
Right. Exactly.
Maybe I need to look for a job because
Times
if
are
we got
tough.
to do this.
Imagine that standoff. You guys are just kind of passing it back and forth. Or there's a King of Queens episode where they both refuse to pay.
You know
they
what?
keep getting up for the bathroom.
Right, and out of full spite, I may just, you know what? I'm going to pay for the whole thing and just label
that's
you a deadbeat.
That's a good one, too.
I'm going to label you a deadbeat.
And then talk about it on the radio the next day.
Yep,
You
you
know
brought
what?
me
Just give it to
here,
me.
and you didn't have enough money to pay for something. I'll pay for it all.
Hey, you want to go out to dinner?
And I'm going to tell
Yeah,
everybody.
I got a real nice place, Rico. I'll be ordering bottles of wine, and we both don't drink.
You can be working in one of those 8 Mile Gentlemen clubs.
Oh.
And that is Deal Breakers 97.1. David, get us caught up on the ticket text. I know we got football today coming at 4:30. Bold predictions inside 100 days until the NFL season, but I'm sure that Who Said It gave people some things to talk about.
If it has wire or if it has a wire, you hire. I agree. I like that statement.
I like that.
Arico is crazy. He would rather be upset and poor versus upset and rich.
Correct.
See, I think it's easy to say that until you realize every time you get in your car, you go into your new house that you bought out of spite, that you're basically riding around in a trophy of a guy who screwed your wife or the house. Like, you're going to be reminded of this man every time.
Yeah, someone here, this is probably true. Once a cheater, always a cheater. So take the money, and after you get divorced a year later, you're entitled to half of it.
You just wait it out.
Yeah, I guess that makes
Play
sense.
the long game.
Someone said, did Roberto just say YouTubes?
I think I did.
YouTubes. All right. Thank you for that, Roberto.
Showing my age.
It's just 120 volts. You'll be just fine, David. Get over it. Okay. All right.
Signed, Tommy Tough Guy.
He's always there.
With 8 fingers.
Yeah, someone says, as an electrician, if you turn the breaker off, you could still get shocked off the natural wire because they can be shared off another circuit.
But we were saying turn the whole house off.
Now that, okay.
Now maybe you missed one.
But is there not something left in the wire after you do that?
It's one of those that you make enough, farm it out.
Exactly.
I don't need to be the guy to come in. Hey, Jimmy, see that light? Did that. Yeah. Yeah.
Ceiling fans are simple from electric standpoint if you're just doing a swap out. 3 wires, black to black, white to white, ground to ground, you're done. Okay.
Like you said, you
makes it sound easy.
You just watch a video on YouTube and now you're an electrician. That's how it works, right?
And here's the thing. It may be that easy, but I understand where you're coming from. It's just, like I said, natural gas. No, don't mess with that either because you don't seal that thing correctly. And
gas leak.
You know what? You're the new co-host of this show.
Yeah, that's just something I just don't want to mess with. Like I've changed over a toilet before. That's not a wire.
Right.
That's not gas. Okay. Plumbing can be a troublemaker, but whatever.
Well, the consequences aren't the same. Exactly.
Yeah, plumbing just means if this screws up, you're about to pay somebody out the nose to stop all this water leak.
Oh, you're correct. Oh man, I've made that mistake before.
Talk about like that pressure free throw. Like, okay, I can do this.
I did that before.
David shooting 2.
I was changing over something in my shower. And right as I was about to take the piece off, I thought in my head, I forgot to turn the water off. Yeah. Water just everywhere.
But I mean, then again, I may end up being a hypocrite because I have changed outlets out. So,
but I think that's more simple than
It sounds like a ceiling fan's pretty simple, David. From Tommy Tough Guy on Twitter, he seemed like it was pretty simple.
But it also seems like you need multiple people to get the ceiling fan to
and
make
that's
sure
another
it doesn't
thing.
come falling down.
I
Because
can't
you
count
literally have one hand on the ceiling fan and the other hand on the wiring.
I can't count on a 12-year-old to help me with this. And I'm not calling my father or my 80-something-year-old grandfather over.
And you can't call
not doing
What
it.
else has he got to do, David?
He's going to get on a ladder. I'm not putting him on a ladder to help me with a ceiling fan.
Well, he could just sit there and critique you. Back in my day, we didn't have ladders.
And he's done that before. He has.
Ladders?
We didn't have
We
ladders.
just stood on top of each other.
We stood on air.
Right? I got a great electrician. You can call this guy Craig. He's great. His last name is List. Craig's List.
He's proud of that one.
Oh, my gosh. Someone says, I'm an electrician. Go ahead and shock yourself and then give me a call. I'll take care of it for you. You take care of the job or you take care of what's left in my house.
I wonder how often that happens. Like electricians or handymen, they come over and they see your attempt.
Oh, no.
And they go, oh, you made this way worse.
Oh, no. You know what? My electrician came over and said, I'm glad that you called because normally what happens is somebody screws it up and now I can charge you double to fix your mistake and then do it right. So he was like, no, you did it. Because I told him, I was like, man, I don't know if I did the right thing. Could I have done this? He was like, no, you did it correctly. Call me. He did. Boom, boom, boom. It was done. Like less than 30 minutes.
Someone says, Rico, you're killing me. Tommy tough guy with 8 fingers.
I could have done that. Come on, man. We get it. It gets to a point in life where you can do a little better for yourself.
Someone says, you stayed married, but don't take the money? How's your pride every time you go to bed with her? Wow.
Yeah, to me, that was the no-brainer of all those.
You
take the money.
I can be honest with you, I probably wouldn't have stuck it out.
Well, no, but that's different. And we
It's a
talked
different
about that.
yeah.
If you had just gotten divorced, you never would have access to the 7 figures, but you made your decision and you move on. But if you stay with the person, you've made the commitment to be with them beyond the awful thing they did, it's a bonus at that point that you get 7 figures, that you run into an inheritance that lets you change your life.
I don't know. That just seems like one of those days where all of a sudden I just get angry for no reason whatsoever.
What's wrong with Rico? He's got this scowl on his face.
Happy New Year. Yeah, is it? Is it?
I think something's wrong at home.
Is it?
I want to check in
Did
with
you
him.
celebrate New Year with him? I
don't think
Did
he's
you
doing
say
well.
Happy New Year to him?
Where were you last New Year?
Right.
Oh, God. And Thanksgiving, too.
Right. Turkey. You know what? No more turkey. No, new rule. No more turkey in this house.
I think something may have set him off. We'll have to maybe regroup and come back next time. Coming up next, football today, bold predictions ahead of next season. It's 97-1. Yeah, I'm realizing I may have added another drop at the end of that last segment. Nothing gets past you guys on the ticket text or behind the glass. 97-1, Jim Costa in today for Valenti. I was talking about the car and the size, and yeah, enough people picked up on it. I'm sure it'll be in the system. Rico, you were busy before the show today. You were out glad-handing, shaking hands, hobnobbing.
Standing out in the sun, waiting around for coaches to finally show up. Yeah.
The dignitaries are in Detroit today, though, right? It's all the big-name, headline Big Ten coaches.
They are. It's the former Sound Mind, Sound Body camp. I got to keep looking. It's the National College Showcase Camp. Some of the top players in the nation down at Wayne State. And it was kind of cool. David, former Wolverine Tyrone Wheatley is at Wayne State. Nice seeing him in green. He was like, I don't know if I can get used to this green. Trust me, it looks good on you. Some Big Ten coaches were there. Harbaugh, I think, was the main speaker. Brett Bielema, Illinois' coach. P.J. Fleck, Minnesota's. Mel Tucker, Michigan State. James Franklin, Penn State. Greg Schiano, Rutgers, and P.J. Fleck, Minnesota's. They were all there. Now, we were, just trying to sit there and talk with all of them, and they were kind of busy, had people, autographs, pictures, things like that.
Was Tuck's line pretty long?
No.
I'm not saying for you. I wasn't implying you wanted his autograph. I'm just asking, the buzz around Tucker is not great right now.
No, he can. Well, it's not, but it's still, when he walks in, it's just amazing. People still flock to him, and they just, hey, can I get a picture? Can I get this? So he was kind of, because I was wondering, I'm like, is he actually on the phone? Because he pulled the old, hey, I'm on the phone.
Oh, is it legit? Yep.
I'm on the phone. Yeah,
exit stage left.
But
so this event, to me, I don't care about the individual drills. I don't know that most people do, but it ends up being kind of a hub for some gossip and chit chat and some of that stuff.
Yeah, well, you find out they're going to sit there and they're going to talk to some of the media afterwards and just ask about things. So I was pressed for time. So I went to a couple of the coaches that I've known. Like, hey guys, look, I got a show that starts with or without me at 2:00. Can you help a brother out? Can you talk to me? So they're like, yeah, I could talk to him. Most were tight-lipped, but as a couple was like, I can talk to you, but it has to be off the record. Like, really? And it was kept. Is this off the record? Like, yeah, I said no, but it has. But what was said was, it was very interesting. And it had me really thinking and really reevaluating, because lately everybody's been so upset about college football, especially here locally. Yep. Things have changed, and I like things the way that they are. Maybe that's the reason why Big Ten teams don't win titles. That's why Big Ten teams are so held hostage by tradition and things like that. Because the coach pretty much said the SEC does things to win championships. Everything that the SEC does is to win a title. Everything that the Big Ten is doing is to satisfy a TV contract. Because I was like, whoa, you came out throwing a high heat here. Like, wow. He's like, no, think about it. SEC doesn't want to play 9 games right now. They're arguing they just want to stick to 8. They're going to have 4 cupcakes. The games that you hate.
Chattanooga in November.
And I honestly, I wish Kenny was here. But it works for them.
Sure.
Because they will have 4 guaranteed wins. They'll play each other. And the SEC, the biggest rivalry in the SEC right now, does not play each other. Only in the SEC championship game. It's Alabama, Georgia.
Yeah, they're not on the schedule this year.
They make sure those 2 teams do not play each other. They're not on.
It's a rotation, yeah.
We looked. It's a 10-year rotation. 10 years. I think the last time they played was 2013 or 2012.
Yeah, on the schedule. They played 2020, but that was COVID.
That was COVID. So
Right.
I don't count that, but just regular schedule, the SEC is smart. If we got 2 big schools, they won't play each other until the very, very end. Whereas the Big Ten, it's all about the tradition. 9 games, he's like, we're going to beat each other up for 9 games. This is why we don't win titles. This is why they do, because everything they do is about winning a championship. Everything we do is satisfying a TV contract. And then I'm thinking, like, going through my mind, that Kaiser Sose moment of all the things that have happened in the past couple of weeks. Like, wow, you're right. I mean, the Black Friday game, and now Michigan's first games exclusively on streaming, and Michigan State against Washington. Probably your second or third biggest game. Your second and third biggest games will both be on Peacock. At least one will be also on NBC.
So what I'm sensing We are under 100 days until the start of both the NFL and college football. And there's way more buzz about the NFL than there is college. And I don't know where you are at with college football, but it feels like the list of complaints grows by the day, whether it's taking games away from the campus, stream only. The portal has taken away a lot of the continuity of college sports. Used to be juniors became seniors.
Right.
Now you've got guys moving around every single year. And I'm for the player movement, but as a fan, it does hurt the continuity that you feel about your team year to year, where it builds from year to year.
Think about this. It used to be that college was the most stable.
Mm-hmm.
You knew your guy was on your team for 3 to 5 years. You knew exactly where he was going to be. Your quarterback was your quarterback. Your running back was your running back. Now the NFL is more stable because they sign a contract that you know at least Jared Goff is your quarterback for the next 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's no portal. He can't just walk out and say, you know what, I really would like to take my talents to Tennessee and go down there for next year. He can't do that. He's stuck, and it does take away because it's like it used to mean something to see your college players play for these teams. And now, think about this. When the NFL schedule came out, especially here in Detroit, every Lions fans was so excited. Oh, my God, we're playing Kansas City. Start on a Thursday. I can't wait. You probably have half this city would sacrifice the summer to play that game next Thursday because they can't wait. I haven't heard anybody say they can't wait for college football.
And it's not about expectation. Michigan is expected to be an undefeated regular season team in the playoff competing for a championship. So you can't do the Lions are good and the college teams aren't. The Wolverines are expected to be. They're going to be preseason 2 or 3.
Right. I was say they are a top 5 team. Top 3 teams.
So then I wonder, where are we at with college football? Are you excited? Where are you with the sport? Because the list of complaints, we just started to get through them. I mean, there's the geography that's changed dramatically with the conferences. There is this issue, Rico, that you can speak to from today about the inequality with scheduling, where the SEC, I've said this for years, it's a Ponzi scheme. They play one less real game, so their win totals are inflated by one more. So when their Auburn team beats Arkansas, it's an 8-win Arkansas instead of a 7. And it's this Ponzi scheme where they manufacture and inflate how many top 25 teams there are. Georgia's great, Bama's great, but they live off of that, and they claim they're 8 to 10 teams deep, and it's because they play an extra freebie.
Because here's the thing. If you don't think that that's true, what Jim just said, if the Big Ten did that, MSU's in a bowl game.
Tack an extra win to every Big Ten team.
Right, and now you have a ton of teams in bowl games. They make money for the conference, but they win titles.
Think about that.
And it was weird hearing it come from a coach. And this wasn't like a flippant remark. This coach was pissed.
Current Big Ten coach.
If you promise you can't use my name, but here, let me tell you how I feel about this.
This is a real frustration.
And you could sense and the whole time I'm thinking, you hear that from fans. But yeah, to me, it's kind of taken away because there's less than 100 days. And I don't think people have that same excitement, that same fire for college football like you used to have, where it's I can't wait for this game. Whereas right now, no one can wait for the Lions to take on all. We got the primetime games. But here's the thing. In the college games, you get the primetime games, everybody complains. Michigan State, too many primetime games. Why are you playing this game here? Lions got all these games. I think it really is boiling down to the fact that, college football is just cannibalizing itself.
When we talk about the NFL, we talk about things we're excited for. When we talk about college, we talk about complaints we have and how the sport is eroding by the minute. It's still going to be something I watch. It's still going to be something you watch. But Rico, it's a chore to keep up with all the changes in the movement. And we do it for a job, but people who are just regular folks who are just trying to tune in, they're like, what happened to my offensive line? What happened to my receiver room? What happened to my game being on television? What happened to the teams that are traditional Big Ten schools? Now it's USC and UCLA.
How about literally, who are these guys wearing my team's colors?
Right. So I think there's been so much change that I do feel an erosion in the passion of college football fans locally. I'm not doing a nationwide tour. I can't speak to anything but what we have here, but I want to hear from fans about it because, Rico, I think you're right.
And like you said, it's not like, expectations, because Michigan should be winning the Big Ten, back in the playoffs, the 14 playoffs again, and taking their chances. You're one of the best. The returning quarterback, probably tied with Penn State for best running back tandem in the Big Ten. Like, you got all the pieces there, but I don't think the excitement is there. You coming off of 2 back-to-back years of beating the Buckeyes. And no, because you're frustrated and angry over all the changes that are happening to your sport.
And the first game of the season for Michigan will not be on television. No. You're coming up back-to-back playoff appearances. You don't have a lot of great non-con games, or really any great non-con games, but the most appealing of the bunch is probably the ECU game, right? Yeah. And that game is not on TV, and it's one of several changes to the sport, and I wonder, does that impact the buildup, the excitement level? So if you're out there, we want to hear from you, 248-539-9797. We're under 100 days to the NFL season. We're also under 100 days until the college football season.
Right.
So what are your list of complaints, the things that are bugging you, and whether or not you're excited? It's 97.1. We're going to get to Monty Williams at 5 o'clock. Pistons have a new coach, and they paid for it. Highest paid coach in the NBA. I love it. I love it. We will talk about it at 5 o'clock. The Pistons making some moves. Shock the system. Got the defibrillator out. Before we do that at top of the hour.
Didn't see that one coming.
No, neither did I. We'll get to the implications and where they go from here and just get a sense of how people are feeling. But before we do that, did you see today? Thank you. Kirby Joseph, what he was wearing at Lions training camp today.
You know what I did? The free J-Mo shirt.
Free J-Mo.
What are you freeing J-Mo from? His phone? It was funny because I had a conversation with some guy today at the football camp, and he was like, I'm on the fence. I'm like, either you can't read, like the NFL plasters stuff all over locker rooms. They do. You can't say you don't know. If you've never been in an NFL locker room, they have photos. And I mean, they almost make it where even if you can't read, it's like the menu at McDonald's where it's just point to the picture of what you want. They tell you how to dress, what to do, what not to do, all throughout.
So how did you feel about him choosing to wear the shirt? And people will see it if they haven't already. White shirt, says free JMO, red lettering. Did it bother you? Because to me,
you're making him a victim. Jameson Williams not a victim here. You're the victim, Kirby.
As his teammate who now doesn't have him on the field.
Right, because he's out here working, and it's just my guy. Like, I wish you would have said, dude, why'd you do that? You let us down. Don't celebrate him. He's not a hero. You're not a hero for being suspended for 6 games. You're not. That's just me.
He's at fault. Full stop. He's responsible for his own actions. As dumb as I think the rule is, it's the rule. He didn't follow it. He deserves this suspension. You're not appealing it. You're going to deal with the consequences of your own actions.
And your defense was, well, I didn't know.
But Rico, to me, when I saw the photo, I thought he's just sticking up for his teammate. He knows they're not lawyering up and trying to get the suspension reduced. But he talked about it. Of course, the media asked him about it. We have the clip. This is from Brad Galley, Channel 7. This is J-Mo. Or this is Kirby Joseph talking about J-Mo.
Apparently neither did J-Mo. Because he said, I'm not a gambler, I'm a football player.
Yeah, well, J-Mo, you're a little bit of both.
Except.
It's kind of the reason you're suspended. Texter says, free J-Mo from stupidity and self-destruction. That's from Steve. Rico, I think the idea of freeing him, from a pop culture standpoint, they just mean, I got my guys back. That's all he meant by it. I got my guys back. I can't wait till he's out here. We're going to stick by and support him because you can't go back and change the dumb thing that he did.
I mean, it was yeah. I mean, and I understand, even though I didn't get why he wore it. Like when, was it Jet had the free Juwan shirt a year after he had been suspended.
He's already been freed. He's coaching.
He's already free.
No, I agree. It's on.
Come on. No.
If you read it literally, it's stupid.
Right.
Your coach shouldn't be freed from the dumb thing he did. There are consequences. J-Mo shouldn't be freed from the dumb thing he did. There's consequences. Literal face value, it's dumb. But what the shirt actually represents is, I'm sticking up for
I
my
support
dude.
my teammate.
I'm supporting him. We can't wait till we get him back.
Just say that.
I
because
agree, but that doesn't work on a T-shirt.
Right.
You can't write all that out. I support my teammate Jamison Williams in his pursuit to get back from his suspension that he definitely deserved, but we don't care.
What? Can't.
And then exactly scrolls around the back.
No, you know what? See you in 6 weeks, J-Mo. See you in 6 weeks. What does that mean? I can't wait for him to be back. He made a mistake, blah, blah, blah. But you can't make him out to be a victim. I'll give them credit. It's a dumb rule. But the NFL, the one thing you can never say, you didn't know. Because they go out of their way to point out in detail, in color, in pictures, within the locker room, do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't take this, don't do this, because if you do, this, and this will happen to you.
I think the point is it shouldn't have taken a teammate to get suspended 6 games, others for the entirety of the season, and staffers for the point to be made. And I'm not seeing other teams with multiple players and staffers and whatever. So, yeah, if you got to drill it in.
That's a whole nother subject.
I know.
You know what? You know what I keep hearing? And Wojo and I got into this.
What?
You can't keep telling me about Dan Campbell and Lions culture and then not include this.
But I don't want to make it too big a deal. It's going to cost J-Mo 6 games, but I don't want to make it out to be there's
possibly another player.
One that wasn't prominent. I want to be. I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill.
Okay, but did you cash a check within the Lions organization? Then you're part of the team.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If a non-prominent member falls on a fumble, you don't sit there and say, "Man, that didn't count," because
he wasn't a prominent member of the team.
You really weren't a starter.
Rico, all I'm saying is, to me, I'm not going to take the leap and say they are institutionally unstable.
No,
I'm going to say it's a dumb thing that happened, and I'm not happy about it, and I wish it didn't happen at all. And they should look themselves in the mirror and avoid this happening again, because it will hurt the team on the field. It will. I mean, how much, we'll see. But would you rather have J-Mo out there week 1 against the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yeah.
Absolutely you would. Let's go to Mike on a cell. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I just think that, yes, he made a mistake, but Rico talking about it's all plastered in the locker room and all this stuff. How does he know that? Point the other thing is, he made a mistake, yeah.
Mike, I'm going to let you finish.
Go ahead.
Because I've been in the Lions locker room.
Yeah.
I've been in there.
Okay.
I've seen it.
It's all I was in a locker room. I was in the LA Raiders locker room a couple weeks ago. It wasn't in there. What are you talking about?
Did you say LA Raiders? There's no LA Raiders.
Right. That's why. They don't exist.
I'm talking about in Las Vegas. Las Vegas.
Okay. The Raiders.
Don't try to switch words. It's not
You
in
said
their
it,
locker
Mike.
room.
I
What are you
did.
talking about?
Mike,
we don't need
I've been in the Detroit Lions locker room multiple times. Have you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you
I've
wait.
been
Wait,
in
whoa,
the
whoa.
Las Vegas
Wait,
Raiders
well,
locker
no,
room
Mike,
last
honestly,
week.
hold on, Mike.
You want me to hang up on him or not?
No, don't hang up on him. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, don't hang up on me because you're misleading people. All you're doing is misleading people.
How am
That's
I
all you're doing.
misleading people that I've been
Yeah, you
in the Lions locker room because you have to interview players and do your job in there?
Doesn't matter. I was in the Las
I
Vegas
don't
Raiders
give
locker room
a
with that
flying care what did you in the LA
I'm
Raiders
gonna hang
locker
up.
room.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Raiders and what they're doing.
I'm
We're talking about the
misleading
Lions.
people?
No one's misleading people. Stop.
I was in the LA Raiders locker room.
Good for
There's a
you.
reason why nothing was in there. It's a parking lot right now, Mike. Well, where's the football field? They moved a couple times. Now they're in Las Vegas. You're about 300 miles away from them. I'm misleading people. Well, it wasn't in there. Okay, I don't really know why you were in a locker room. Were you in your right mind? Sounded like you had one or too many already. Oh, I was in the LA Raiders locker room and I didn't see anything. You probably weren't seeing too much, but, pink elephants running around.
Coming up next, the suddenly serious Detroit Pistons. It's 97.1. What a difference a day makes. As we sit today,
Chelsea?
moving the community. Listen, the track record of Tom Gores has been discussed quite a bit, and the perception of him being more of an absentee owner. Rico, that criticism can't be leveled today.
No.
As we sit today, the Pistons are paying Monty Williams more than any coach in the NBA. They would not take no for an answer. The Pistons made a splash. And by the way, this isn't about winning the headlines, press conference. This guy can coach. It's a big move for the franchise.
It is. I mean, it was startling because they swung and missed. And even when they asked the first time, I was okay with him saying, no, they attempted. They just didn't say, well, you know what, we have no shot. They shot their shot. He rebuffed them. And then they came back with a better offer.
Mm-hmm.
And it worked. They got his attention. I don't know what happened. I think I was reading in the article through The Athletic from Little Buddha.
Mm-hmm.
Flew out there, sat down, and really, because, I'm speculating they probably had to pay him a little more to get out of that deal, because I think it was, if you coach again, you got to pay us some of that money back to the Phoenix Suns.
Of course, I don't care.
You had to pay some Detroit tax because he's now going to move from his house in Scottsdale to here.
And the situation,
and you're going to go from a team that has been to the NBA Finals to a team that probably can't spell finals. So,
Rico, this team, full credit to you, ahead of your time, the whole deal. We sat and discussed this when the job first opened, and you said, Jim, it's just not an attractive job. And we got Cade, we got Ivy. As the search wore on, you were right. And you know who knew it? Tom Gores.
Yeah.
Because you sit back and you say, wait, we don't have the number one pick. Oops.
That was the only thing that was gonna make this palatable. Like, okay, you got Wembayama, I'll come coach you.
And they didn't get him. So now what? You pick 5, and how about this? In the last 4 years, the Pistons win an NBA worst 80 and 222. They're the only team to not win 100 games in the last 4 years.
You average winning 20 games a year.
Right. So this is as dire a situation in the sport. Now, you got a couple young pieces, more than a couple. I mean, it's Cade, it's Ivy, it's Duren, and you got another one potentially on the way here. You need a coach. You need someone to steer the ship.
Mm-hmm. You need somebody to get these guys better.
Yeah.
To play better, to make them better NBA players, to play together as a team.
Rico, and
you don't need a team full of superstars to win. Miami is showing you don't need a team full of superstars to make some noise.
Even Denver. Jokic drafted during a Taco Bell commercial in the second round. Like, the idea here is, if Monty Williams can have a similar effect to what he had in Phoenix, you are about to turn your franchise from what was a 19-win team in Phoenix to a 60-win team in 3 years.
And here's the other thing.
And that was without adding Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
that was about developing wings and setting that backcourt up to succeed.
Right. I mean, because they make the finals in his first year?
Second year. They went from 19 to 34 to 50-something in an NBA Finals appearance.
Because here's the thing. And not only that, you're going to attract free agents. You're going to attract people who want to play. Chris Paul goes to Phoenix. Why? He had a prior relationship. He was the thing that kind of helped turn that organization around. Now, there's other guys out there that have played with him, that know him, that now say, oh, well, maybe Detroit could be a viable option. Maybe Detroit's not that joke of a team anymore. I like Monty. If Monty's okay with the Pistons, maybe I should be okay with the Pistons too. Now, granted, you're paying him a lot of money, but he didn't have to do this.
No, I think it's a credibility move. I think it's a shock to the system. Like, oh, we have a pulse. How about that? The heart's beating again. You're a living, breathing NBA organization suddenly because Monty Williams walks through the door. It doesn't mean they're winning a championship. It doesn't even mean they're making the playoffs this year. But, Rico, the alternative was grim. It was Kevin Ollie. It was a Grim Reaper walking around with a scythe as your fan base died by the day. Like, David, the first thing you said is hope is alive.
Hope is restored in the Motor City.
And I want to know from Pistons fans if they feel that. 248-539-9797. To me, this is about Gores as much as anything. Your owner's stepping up. Instead of being a guy who was just hanging out in L.A. and maybe goes to a game or two, he put his money where his mouth is. He said, I need to do right by this organization. I want to applaud an owner in the city for stepping up and putting money in.
Not even an organization, to the city.
Yeah.
He really stepped up for the city. And Because, Jim, I think he realized I'm number 4 in this city.
Sure.
Lions have skyrocketed to 1. We're waiting on the Wings and the Tigers to battle it out for the 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Pistons, afterthoughts. Okay? You only go see Pistons games to see who they're playing. You don't go see the team because, as you just put in that stat, they're going to lose 62 games a year.
It's depressing. It's depressing. Now, the blueprint's there. You go out in free agency, you can add a piece. You can trade the 5th pick and add another piece. You can keep the pick and take someone that you think Monty Williams approves of, and he would be an active part of those conversations. You suddenly have someone who can give you an identity. What was the identity under Dwayne Casey? They didn't have one.
Don't embarrass yourself.
Even that wasn't always the case.
Losing.
Right.
But Monty Williams comes from a place where he immediately impacted wins and losses, and he did it because guys always coach defense, and he has an offensive system. They run 5 out. It's the half-second offense where you make a decision. You're passing, you're shooting, you're attacking, you're actively moving the ball around and sharing the ball. He's going to provide structure to Cade and Ivy. Mm-hmm. He's going to provide a winning environment for this basketball team. Like this to me was a no-brainer move. It was just about could you get him, and Tom Gores refused to take no for an answer.
And I like what you just said too. Because you're bringing them in really in the developmental stage of Cade, because this is going to be year 2 for him and year 2 for Ivy.
Mm-hmm.
Year 2 is where you make the monumental leap. And I like the fact that, look, nothing against Casey, but it ain't Casey leading them right now.
No.
You have a guy who is a leader, a guy who's seen, the evolution of Devin Booker and finding out, okay, Cade, maybe you do this, and you do this. Hey, Jaden, why don't you two work together and get this and get the most out? Jalen Duren, I can use you as the big man. You could run the court. You could do certain things. The fact that all 3 of these players are going to be in their 2nd year, I'm happy because now I feel like you have somebody that can help them get better, that can help them take that next step. Maybe you have your big 3 in the making and you don't realize it yet.
Right. I mean, what was Phoenix before he took over?
A team.
The Pistons. They were the Pistons.
Yeah, they were the West Coast version of the Pistons. They were constantly in the lottery. They never won the lottery. Well, they got Ayton. Mm-hmm. Pistons got Cade.
Mm-hmm.
But they were always in the lottery. They were just pretty much a place where everybody just went to go, rest up and go play golf. And, oh, yeah, we got to play a game tonight, too, against the Suns. Don't worry. We'll beat them. So now, all of a sudden, every year they're a favorite to win the West.
Year 2.
In a short time.
Year 2, they make the finals. Top 10 offense, top 10 defense. Year 3, top 10 offense, top 10 defense. Then they traded away a whole bunch of their key defensive wing players, the 3-and-D guys that you need to win a title,
then you had
to go for Kevin Durant. Exactly.
Yeah,
and
Ishbia
did what I think a lot of people would do if they got a chance to own an NBA team, right? They'd trade for
He played real-life fantasy basketball.
Trade for Kevin Durant, fire the coach. What am I missing? Taking charges courtside. He's the main character, right? He goes out and does it all.
Ishbia it's like Mike owning the Celtics.
Right.
Or the Giants.
Right.
Oh, no, you're a bum. You're fired. You're gone.
You're gone.
Yeah.
See ya. And the Pistons, I think, are the beneficiary today of what is an incredibly impatient group of NBA teams where when they don't win, it's the coach's fault immediately. The Pistons are in a good position to take a swing on a guy who's been to the finals, who's worked in this identical situation before, who is one of the most respected people in the entire NBA. 248-539-9797. The question is, did this wake you up? Did this move the needle? Some people may say they overpaid. To those people, who cares?
It ain't your money.
In fact, I care that Gores cares. I care that the team was willing to look at themselves in the mirror and say, we're desperate, we know it, and we're going to pay accordingly because the alternative was bleak.
Because I would simply say this. Those who are so concerned about the money, think of Monty Williams as the top free agent out there. They just signed that person, okay? Would you rather have Monty Williams or Russell Westbrook?
Right.
He may not win you actual games on the court, but I think under his tutelage, you will win more games.
Yeah, but what also happened is he turned Devin Booker into an all-star.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Booker was a good player, but he wasn't an all-star type player. And then
he was inconsistent.
Correct. He was so with the young guards we have here, the hope is he can maybe not turn him into Devin Booker, because I'm never going to put that expectation on a player, but that they improve and that they get better. And one thing I will continue to say, and I cannot stand this guy, you all know this, but I have to credit Chris Paul, because what he did, Monty Williams did for Chris Paul in New Orleans, he changed his game, took his game to another level. And he was already a good player, but he took his game to another level. And when Chris Paul got the chance, he said, yep, I want to play for him again. I want to go to Phoenix and I want to play for him. That's big. That brings credibility to the league. And when you talk about free agents, I mean, Cam Johnson is out there.
There's a
credibility is a guy saying, you know
Cam
what?
Cam Johnson's out there. You have the money to pay Cam.
Correct.
You're going to have to overpay.
Also true.
And Pistons fans are going to have to, we're paying him $120. Okay, once again, it's not your money. You're a team that has nothing. So in order to attract people here, if money is showing you, you're going to have to overpay because you're not winning. So if you don't win, if you're not giving me titles, you at least got to give me money.
Cam Johnson, restricted free agent, the Nets could match. But the point is, you could make a competitive offer.
You got to make it beyond competitive.
And you'd have to pay top dollar for him. But he is the classic 3-and-D guy. He bought into the culture. He shoots 40% from three. He's a wing defender. That would be a move the Pistons could afford, even under the salary cap. Bring him in, make the team better. You've got the fifth pick that you can use or trade. Could they do what Monty did? Go from the Pistons 17 wins, Suns were 19 wins. Go from a win total in the late teens to a win total in the mid 30s. Yeah. That's the thought process.
And here's the thing: I know as much as people want to say you're not trading that pick, especially now. I think he's going to go through, find the person. The pick has no value. You can't give it away. You can't. Everybody's trying to trade their pick. So what are you going to do? This ain't the NFL where there's value. Draft picks are almost a liability for teams.
There's a guy I forgot that he developed in Phoenix, Mikal Bridges.
Another one.
That's another guard that he helped develop.
Yeah, a perimeter player.
Yeah.
You mentioned Devin Booker. Do you think there's a chance down the line?
No.
Just like that?
Yep. Oh, and you know what? I'm going to let you finish. Well, that was rude of me.
I see it. I know Pistons fans are thinking it, and maybe it's reckless to bring it up. But Devin Booker is from the state. His favorite team growing up were the going-to-work Pistons. He is in Phoenix, where they have a couple geezers on the roster, Chris Paul and Kevin Durant. In a year or two, if the Pistons are that 30-plus, 35, 40-win team, is there a world where Devin Booker reunites with the coach that got him to the NBA Finals? Is there a scenario where Devin Booker is a Detroit Piston? Is it more or less likely today because of Monty Williams?
Let me see.
I know on social media he's going crazy. He wears Lions jerseys and he wears Red Wings gear.
Okay, so
he loves Detroit.
Looking at this, do I have time for this, David? Should I give this? All right. You're not out of the question of this because his contract goes to the end of next season.
But then the Supermax kicks in. I did look into this.
But then that's when the Supermax. Now, if you're the Pistons, first of all, you got to hope that, Ishbia just opts out and says we're going to blow this thing up and rebuild.
I don't think so, but
if you're going to do the Supermax, you probably have a window of this year and next year because of Cade and Ivy's contracts. You're not really paying anybody right now. Mm-hmm. So you could absorb one contract like that.
Well, and in the next year, the Pistons might free up all their future firsts, and they could potentially facilitate an acquisition. I know, dare to dream. Someone coming here with a bucket of cold water and splash it in my face. I just think it's more likely today than yesterday.
I just think he likes to represent his home state.
Sure.
But no.
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 I'm talking about our suddenly serious Pistons, and I just at least had to bring it up.
Because rumor has it he may have been one of the people in the room that got rid of Monty. So if that's the case.
So on one hand, I would buy that because you have to run it by your star player when you make
right.
a move
DeAndre
like that.
Ayton ain't pulling any shots. We all know that relationship. So, yeah.
But play this out. Is Chris Paul coming back? I don't know. But what if this year goes south for them? And he looks around and goes, I miss Monty. Monty was a good influence on me early in my career, helped make me an all-star, got me to an NBA Finals. And maybe we cut bait when we shouldn't have. And now my ship is starting to sink with old, injured players in Phoenix, and Detroit's tide is rising.
And you got Doc Rivers.
Right, so that's not going to work out. I want to throw that out to the people, too. Your thoughts on Monty Williams, and then is this crazy to consider a possibility where a couple years down the line, Devin Booker comes home? Is that more in play today for the suddenly serious Pistons now that Monty Williams is the head coach? 248-539-9797. You can laugh at me. We will hear from Piston fans. It's a day where you're suddenly a little more relevant. It's 97.1. Pistons suddenly serious basketball team. Tom Gores wouldn't take no for an answer. Monty Williams gets 6 years, $78 million. It's more than Popovich, more than Kerr, more than Spoelstra, more than every coach in the NBA. Tom Gores knew he had a desperate problem that he had to solve. And we can say, perception, this absentee ownership, this is a move you make if you're serious. This was a serious move by Tom Gores to bring Monty Williams in. Rico, you and I both look at this and say, he will help a young basketball team take the next step. Dwayne Casey was brought in and kind of got caught in the crosshairs. They're like, we're trying to win with Blake Griffin. It was silly to begin with. And then he was forced to sit in for some really lousy years where they didn't win very many games. Worst record in the sport the last 4 years. So you bring in a new face, fresh voice, someone with a real scheme on offense and defense, a young nucleus to work with. How do you feel about it as a Pistons fan? Because it felt hopeless 24 hours ago. 248-539-9797. David, some ticket text. We also brought up Devin Booker. And you can splash the cold water in my face, but I said, hey, he's from here. He reps Detroit. Phoenix has a bunch of aging stars. In the next couple years is a reunion with Monty Williams and the Cards.
Apparently, we got to find everybody that's from Michigan and from Detroit to come here to play.
Oh, stop it. He loves Detroit. He loves the Pistons. He's on record as saying that.
You bring him here with Day-Day.
Stop.
Bring Draymond back, Saginaw. Yeah.
The all-Michigan athletes edition.
Yeah.
Everybody that played in the state. Okay.
What's Charlie Bell up to?
That's a great name. Oh, my gosh. This feels like a Derek Lalonde type hire where I think we see immediate dividends in the form of at least 30 wins.
I think that should be the expectation with a healthy Cade and Ivy and doing something with the cap space in the 5th overall pick. Absolutely. 30+.
Someone says Williams, home run hire. That is from Ryan.
No complaints.
A good coach can only get you so far in the NBA. It's a star-driven league. This is like a bottom-of-the-barrel consolation prize for a bottom-feeder franchise.
Okay, couple things. You're not going to win without talent. Obvious. Thank you for that astute ticket text. Hey, breaking news. You got to have great players to win in the NBA.
Did you read that in the LA Raiders locker room?
We did get a ticket text from a guy. Rico doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm in the Houston Oilers locker room. Stupidity.
Look here, man.
But Rico, you need talent, and Monty's not going to win here if they don't have talent. But the key is, can he unlock more talent?
But here's what he took Devin Booker. He took those guys. Ayton, when he got there, the team had won 19 games.
Right.
He wasn't there. When he got there, they jumped to 34 wins.
Mm-hmm.
The next year, in year 2, they're in the NBA Finals. Year 3, they were favored. They had one of the better records, but they lost to they lose to the Warriors.
Yes, because the Warriors won the championship.
Yes.
And then this year, they were 45-37. I mean, they were one of the favorites in the West again. I think Vegas had them at like the second best odds.
If the criticism is Monty's going to help this team, but they're not going to win a title on his presence alone, okay, I don't expect them to win a title. Like if Rico, if we're talking about Eastern Conference Finals coaching adjustments in a couple seasons, I think we'll be doing just fine.
Right. That means that expectations have been raised in this city.
Yep.
And you want more. And that's great. You should want more. But right now, man, you got nothing.
Our teams have been stuck for so long. You need an agent of change, a leader, someone who can come in and push them to the next level.
Right. You're making pennies and you're wondering, well, what happens when I have to pay taxes? You don't pay taxes on pennies.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Make some money, get dollars, and then worry about your taxes later. Get to the playoffs. Let him fail in the playoffs, and I'll gladly have this conversation. But right now, you're averaging 62 losses a year in the last 4 years.
Yeah, something's got to change.
You don't really have anything that we know of. I haven't seen players getting better. This is a step up. I think they needed this. And Gores put his money where his mouth was. Said, I'll make you the highest paid coach if you come to Detroit. Seriously? The highest paid? What part of the highest paid didn't you understand?
It's like, wait, Kerr's got 3-4 rings. Right. Popovich got 5 rings.
Right. But last time I checked, those guys ain't leaving their team.
Right.
He's available. I think you swung. You could have went. Well, they had other problems, so they didn't go after Udoka.
Sure.
But I thought that he was a guy that maybe you could bring in here, develop the young talent.
But all things considered, when Udoka was considered a candidate, Monty Williams wasn't.
Right.
If we would have known Monty would have been available at the start of this, he would have been the number one guy all along. And for the Pistons to get the highest level of coach available, that's not something we're used to. And I know Tom Gores, it doesn't get a lot of love, but in this instance, he should. Let's go to Jason on a cell. Jason, you're on 97.1.
You got to be kidding.
Let's go to Marco on a cell. Marco, how you doing today?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
Your call is important to us, Marco.
Hey, that's a tough call to
Get to
beat,
it
let me
in
tell
a
you.
timely manner. Please wait on the line.
Yeah, it's a tough call to beat. But I wanted to say I love the Monty Williams signing. I really do. But I'm getting a little deja vu with the Casey thing because wasn't he supposed to be the guy that was, he developed all these guys over there in Toronto with Van Vliet and Siakam, and he's going to, get us to the next step. And it just seems like we're back there now, Monty.
The team is different, though, right? When he took over in Detroit, they were still kind of convincing themselves they could win with like a rotted out carcass of a roster. Yeah. And within a couple seasons, they had made the correct decision to rebuild, to bottom out. And at that point, Casey turns into the teachers and Charlie Brown, and it's womp, 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 womp.
Yeah, Casey just kind of seemed like the substitute teacher. Like he really was just happy collecting a check. And hey, you guys, he turned into granddad, where it just nobody got better. You just kind of went out there and did your own thing. And you're right. I expected more when he left Toronto that he was going to do something, but now you kind of see why Toronto said, we want to go with Nurse. Think Nurse is going to take us to that next level.
Well, and the Pistons roster today has a couple top 5 picks on it. They did not have that. They didn't have a Cade Cunningham or a Jaden Ivey when Dwayne Casey took over. And I would say if we wanted to compare Dwayne Casey to Monty Williams is a better coach. Yeah. Right? Monty Williams has been to an NBA Finals. I think between the two, even just on paper, you'd prefer Monty Williams, and then you factor in what the guy's going to get to work with, a fresh start. Yeah, I don't think it's Casey 2.0. I mean, here's the reality, Rico. We don't know. He might end up being Casey 2.0, but you have an owner who wasn't willing to sit there and let you languish and be a laughingstock. This is a respectability and a credibility play for Gores and for the Pistons, and you said for the city.
No, it was, because last night, all of a sudden, the Pistons became kind of the talk of the NBA, like, whoa. It's kind of like Troy Weaver on draft night where he makes all of these deals, and that's the only time Detroit's relevant because, this is going to work out. Well, it really didn't. But last night, Tom Gores did something that I don't think anybody saw coming.
No.
He took the no and turned it into a yes. He was willing to put the money up to get him to get here. And now we just have to wait and see. But I think this was the best free agent acquisition that the Pistons had as a head coach this year.
Yeah, because if you're going to be a team whose biggest leap is going to come from internal, right? I hope they sign a quality free agent or spin the 5th pick into a quality player. But if we're being honest, the biggest driving force in the Pistons becoming a great team is going to be all about whether Cade and Ivey turn into one of the most dominant backcourts in the NBA. Can you hire a coach who gets them to that level? That's what this was all about.
Yeah, what are you going to do with Duren? What are you going to do with Wiseman? What are you going to do with all of these other people? Like, show me that you can do something with
You weren't doing it as a free agent destination, and hopefully Monty helps to an extent, but you're not doing it as a free agent destination. You're going to have to do it through draft and develop. And Monty I get it, David. Monty was part of that in Phoenix, and I'm excited to see that he is part of the Detroit Pistons moving forward. All right, coming up next, we'll get to your football question, not your questions, your bold statements. We're inside 100 days until the NFL season. It's 97.1.
So let's go through some more of these 100 NFL bold predictions. We are about 95 days away from the NFL season. So let's start with this one today. There will be 9 head coaching vacancies at the end of the season. Let me just go through a couple teams here. Maybe we can get to 9. You let me know what you think.
Sure.
The Jets.
No.
They don't make the playoffs.
No.
Robert Saleh, they traded for Aaron Rodgers.
You traded for Aaron Rodgers. He's a weirdo. You actually get that's worth 2 years.
Okay.
That's weirdo tax.
Stefanski in Cleveland.
I could see that. He was on the hot seat last year.
Let's go to Tennessee. Vrabel.
Yeah.
He's so respected, but they might be so bad that
it's run its course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to the Raiders and the Chargers in the West.
Yeah.
I could see both.
Yeah.
Okay, go back to the East. You have Dallas.
Yes, always a
The
possibility.
Commanders are probably going to be looking for another coach.
Yep.
6, okay.
The Bears.
Could I see it? Yes. Do I think it's going to happen? No.
Didn't they? Wait.
Oh, you know what? I think I'm wrong. He had 1 year last year, so no, they're not going to fire him. No.
He just got there.
Things would have to fall off the rails. I think they're going to be.
Justin Fields would have to walk in and be like, either him or me.
Yeah. And I think they're going to be marginally better this year, and he'll be safe.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna be terrible this year.
And then let's go to the West, the Rams.
Yeah.
Now is that him getting fired or him retiring, which has been whispered about?
It just says 9 openings.
Okay, 9 openings.
It could be 9.
9 seems like a lot, but
that it did, but now it doesn't. Almost a third of the league.
But isn't that about what happens? Isn't it normally like 7, 8 guys every year? That's not crazy.
Yeah, they have a list here of guys who are candidates. Of course, Ben Johnson, Evero, the DC in Carolina, Frank Smith. I mean, there's a lot of Josh McCown. There's a lot of guys that are saying they're next. So somebody has to go, right?
See, I think now what would have been a bold prediction to me is saying a coach from last year's playoff teams would be let go. That would be bold.
Well, there's Dallas. Dallas would be the one.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting you say that because then we go to the next bold prediction would be 5 teams that made the playoffs last year will miss the postseason. That is on their list: the Bucks, the Dolphins, the Giants, Seahawks, Vikings.
No. The Bucks, I don't think make it. I think the Dolphins will be there. Was the Bucks?
Giants are also
the Giants overachieved last year. They could come back down to earth.
See, but it's hard because Mike just sandbags the Giants so much.
He's the worst about it.
So I don't know if they're really that bad as he says that they are.
They overachieved. They did overachieve.
They overachieved. I guess the question is,
I think Seattle's back.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I know Lions fans think that Minnesota's going to fall off a cliff. I think the Vikings will still be there.
I don't think
and they may win the division.
Shh. Shut your mouth.
Boy.
Wow. Okay, then. So let's go to some awards possible for next season. Christian Gonzalez will win the Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Are they trolling us? Is that what that is?
It's not a Detroit thing.
Okay. All right. Not your guy?
Well, he's going to be in a rotation.
Oh, right. Yeah.
They have
part-time player.
They have a plethora of players.
That's right.
I can't see. I'm trying to think. What defensive?
What about Will Anderson?
Jack Campbell, Will Anderson, Joey Porter Jr.
Like normally it's a pass rush.
Joey Porter Jr. plays for Pittsburgh, so I could see that.
See, I could see, but the secondary guy, meaning they picked on you constantly.
Right.
So, yeah.
But you test the rookie, don't you? You test the rookie.
And Sauce was so good last year, but we need to stop acting like that's a year in and year out thing. That was so unique. It's going to be somebody who gets a bunch of sacks or pressures or hits, and I think Will Anderson's a pretty safe bet, right?
Yeah, you're probably right
He's
about
the first
that.
defensive player drafted. I know I'm not giving like a super hot take here.
Next on the list.
Matt Campbell.
Leads the league in tackles. Let's see it.
He won the award in college.
Jamar Chase will win the Offensive Player of the Year.
Oh, I think he could have a big year. He was injured part of last season. They're going to be a little better up front with Orlando Brown at the tackle position. Burrow loves him. Ton of red zone targets. I could see it.
No.
I think he's the best receiver in football. He will have the best season of any receiver in football this year.
Yeah, he's been known to be. He said, that he wants to break Chad Johnson's single season team record.
You got to remember, his first year, he had like nearly 1,500 yards as a rookie, a full, healthy 17 games in year 3. I think it's going to be big.
I still like Justin Jefferson, but David, I know what you're going to say. Christian McCaffrey.
No, that's a good choice. Cooper Kupp's coming back from injury as well. Okay, then.
Does he have a quarterback?
Next question.
The next question will be about. No, it's not. I'm not going to do that one about his quarterback. Let's move on to the next award. Myles Garrett.
I stole a Super Bowl trophy.
Myles Garrett will win Defensive Player of the Year.
Sure. Is that bold? Has he won one before? I feel like he's always in the running. He's like 1 or 2 at the very end.
I don't think he's won one before.
That's not that bold to me.
But you also need to be on a good team.
Yeah. I think he can win it without defensive. I think he can win it without.
Hasn't TJ Watt won it without the Steelers being special?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. 10 wins? Maybe not special, but 10 wins is something in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
All right. Let's move on to the next one. Joe Burrow will
Jordan
win.
Davis.
Joe Burrow will win his
show
first
up to your house if that
MVP.
Joe Burrow wins first MVP.
Yep.
Why not? I mean, it's not crazy. I mean, it's bold, but it's not crazy.
If you're pairing up Jamar Chase getting Offensive Player of the Year, then somebody has to throw it to him, right?
Mm-hmm. See, I'm looking more towards, and I know the reason being, I'm going to go with Patrick Mahomes. Here's why. Mm-hmm. We're going to see, does Andy Reid really put his stamp on this and say, we got to keep this thing going. The enemy is gone. You can't take a day off. You can't, none of that stuff. You got to come out there and every week you got to produce. That's just how I see it, especially if they go out and get, DeAndre Hopkins.
Okay, so then I'm glad you said that. Let's transition to this next bold prediction. It's about the Chiefs. The Chiefs will be undefeated heading into their Week 10 bye.
Don't tell Lions fans
Who's
that.
who they have? The Lions?
Am I allowed to speak upon this?
Yeah, hold on. Let me tell you who they have. Lions, Jags, Bears, Jets, Vikings, Broncos twice, Chargers, and the Dolphins.
They're supposed to be bold, right? That's not that bold.
It doesn't sound bold.
Where are the away games?
I'm not
So I have it here. They go to Jacksonville. They go to the Jets, to the Vikings, to the Broncos, and then they're at Halloween. Those are the road games.
No, I think they can go. I mean, it's the NFL, so every now and then you get that one team that jumps up. But
I think that's why it's bold, because predicting them to go.
It's hard to go undefeated.
9-0 that's tough.
But I would say if I had to put money on it, I put money on they're going to be undefeated by Halloween.
Yeah.
And then let's close it out here with a local one. Jamison Williams will score 6 touchdowns in his final 11 games.
So that's
one every other game.
One every other game. That's.
It says here at the end of it, it says defenses won't be prepared for how easily he can decimate a secondary.
Yeah,
now remember, there will be injuries now on teams. He will be fresh.
But you only get to surprise a defense once.
Correct.
And the NFL has this thing called TV and tape, and they figure you out. It's the one sport where, you only get one game in the sun, and then after that, you become a has-been. But every other, I can see every other game. I mean, if Jamal could score 17, he could score 6.
Do you want me to say it?
He's the best thing ever.
How's Goff going to hit him downfield that many times?
You know what? I was told that meant nothing.
I don't think it meant anything in camp. I think
somebody from their little tiny car texted in.
It's not a tiny car. You can fit
four
in there comfortably.
Do you have to pull the car over in order to text? Like, do you have to keep the phone in the trunk? Or can you? I mean,
he could probably reach to the trunk and grab the
that's
phone.
true too, David.
It's not that small.
Knock the snow off his back license plate.
You call me today and you go, is it like a one-seater, just you and the steering wheel? What did Mike tell you guys I drive?
I just thought
you can
was
fit
selfish.
4 in there. Maybe not David's family of 12.
I'm like, I guess he really doesn't like his wife. You know what?
It's like riding in an airplane.
My car, I want to be by myself, no passenger.
That is in football today.
97.1. It does. Ownership, stepping up, stepping in. How often have we been complaining our teams to care, do something, invest? Monty Williams, 6 years, $78 million, incentives, bonus years. It could end up being a 9-figure deal.
Would love for that to happen.
That would mean a lot of things have gone right for this team.
And for some of those out there who's so angry, maybe, just maybe, I'll deal with he can't get him over the hump of the Eastern Conference Final. We'll be in the same shoes that where Mike is with his Celtics.
But we've come a long way. When Tom Gores took over this team, he would not amnesty Ben Gordon, and they had to give up a first-round pick to move his contract. Since then, Gores has been on record. He will pay the luxury tax when they're there. He is going to outpay everybody else in the association to get his coach. That's a level of give a bleep that I think this city can respect. And from a guy who had the T-shirt time song made about him, this is a big step for the guy who's ultimately at the top of the Piston pyramid. Will Monty Williams deliver a championship? Dude, I don't know. I know he's a good coach with a track record, but I like having an owner who wants to find out.
Right now, maybe baby steps. Will Monty Williams deliver a 35-win team?
Please. Thank you.
Can we just start there? A 35-win team instead of people already worried, well, he can't win How about we just get out the cellar? We get out the lottery.
Rieger likes to talk. He was out there. You do have a criticism of this whole deal, Monty Williams being the Piston head coach as he puts his headphones on?
What's up, guys? How are we?
You know, 6 o'clock comes around at different times every day.
Sorry. I was FaceTiming with my daughter. She says hello, Rico.
No,
she's a big fan of Rico Beard.
You
anyway,
know you want me to get started with the story.
Stop.
So.
What are we missing here? What's the downside to Monty Williams?
Okay, so I love the hire. I think it's great. In fact, we were trying to figure out the last time a Detroit team actually got the best available or who we perceive as the best available. However,
there's always a but.
Do I have a right to feel just a tad uncomfortable because Monty Williams doesn't want to be here? He wants to be here for the money, which, by the way, nobody blames
I was gonna
him.
say, I don't know if you know this, but it's a key component of work is that you get paid for it.
But he was a guy that did not want to come to Detroit. Heck, maybe not even coach this year or next year because he was getting paid by the Suns. And then the Pistons up the offer to something that no other team would have done, and he decides to come. So I wonder when adversity hits, how is it going to go? We lose a player.
Name me one person who wasn't born in this state who wants to come here. You don't think they had to pay Pudge Rodriguez to come here for the Tigers?
Yeah, Pudge was going to play baseball regardless. Was Monty going to coach? I'm just saying it's a little thing
Monty
that was in the
was
back
going
of my
to coach.
craw.
He just wasn't going to go.
Was he going to coach this year? I don't know.
You have to pay a Detroit tax, Rieger. Plain and simple.
Especially when you're as bad as the Pistons have been. But real quick, adversity?
Yeah, adversity.
Monty Williams has been through some stuff.
Oh, I know.
I wouldn't question the guy's ability to work through adversity.
I am not questioning his ability. I think he's a great coach. I think it's a great hire. I think Piston fans should be excited. But that's the one thing that I wondered about.
You can't just let it be a good thing. You got to stir the pot.
No, I just wondered, am I? It's a little uncomfortable because
it is. I get that.
I mean, they just, hey, Monty, hey, you want to come to Detroit? No. Hey, why don't you come over to Gores' house? A nice house you have here. You want to come? No. How about if we give you give me a couple. Yeah, I'll come.
Rieger, you know, it's just called negotiating and playing the game. Not everybody marries the first girl they kiss.
The Pistons are a desperate. They don't. I did. The Pistons are a desperate team.
Don't even get me started.
Pistons are a desperate team, and they paid a whole lot. And I actually, I think it was Jim, compared it to Pudge Rodriguez. I think it's a great comparison because in 2004, after losing 119 games, you paid Pudge way too much money, but Pudge was going to play baseball regardless.
He was going to coach again.
I like the deal. That's the only downside.
Rieger, he was going to coach again. He was not retiring from coaching.
I know, he's only 50.
You know what? Here's the thing. If you had $22 million, think about when the Cardinals coach. Why am I drawing the blank?
Kingsbury.
Remember he said,
Cliffy.
I'm going to Thailand for the year.
I think he's back now.
That lasted all of 3 weeks.
He's with USC, I think. Now.
And now he's with USC. So he wasn't planning on coaching.
But
and then somebody said,
back into the game.
You want to come back in? Sure.
I mean, Kyle Dubas, he said, hey, I'm either going to be a GM in Toronto or I'm going to be home with my family. Today he's in Pittsburgh.
By the way, where's Wojo?
I don't know.
He's stuck in traffic?
I mean, he says, I can read his the text to you if you want, but let's see.
This will be great.
He says he's scrambling.
I don't read his text.
You don't have to do that. To
No,
him.
no. He'll be.
I'm just clarifying. It's you and Wojo?
Yeah, it's me and Wojo.
So Wojo, who has a show that's only 2 hours long, can't even make the 2 hours.
You got to take that up with Wojo. You got to take it up with Wojo. I heard he was talking to Harbaugh.
Oh, he went down there to the camp?
Now it makes sense. He had to massage his column. He had to make sure he got all the details just right.
So glad you said
Guys,
column.
kind of like the drop. Listen, Wojo
That's
will
why.
be here.
Yeah, you know why?
You know,
because I saw Angelique down there, so Wojo had to be down there.
Yes, they go everywhere together. So yeah, Wojo will be here till 8 o'clock.
What are you guys going to talk about?
Monty. And then Wojo, I don't know if you know this about Woj, but he's getting up there. Like Wojo's got to be like 75, right? Maybe 76.
Go in there.
No,
but he's getting up there. He's getting
He's
up.
still with it.
He's with it.
Rieger, move on.
No, but I'm just saying he's getting up there. So Wojo, while he was off last week, he was scammed, or at least a scam attempt 3 times. Same guy apparently went to his door and tried to sell him on something that turned out to be a scam.
We just need your mother's maiden name.
Right.
Your
They
social
wanted his
security.
social. Right. Yeah, give me your address. Just give me one credit card number. Yeah. Give me the deed to your house. So, again, I mean, like, he handled it well. So we're going to hit on that as well.
It's Rieger, ... with probably Wojo.
Maybe.
Yeah. No, Wojo gets the top billing. So it's Wojo on his way and Rieger.
In transit.
In
and
traffic,
Rieger.
yes.
It's all coming up. Don't miss it.
Hi, Wojo. He's probably listening right now.
Probably is. We'll see you, Bob. It's 97.1.